Put your best shoes on to see what it's all about. What you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. Seven-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can turn disaster on me, all through the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah. I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see. There's poison in my blood. Yeah. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
I need you to feel my love, just like I'm sent from up above. Don't stop, move your feet. Don't stop, I'm full of energy. I want you to
baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. Time too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been stepping at your heels, trying to feel what is up next. Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet have gotta move.
his arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone. I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone. Yes, the rhythm drives me. Yes, the rhythm drives me. Yes, the rhythm drives me.
Lines line the streets of gold as we wait so patiently as I walk to Tomorrowland. Touch the light before we all fall down. We all fall down. We all fall down.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're into week 9, day number 1 of the LPL, with only 2 weeks left of the regular split before we get into playoffs. And every single team is fighting for those final points to see who will finish top 4 of their table and make it into the playoff rounds. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart, and joining me on the desk today is going to be the ever so lovely Indiana Frosco in Black and the ever so handsome Zach Rusty Pie. How are you guys doing today?
Pretty good, actually. You can see some of the players, Suning and OMG, our first matchup, getting ready there in the room. And like you said, it's going to be a pretty intense race. Today we're covering Group B, and every single game counts. Only 3 games remain for either team.
Yeah, very close together groups when you look at them, but of course you saw the teams playing. It'll be interesting for this whole week set of matches, and most importantly, with 2 weeks left, honestly, it's just exciting because every game does matter.
Yeah, it certainly does. As Frosco just pointed out there, every team has about 3 games left to play, with some having 4. I believe only LGD is the one that has 4 more games left to play. Today we'll be focusing on Group B as we have Sunning taking on OMG in the first match today, followed by NewBee taking on LGD later on tonight. But before we break down this group a bit further, let's talk about a big change, because this week it's going to be patch 7.15, and I know Urgot's been a rework champion and we could possibly see him play, but there's a lot of nitty-gritty changes as well.
That's the big thing that we have to underline, is that Urgot is enabled, which means that it will be enabled for the playoffs as well as the finals. So if Urgot turns out to be, a bit overtuned, personally, I'm really on the fence about it. I can't tell if his numbers are good enough or his kit is strong enough. We're in a tank meta. He shreds tanks, but Bramble Vest exists. But
He's got shotgun knees.
exactly.
does.
And if someone can figure out how to abuse him, that's a massive swing.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, the advantage of having him just come out means that teams that are quick to jump to new champions could utilize him, perhaps get some free wins in there, especially when it does matter quite a bit. I just bring my mind back to Worlds 2015 and why we lost a lot perfectly. Thanks to, some meta changes.
And you can see here, some of the champions have been changed in patch 7.15. There have been slight buffs and nerfs across the board, as well as changes to a couple of items.
I was going to say, now the things that really stick out to me, because I'm an AD carry player, ADC main, it's Sivir and Jinx, and the changes weren't massive. This is the hot fix Sivir, so she's not going to come with a boomerang and just melt your face off, but it is still a significant buff. And the thing for me is the ecosystem is so strong for Sivir right now. We have a lot of engaged champions, the Maokai, the Jarvans, and they're just empowered by her, as well as a nice little zap buff to Jinx. She has a great matchup into Caitlyn, and so do I think that they're going to be immediately viable, jump and run into the meta? No, but as fringe picks, they definitely got a lot stronger, and we could see that niche rise.
And that will be interesting to watch as they play. Of course, the LPL loves their Sivir. There's a chance that we get some Jinx from players like Imp that are even playing today. But past that as well, when you saw all the champions on the screen, I think the one thing that screams to me is that it's fringe picks and that we're buffing small little amounts of champions that will actually not often get played in competitive, almost to push them into competitive. You've got Nasus even someday had a go on. It wasn't good, but it could be if someone else plays it not against CLG and loses early game.
And we have a couple of item changes as well. I mean, Knight's Vow has been nerfed slightly, just to get a little bit less health now. And Dustblade as well, you no longer slow champions if you're ranged when you proc that Dustblade proc. But enough of that, let's take a look at the standings currently in the LPL. In Group A, EDG, WE, IG, and Dan currently top of the table, but Dan are tied up with IMA and Snake. All of them 4 and 9 currently in their wins and losses.
And then today, it's all about Group B, and like we said, it is a very tight race. Currently, LGD hold that 4th place spot. Top 4 go into playoffs, so 8 teams in our playoff bracket, but Suning and JD are within touching distance, and NewBee are still in the crosshairs.
Yep. So unlike Group A, where there are 3 ties for 4th place, it is just Suning who are currently trying to contest for that spot, trying to take down LGD. Unfortunately for LGD Gaming, they've got a very tough run if they even want a chance to get into the top 4.
Yeah, for Jingdong, it's not just about getting wins yourself. It's about having the right people also lose at the right moments. And so the destiny's not completely in their own hands, and that's a very scary place to be, right? All you can do is get your own victories, maybe cause some upsets and become a blue shell. And that really is just the life for Jingdong here, is hoping and praying, where as you go up the ladder, it becomes a bit more in your own hands and more in your own control.
That said, LGD fans, you still need to clinch a little bit here and brace yourselves, because while they do have the extra game to play, they have 4 games instead of the 3. They need to go through all 3 of the top 3 teams, NewBee, RNG, and OMG, and then theoretically have the free win in JD. But JD have been on the rise in their recent performance, and LGD have been known to crash and burn right before the finish line.
Yeah, and to be clear, that's all week 10 as well, because they will be playing against RNG and OMG in their last week. So if they don't win tonight, they don't win this week, I mean, it's not going to look good. You're not just going to be clenching. You're going to have a really bad time.
I mean, for Sunning as well, it's a very big game for them to play today because they're up against the top dogs of the LPL. It doesn't get any easier for them, but if they pick up a win here, it's definitely a start to try and take that spot over LGD.
Yeah, they need to face OMG, NewBee, and then JD. So theoretically, the back half of the schedule is easier for Suning. It's just the benefit that LGD have a bit of that buffer because they get to play 1 extra game.
Yeah, and it's more fighting for 4th, in my opinion, anyway, for Suning Gaming, where you've got LGD that can still upset and fight for 3rd. It'll be super curious to watch how all of these guys play out, but Suning in particular, you're expecting big things as they've improved through the season, but not so much last week.
And we do need to quickly touch, as we're looking at OMG as well as Suning, the players taking the stage for us for our first match, the difference of 3rd versus 4th and securing that in our playoff bracket.
Pretty big, huh?
Yeah, it is the difference between playing Invictus Gaming or Dan, Aime, or Snake.
That's pretty big.
So theoretically, with the schedule at the moment, LGD have to win in their match later on today against NewBee if they want to secure 3rd, whereas Suning need to start the first step against OMG today, and that's going to be the first match that comes up today. Suning taking on OMG. It's the first place team in Group B taking on Suning, 5th place team fighting for the 4th spot.
And we just saw a look across the players, and if you see some really unfamiliar faces, it's because Suning are starting 3 brand new players today. Week 9, within touching distance of 4th place, and they're like, hold up, 3 new guys as we take a look at the roster. It's LZ, Hacker, Fin, Bananafish, and Brain.
And I know you might be wondering, why would they start 3 new players, Frostcone? Well, I'm delighted to tell you, no one knows. I don't actually have an answer. We are very speculative about why this would happen. Bananafish has played with them. Brain, literally nobody knows who he is. And LZ, we know it's short for his full name, but we know nothing about them besides that they're all presumably Chinese.
And the thing is the last time we saw Suning, yes, it was rocky. They went down to LGD, but ultimately they still have a chance. The playoff dreams are alive, and we don't know what to expect from that lineup.
And I know you've got a few theories on this, Frostcomb, but first let's take a look at OMG's lineup. It's going to be Siang in the top lane with Dieko in the jungle, Icon as their mid laner, and SMLZ and 5 their AD carry and support.
Of course, the beauty of OMG is that they haven't really been changing. They have been getting better without changing, and this is the interesting part of OMG as a team, is Rift Rivals smacked them. They had a real rough time. 2 weeks afterwards, it felt like the tremors were still affecting the whole roster, but last week, that was the best we've ever seen on them. 1 set, and they absolutely destroyed their opponents, and that was probably the best OMG has ever looked, to be honest with you. Maybe not against the best opponents, but that starts to ramp up.
They also took a running start at the patch. You know, there's been a couple of questionable drafts from OMG, but when it came to transitioning over into the tank meta, they seemed to fix all of their problems. You know, grab the Cho'Gath, they're running around with the Maokais, didn't shy away from any of these new picks, and so I'm very curious, you know, if a team is going to experiment with Urgot. OMG did so when Galio was first released. Exactly. They just run full head first into every new opportunity.
I mean, it's the perfect time for OMG, so to speak, as well. You know, it's the latter part of the group stages. They're still 1 game ahead of the number 2 seed of RNG, and they're playing against the 5th seed here today. They have a chance to take outright first with a match here today and have the title in their hands.
There's also the question of how much OMG are actually paying attention to this matchup. I believe they also have RNG this week, and that's the thing. It's a huge difference to retain first place because it means you're 1 best of 5 closer to winning the LPL title. So that's obviously what they want. But if it's Suning and RNG, what are you going to weight most of your attention on in this coming week? Are you even going to look at Suning, or are you going to look past them and maybe stumble?
Yeah, and I feel like OMG won't look past a team like Suning as well in this set. You have to imagine that the way that they have been treated and performed in the past couple of weeks, every match matters. RNG, obviously that is your big match. It secures first place, but you need to get over that first step to get there. And you don't want to rock up to an RNG set tilted because they will 2-0 you.
Especially for a team that's been rebuilding and building and building for a long time now, and to try and finish first in this split of the LPL will be great news stories for OMG. Definitely looking to try and qualify for Worlds as well. I'm very curious to see how they go against Suning Gaming here today. Unlike OMG though, Suning new to the LPL, going to be interesting to see how they perform.
Yeah, and we frankly just have zero expectations for a lot of the new members. Now we need to
That's right.
we need to talk about the real weapon on OMG that Suning are going to try to take down, and it's this man on your screen icon, and he is the assassin player. If you couldn't tell by his picks.
And this was the week and part of the 2-week period where OMG got cocky. They started playing Yasuo, and you know what? They won with it, and they had a great time. And suddenly, Icon just stretched out his wings and said, "What other champions can I play?" I think he went down the alphabet backwards, starting with Yasuo. So look, he is a champion, a player rather that can play the assassins, can do these crazy things. Mechanically is unreal and loves to win his lane against his opponents. And not an easy feat for Fen to go against him, but it almost feels like Fen is the new age version of Icon as he's established himself.
So Suning, they do have 3 new players coming into this game today against OMG, but what happened last time these two teams faced off against one another? Because it was a very rocky game. Very rocky series, actually.
Well, the thing is no one really knew what to expect from Suning. They hadn't revealed their gimmick yet. You know, Fen is a great assassin player. The Cassidon pick comes out to mind, and OMG, frankly, have been very disrespectful a lot of the times when it comes to draft. Now, the belt has been tightened a little bit on them. They've
Hey, you know what beats Cassidon?
shaped up a bit.
Yasuo. You know what we saw last time they played each other? It was definitely a Yasuo in Game 3.
I'm so scared.
Well, just to remind everyone back at home, currently sitting at 14-20 in terms of points, and the person above them, LGD, are 15-15. So even if they pick up a single map victory today, it's almost irrelevant for them. They have to try and pick up the points if they want to try and fight for that 4th spot. But enough of that. Let's get into game number 1 of this best 3 series. Suning taking on OMG.
And already hot and heavy, we do see that Cassidon respect come out for Fen. Again, I just don't know what to expect from LZ, Banana Fish, or Brain. My big concerns is that the most consistent part of Suning's roster was always their bottom lane for me. You know, Fury, Yoon, vastly underrated. I thought they were a great bottom lane, and now they're facing one of the best in SMLZ and 5 without their 2 secret weapons.
That's about time we should say goodbye to Rusty. A little bit late on that one, but he's gone. Goodbye. And the other bands coming through as well for Suning. We're going to see Cho'Gath as well as Maokai and Kog'Maw banned out. Their first pick will be Kalista here. You'd expect that from them. Curious to see how Banana Fish can perform on a hyper-mechanical champion.
Now, because this is 7-15, yes, the Zac changes have gone through. They are minor nerfs. His Q was adjusted where he's going to be expending more health, I believe 4% to 8%. So maybe that's why Zac has fallen off in priority, but I still think the utility that that champion brings is unreal right now.
I mean, very curious to see if they even pick it up at all, because the rise of champions like Janna, who are able to stop Zac's initiation, have pushed him out slightly before the nerfs. Gragas, however, he did get tapped as well, but he's still an incredibly strong flex pick in the top lane in the jungle. That gets locked in for OMG.
See, I think Gragas got more than tapped. I think he got actually just smacked around. You know, losing a massive number of your cooldown on R is pretty significant, because Gragas is one of the main facilitators to breaking that mid lane. You know, the Gragas walking up to a tower, threatening with the ability to scoop you off of it and into danger with his cask. Now you need to excel and use that cooldown perfectly, because the cooldown has been adjusted.
So we're going to touch on OMG's picks in just a second, but Sejuani locked in the jungle for Suning, with Alistar for Kalista in the bottom lane. Thresh into Kalista, not the most fantastic matchup, but does deny the Thresh Kalista lane. You'd have to assume that's why OMG have picked it up here.
There's also higher priority on Kalista simply because Maokai is banned. I think that Maokai is generally overtuned just with everything that he brings on his kit, but one of the nice things is that he denies so much mobility from Kalista with his ultimate. But Varus will do a similar job, but to a lesser extent.
And Varus did, you know, kind of fall off in Split 2 this year. Was very popular Split 1 with Ashe as one of the biggest utility picks in the meta. But he's going to make a return here today for SMLZ and 5. And the next wave of bans are going to come through. First off the bat is going to be Renekton towards LZ in the top lane.
And the thing is Varus is also pretty good at shredding the tanks. We are on the tank meta. But curiously, our AD carries, despite how strong they are as kind of a whole across the region, they're not really known Varus players. I have no doubt that SMLZ will do phenomenally on the Varus, but most of our, you know, Varus mains are actually in the mid lane.
Look, Varus is not known at all in the LPL, Frostgrin. There's a thing called a God V. We don't like talking about it. Meanwhile, Cassiopeia has been banned out here by Fen, and we're going to have Lucian as the final ban from OMG.
It's okay. He's on the bench now, Fish. You can relax.
Talia's going to be the final ban for Sydney, so three mid lane bans in total coming out from these two teams, with OMG having first and last pick here in the second pick rotation. Java being hovered for the top lane for Siang. That would push Gragas back into the jungle, and it's locked in.
And again, there's that hard engage, but still counter pick for Icon. That's always going to be a messy thing, as now Fin will have to reveal his hand. Now, big picks like the Orianna are still up and available, as well as this one. The Corki would certainly make a lot of sense.
And there's a big consequence with the Cassidy ban. Corki does not do well into that lane, but still hovering over picks. Let's see what Suning do decide to pick up.
Don't play with my heart, Fin. I would love to see another Zed. I was treated to Zetai's Zed just last week, but heartbroken.
No, we're still going to get the Corki. Curious to see what summoner spells Fin go with, because Corki has a wide variety of spells he can opt for. The cleanse, the heal, the teleport, the ignite, the exhaust.
Let me tell you, for me, it's all about the exhaust, Corki. I understand why they're starting to branch out, especially looking towards more like the teleport or even the cleanse in certain instances. But if a Corki really wants to have kill pressure, it's the combination of exhaust and static shiv that really makes him just a 1v1 dueling threat.
And Poppy is going to be the final pick for LZ in the top lane. I know LPL is one of the few regions that still play this champion, but it feels like it's a fringe pick, as Rusty was talking about earlier.
It's cropped up a little bit more. We do have kind of specialty Poppy players. Kabe, wow, I wish I could speak. Kabe comes to mind over on LGD Gaming, and it also kind of fits in this disengage composition that they really need. They have so much great hard engage, you know, two primary carries to protect in the Corki and the Callista, that now they just need kind of that one extra thing to say, this team fight's not going well for us, let's reset.
And the final pick for OMG is going to be Syndra in the mid lane for Icon up against Fin's Corki.
So far, we have a lot of pick potential on OMG's composition. This is pretty tried and true of them. The thing that I love about heavy pick compositions in the LPL is how much the LPL struggles come mid-game when it comes to their vision control, which means that pick compositions in particular are very devastating, especially against teams like Suning, who have a very underdeveloped vision game. And when you have a brand new support that's not Yoon, who you've been playing with the entire split, and now you have, I always want to say Brain there.
I mean, it's very curious to think about it this way, because we know Suning's playstyle. We've watched them for 9 weeks, but now they've brought in 3 new players. That's more than 50% of their roster. They could definitely change things up going into game 1 against OMG.
And the thing is that Suning were giving this identity of kind of the innovative or the creative team. It was very curious. You know, they had a lot of intelligent macro decisions, how they were playing around the vision that they acquired, or the information that they acquired on their vision was quite clever and advanced for an LSPL promoted team. And like you said, now that it's over 50% of their roster that's been replaced, I just don't know if those capabilities remained. And what's curious is that it's replaced around the 2 pieces that they've been rotating this entire year. Fin on your screen, you know, it's been between him and Diane, between Hacker and Avoidless. But now they're the 2 spines of this comp.
It's very curious, and I know you have a couple of theories on why a team would do this so late as well into the season. Week 9, day 1 of the LPL, and 50% of your roster is completely overhauled. There can only be a few reasons why, and it's all speculation, but I know you have a few thoughts on this.
Okay, the LPL is franchise. You know, this could be Suning just playing the long con development game. They're saying, you know, playoffs, worlds, that's not in our wheelhouse right now. We're not going to get that opportunity. We have 1 split of LPL championship points to grab, so let's just see what works for us. Or maybe internally in scrims, this has been the roster that's shown up, and they're just trying to make a last-ditch effort for that 4th place run.
Well, this game will be the determining factor. Is it going to be the Suning that shows up and takes down OMG, the number 1 seed currently from Group B, or are they trying to build towards the future? We should be able to find out after this best of 3 series. Last time round, these 2 teams faced off, and it went to all 3 games, of OMG eventually picking up the points for that match. Now we have to see if Suning can get their just desserts and try and make a late run into the playoff stage. We are on to Summoner's Rift for game number 1.
And already, I'm a big fan of Brain here. He uses the best Alistar skin. There's only one acceptable Alistar skin, and that one is it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy, indeed. Taking a look at the Keystone Masteries, everything's checking out for me. Let's see, Grasp the Undying. Yep, nothing weird.
Nope, nothing weird at all coming into this match. It's going to be Warlords on SMLZ with Fervor for Banana Fish. Callista does optimize into lifesteal items a bit more effectively than Varus does. Oh, saying that, he picks up Blade of the Ruined King nice and early anyway.
What is curious for me, actually, you know, it makes a little bit more sense when you think about it this way, is the fact that Brain and Banana Fish, I'm never going to get over that name, Banana Fish, are giving the super leash, quote unquote, for Hacker, not starting the Raptors from, of course, but giving him a good, strong leash on this red. Now, what that means is you can already see that SMLZ and 5, they got first priority over those bottom lane creeps. They have complete control over that creep wave, and now Banana Fish and Brain are going to be on the back foot walking into a very scary 2v2. And the thought pattern here is that when you have the Alistar into Thresh, it's the melee versus range support. You're probably going to lose out anyway, so just give it over, try to get a good springboard for your jungler.
And we're going to see heal on both AD carries as well as Ignite on both supports, neither opting for the heal support, especially since they're more initiation-based supports, not the enchanters like Janna.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that, neither of them use the Windspeaker's Blessing. They both use the Courage of the Colossus Keystone.
So we'll see Hacker here pick up his blue buff, still level 2, has cleared buff to buff, which for the side of Jekko, he's gone Raptors, red, and now on the blue side of his jungle.
I know you speak a bit of Mandarin, Fish. Can you actually read that?
No, I cannot.
You failed me.
I can speak a bit of Mandarin, Frostkern. I can't read much Mandarin at all.
I was lied to. I was told you had an elementary level. Get him off the show. I'm done.
Elementary level means I can get around countries that speak Mandarin, Frostkern. I can't necessarily read signs that effectively.
All I'm hearing are excuses, Fish.
That's actually very accurate. Meanwhile, getting back into this game, you can see that 5 as well as SMLZ still have very heavy priority over Banana Fish as well as Brain in the bottom lane, pushing in these waves quite heavily.
And this has been the MO for OMG. They like to play very heavily through their bot lane. In fact, I was talking to one of the other Chinese casters this weekend, and we were kind of, shooting the spit around what we thought about WE, OMG, and kind of the top 4 teams. And a lot of the big concerns is that OMG and WE in particular put too much power and too much weight into their bottom lane's success. They will bend over backwards to give these guys resources and team up very early like this. 5 and Jayco making a very early, 5 is level 2 there, Roam. And if that works out, then boom, 5 and SMLZ are that far snowballed. But if it doesn't work out, you fall behind.
You see the good ward being placed down by Funfins, able to spot out the roam coming out from both Jekko as well as 5.
Spitballing, that's what I wanted.
We also saw there a graphic come up to show the changes that have been made to Gragas. So he has a slight attack speed nerf at level 1, as well as his ultimate now at level 1 is on a 20-second higher cooldown, 10 seconds high at level 2, and exactly the same at 3. So very small nerf to his clear, and a big nerf to his ultimate in the early game.
And that's what I pointed out in Champion Select. And just to reiterate here, when you have 1 point in ultimate, maybe 2 points in ultimate by the time you're threatening mid lane tower, it's actually a big deal. Gragas is one of the few champions that can crack mid lane without the use of Rift Herald because he can threaten with the cast. Him just approaching the tower forces a lot of mid laners to back off and just give it up.
Yep. Great early ganker as well. Has a near instant body slam flash combo that can mess up a lot of laners' lanes. But we haven't seen too much action from the junglers just yet, just clearing their respective sides of the map. Icon's already gone back to base, picked up the double ring, and we see Fenfen doing the same, but he goes for a cull very early.
But ultimately, that makes sense for Hacker, though, kind of quickly checking in on the junglers, as you mentioned, because Sejuani wants to get that level 6. She's fairly brittle in the jungle. She's a bit fragile. She wants to bypass there, get her ultimate, and be that big threat in the mid game. Whereas Gragas, there's a bit more of an emphasis to make these early ganks work, which is why we saw him teaming up earlier with 5.
And he has yet to go back and pick up any items for himself. Still clearing through top side of his jungle. Level 5 now. And it did look like he wanted to make a attempt to get towards top side of map, but Engage is coming down on the bottom side. 5 taking a lot of damage. That's a flash headbutt into the wall. Flashes out of the pulse. One more to attack. Is it going to be enough? Ignite takes him down. And it will be Brain that picks up first blood.
I had questions for Banana Fish, but hold on.
There's going to be more action in the mid lane. They lock down Icon, pops both his summoners. It's going to be Hacker trading his flash there for 2.
Okay, time out. Take a break. That is not Fury and Yoon. That is not the star bottom lane of the Suning Gaming roster. The diamond in the rough that you want to pay attention to. These are Banana Fish and Brain against SMLZ and 5, and they solo kill them 2v2. That is phenomenal.
And they're even going to get more damage here towards SMLZ if they shove a big wave into his turret, making it harder and harder for him to catch back up. First blood was picked up by Brain, however, so a slight bad news story for them. But Icon making a trip towards top lane. LZ is fairly low, and he has to be careful. Icon does have his ultimate. He's going to go in. There's the passive pop by Pop. He charges out his ultimate, sends Icon back, but he gets the fadeaway kill of the ultimate, taking down LZ.
Thanks for the assist there, buddy. I didn't want to be in tower range anyway, so Icon gets what he comes for. And ultimately now it's advantage to mid lane, but still SMLZ and 5. That's disappointing.
Yeah, so it's currently tied up 1-1 in kills, and gold is still dead even. No major advantages in the lane at the moment for either team. We did see Dieko able to spend a little bit more time in the jungle. Interestingly, he's picked up some items here, but let's take a look at that again. Icon just walks in, and it's CMA.
Oh yeah, just pops him with the ultimate. I couldn't see visually if it was a cheeky Q into a W. Hold on.
Ooh, hook goes wide from 5 on a stationary target. He will be flayed out of the Valk though and locked down by Icon. This should be another kill picked up by OMG.
Yeah. Fin accepts his fate, doesn't even try to get out of that one by burning the flash over the wall. Knows that 5 positioned correctly, and so just tries to burn down Icon.
And Icon's gone back, rushed his Sork boots. And the thing I wanted to point out before the action there was Poacher's Knife picked up very early by Dieko, not opting to rush the Barmy Cinder like Hacker here.
He's not looking for the faster clear, but prioritizing the vision and the information gathered with it. And you can see that translating to the fact that he's constantly teaming up with 5 again.
And top side of the map, Sion getting good trades against LZ here on the Poppy, who has rushed the Barmy Cinder. It will be the Tiamat for Sion instead. A more traditional item for the Jarvan.
And even more so, then Hacker gets all of those creeps in the mid lane. He's like, yes, I'm rich.
Both junglers will be able to hit level 6. Dieko as well as Hacker holding on to their ultimates. We'll have to see which part of the map they decide to make an impact towards. Bottom lane, it's a slight CS lead for SMLZ, but as we've mentioned already, Banana Fish and Brain were able to get first blood down there.
Kind of speaking to this question of, where do each of these teams hit where and when on the map, OMG have a lot more flexibility in kind of the choices that they make because they have a lot more hard CC and kill pressure in multiple lanes. Icon's got 2 kills up on the Syndra. Naturally, she has incredible burst as well as hard CC. You have the bottom lane between Thresh and Varus. There's a lot of hard CC there, and then you put a Gragas on top of that. Whereas Suning pretty much have just bottom lane. Like, maybe you can get something going top lane. It's still going to be relatively hard to kill Jarvan. He's got his flag and drag. He has his flash. And you're just a Sejuani and a Poppy. So in that 2v2 matchup, it's rather volatile if both junglers show up. And I feel like this makes Suning very telegraphed. And that OMG should just have a superior read and outmaneuver them.
And a 2-kill lead for Icon is a massive lead in this matchup, especially since we'll see Fen go towards that Hex Drinker very early on Corki. Already has the components, delaying his Trinity Force even more. And Icon with the Sork Boots already is going to be able to punish him quite hard in this lane. However, there is a slight lull in the action between the two teams. Blue buff will be donated to both mid laners.
And with the blue buff being taken off the table for both mid laners, there's less priority to be elsewhere on the map, which means everyone can actually focus on the bottom lane. And that's the X factor here for Suning. They know that Dieko and Icon are both making their way down here.
And that's a flash anyway. Banana Fish will be able to sidestep that. Brain gets locked up, pops the ultimate, takes some damage, but Suning are able to disengage, and that's a big force from OMG.
They did burn the ultimate off of Alistar, so at least they get something. This is dangerous.
Icon getting a jumped on here by Hacker. Fen tanks at the turret, but Valk's on his head. Will be able to pick up a return kill. Icon's ultimate, not enough to take him down.
Hold on, though. Dieko appearing behind them, and Xiong has flash. He can flash Cat.
There is flash for Fen as well. Let's see what happens. Dieko throws up the ultimate, knocks him back deeper in towards the base of Suning, holds on to his flash. Well, and OMG don't get anything but a summoner spell.
Okay, Suning, well done. You replace 50% of your roster, but your strengths are maintained. It's how they play around the information that they acquire with their vision. They spot out Icon and Dieko on the top side of the map and then place a trap catching Icon when he takes the short route back into the lane, punishing that greed, punishing his aggression.
And so far, good news from Banana Fish's Brain. They're able to pick up first blood in a 2-on-2, as well as evade a couple of ganks thrown their way by OMG. Since losses looked fairly good for now, and 10 minutes in, dead even in gold with OMG.
It also helps put Corki at a much better spot. Now he's got his Hex Drinker you were talking about, so a lot more safety in that 1v1. See if they could time a package with maybe a blue lane or a bot lane play, and they also have TP advantage. LZ's TP is just about to come up, where Xiang used his mid lane to no avail.
So last time we saw these two teams face off, Roscoe, and it was a very long fight between the two because both of them had difficulties closing out the game. Curious to see, with this new roster for Suning, does that change if they're able to pick up a victory here over OMG because they've cleaned up their execution in the end game?
I mean, it could be the case. It's hard for me to say, though. It felt like Yoon was really kind of the dynamic playmaker for Suning's roster. And without him, I can't imagine that they would have the same level of coordination.
Hooks on bottom lane, though. They lock down the Kalista. Tons of damage landing on towards Banana Fish. And now Brain is in trouble. OMG's bottom lane get their just desserts. So they will pick up one. They're chasing for the second. Heals being popped and double kill for SMLZ.
And that is much more what I expected, but now mid.
Meanwhile, Icon's going to flash onto Fen, throws out the ultimate. The Hextrigger will tank some of it, but Jekko's just tanking the turret as well. Icon gets another one, and it's blown the game wide open.
I was just going to say, Suning, you had your miracle run. You had your 11 minutes where it looked like you were fighting back, that you had a chance in this game, and then suddenly OMG, remember, all right, we're OMG. We're the #1 team in Group B, and our laners are just better than you.
And with that, they're now 1,500 gold up. But let's take a look at that mid lane. Jekko able to interrupt the Valkyrie.
Yeah, the mechanical outplay, catching him there with the belly bop, and then just right into Icon's waiting hands.
And despite the Hextrigger being picked up, they're still able to pick up that kill in a 2-on-2, pushing Icon further and further ahead. Lost Chapter has been picked up. The components of the components for the Trinity Force only for Fen.
He's kind of got the KFC variety bucket, you know, looking for the coal. He's got, what, 3 creeps before that's completed, going for the defensive Hexdrinker because Icon got those early 2 kills. Corki is just in a very scary spot right now. And with Icon having so much control over the most pivotal point in the map, this pick composition from OMG puts so much pressure on this guy, Brain. He needs to have the vision so Syndra and Thresh can't catch them.
They do go for an initiation, flashing for this one as well. They lock down SMLZ. That'll be an easy kill for Suning in the bottom lane.
Now here's a question. Suning technically have a 10-man roster. They have positions or rotating positions for every single role in the team. I've seen Fury and Yoon, and yes, that's a pretty classic Kalista and Thresh play, but make that exact same play multiple times. How they play with Fog of War, how they play with denying information to catch the jump on people like this. I'm not saying that I know for certain, but that looks like they've been scrimming in-house with their 2 rosters.
Does look like that. Banana Fish and Brain able to put on a clinic in the bottom lane there with that play. Gives them the first turret of the match and equalizes the gold, but still a turret in hand for OMG to take.
Trying to ramp up the tempo. They don't want to sit in these lane phase. It makes sense. They spike really hard for mid-game between Kalista and Corki. So I would say for Suning, keep rotating around your bottom lane, keep getting this global gold, and finding those mid-game breakpoints.
Yep, they're stopping the bleeding. OMG have delivered so far and trying to hold their own in this game.
Valk's
gonna
down.
Valk in, and he gets hooked up by 5 instantly. Jekko will try and knock him back into the team. He takes way too much damage, but the Hextrigger is saving his life. Icon finally gets the one, but Jekko in trouble. Hacker flashes for the kill. We have a Poppy coming into the mix as well, who will slam the hammer down and force to retreat as a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane.
And now, again, the bleeding has been controlled by OMG. With the TP discrepancy now in OMG's favor, they can go back to playing passively in their lanes, knowing that they have the map advantage for bottom lane.
And Fen still holding on to his teleport in the mid lane. Can match Seong if he has to. Big creep wave in the bottom side of the map as well for Suning to pick up. Banana Fish has fallen about 17 CS behind the Varus, but already got her first item.
My big concern still is still for Fen. He's been sitting on coal. It was at 3. What? No, now it's 19.
Should be on 15.
Yeah, it's just he needs to complete that.
Well, it won't be too long, and he's still waiting to pick up his Trinity Force, sitting on a Sheen at the moment. The Hexdrinker is a crucial item for Corki to pick up into the Syndra matchup. Will negate a lot of the damage coming out from Syndra's ultimate. And as we see just then, almost saved his life a couple of times. But a lot of mid lane focus coming out from OMG in this match.
I do want to quickly point this out, though. For all of you who play it solo queue, check out what 5 and SMLZ are doing right now. They're not freezing the wave and pulling it back and just isolating farm for SMLZ. They're constantly pushing the bottom lane forward, constantly drawing pressure to force someone from Suning to respond to them so they can't get a massive numbers advantage elsewhere.
And that someone is going to be LZ as Suning make the first rotation of this game, sending their AD carrying support towards top side of the map. OMG will spot this out and do the exact same thing. They'll send SMLZ and 5 towards top side with Jarvan still split pushed against LZ. And Sion's done fine on this game. He's got his Black Cleaver picked up into the Sunfire Cape as well as Ninja Tabbies. And he should be able to shred through this Poppy quite easily now.
Yeah, but speaking of shred, SMLZ has this completed Infinity Edge.
Whew. And normally, Blade of the Rune King users like Kalista get that very early item power spike due to how cheap it is. Infinity Edge, however, expensive item to match that. Quite a feat. It's also one of the few times we see Varus go for the Infinity Edge over the Blade of the Ruin King.
So looking for a very late game oriented build. It makes sense. OMG have correct bridging patterns in other champions like the Syndra to take over the mid game, but this is, that's not looking good.
Yeah, these two just want to fight. LZ and Sion going at it. That's 2 tanks going for a brawl. LZ gets the upper hand and we'll send Java back to base.
But Jarvan has the dueling items.
And he's not going too well for him so far. Popper doing fantastic in that lane, and he's a kill down. Meanwhile, Asmins and 5 will get position on this turret and chunk it down quite a bit, but HaKKR jumps over the wall and throws out his ultimate, locking down 5, and suddenly an Alistar is in your face. Flashes forward, wants to knock him back, but 5 will follow. Gets a heal from SMLZ to stay alive, and OMG disengaged successfully.
Something that I really want to point out to OMG was the confidence of which Jaco held the cask. The communication from 5, I'm okay, you don't need to burn it defensively, we can use it offensively.
And with these big cooldowns down, they will rotate Icon towards top side of the map and take a free turret for themselves. Jekko stands and positions himself against the team. There is packet for Fem but without any other ultimates. Suning do not engage.
And reminder, it was Suning who put the pressure. You know, they broke the first tower. They got the tempo advantage to try to answer this and get this started, but it's OMG who beat them to the punch.
However, it's only a 700 gold lead for OMG. That should be from the two kill difference. The game at the moment. Fen still holding on to the package, looking to try and make a play on the bottom side of the map, but that will expire and he uses it to get back into the mid lane. He's still sitting on the components of his Trinity Force. Has completed his cull, however.
Hope it's alive.
That item has cashed in. Meanwhile, across of him, Icon, Morel, Nomicon complete already with Boots 2 as well as a needlessly large rod picked up.
He's just got a lot of slapping power. That's Icon right now. He wants to press R on people.
Good damage from him and should be able to take someone from sitting down if they get caught out of position. Wave is shoved back towards top side of the map, but they still keep SMLZ as well as 5 on the top side.
Should be noted, though, that we do have very important level differences right now. The fact that Icon, he's over level 11, so he's got the 2 points in his R, and Sejuani for HaKKR.
And speaking of Icon, he gets jumped on here, and good knockback from Icon will send HaKKR back to the base.
Whereas someone like Jaco, he's still waiting on that cooldown. He's only got 1 point in his ultimate right now because he's only level 10. So it's a very volatile point in the game where OMG actually just want to hunker down and farm a little bit to their next break points in terms of level, whereas Suning are prepared right now.
Well, they're just able to catch back up in terms of experience. Jekko will be able to rank up his ultimate here, and they're making a play towards the Rift Herald. Suning are moving towards the river, but are sweeping out wards here. Let's see if OMG are fast enough to sneak this one under their nose.
They have the cast, so they'd be able to disengage even if Suning got close enough to fight. Good sidestep from HaKKR, though.
And they get it. 5 was looking to try and force an initiation, but as you mentioned, HaKKR's able to sidestep that one. Does give Fen time to go back to base and pick up a Trinity Force for himself, so the first item power spike for Corki is complete. And it's just going to get harder and harder to deal with this man as the game progresses. However, Icon, his second penetration item has been picked up in the form of a Haunting Guise.
Hold on, though. A trap is being set up.
They're going to try and lock down SMLZ. They jump on towards 5. SMLZ will take a Dark Passage back and flash out of the fight. Pose down his ultimate and teleports are coming in. 5 is the first casualty, and Suning get a successful pick in the mid lane.
And 5 dies for SMLZ's sins. Wants to be overextended, wants to farm without the proper vision.
Life of a Thresh, really, Froskerin. Life of a Thresh.
I will compliment SMLZ by using the nice flash.
However, Suning are going for another initiation here. Icon forced to use his Ghost, returns good damage onto HaKKR. And, is that Brain popping his ultimate there for no reason, just stomping around?
Mate, people are popping a lot of things for no reason. Icon's ghosting everywhere. And, like, it makes sense why Icon would ghost there because he wants to try to catch someone off guard. But ultimately, you need to take a step back. Like, this is a 3v5, 3v4 possibly. Why do you think you're going to get a kill there?
But gold is now dead even between Suning and OMG. 20 minutes into this match, both teams have made quite good proactive plays here, and he hasn't popped his ultimate. That just looks to be like a visual bug here.
He's got a nice little fence, though.
And the Mukau fence, keeping him caged almost.
Can't cage the Alistar.
No, when he's caged, you can't milk those either, which is a little bit unfortunate. But Brain is going to continue stomping around the river. They do spot out OMG with quite a few wards placed down in their brush. Icon picks up a blue buff for himself, and a dragon has been started by Suning. Will be a Cloud Dragon here, and HaKKR should be able to secure this one. Picked up by Suning. Jekko looked like he wanted to contest, but just had a Dark Passage for safety.
And frankly, there's no reason for OMG to walk blind into that. Suning did a better job of acquiring vision, but ultimately it was just a Cloud Dragon. And what OMG gained in response was farm time for Xiang. It's been him off into the side lanes, it's been him farming the jungle, and trying to get more of those resistance items completed.
And we've already mentioned that these two teams have a lot of pick potential, especially with Kalista as well as Alistar. The damage from a Corki, the CC from a Poppy as well as Juani, whereas OMG, the lockdown of their tank top lane as well as jungler, and the pick potential of Icon, SMLZ, and 5. Is that what we're going to continue to see? as Riftel just casually charges mid lane for a free turret there. Banana Fish will try and take this one down. But are we going to just continue seeing these picks after picks? Because that's all we've seen for these two teams so far.
Like I said, it's just a really punishing playstyle in the LPL in particular because our vision game is fairly weak, especially when you look towards the lower end of a lot of these teams. Now, Suning have done a better job than most, and I'm actually quite impressed, especially with how they've adjusted their roster. You know, changing up supports, usually that's going to massively impact your vision game, but good on Hacker to compensate for that, and good on Brian for fitting in. Excuse me, Brain. Why is he named Brain?
He is the brain.
I have questions. Where's Pinky? What are they doing tonight?
Why is he called Banana Fish? That should be my name.
Ba, ba, ba-da-da.
Meanwhile, Fun picks up a blue buff for himself. We can see Banana Fish has gone back to base and got a QSS nice and early, sticking to the double daggers for now. Hurricane should be his next item of choice, whereas SMLZ, static shiv complete on the Varus.
Yeah, that feels bad. That feels bad when you look at Blade of the Ruined King QSS. You're like, man, I'm ready. Oh god, he's got a static shiv and an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, SMLZ is on fire. He's looking to take another turret for OMG. They're only 1,000 gold up, but have a massive turret lead, and this seems to be where Suning are faltering, so to speak, but they try and start a very risky Baron here.
Is it risky? Because they have the vision control of the area, the ping finally goes down, but two members of OMG are bottom.
Yeah, LZ actually knocks SMLZ away. 5 is trying to keep him occupied inside of this
He has flash.
death ball here. He will flash over the fat part of the wall and tries to get back to safety. Meanwhile, however, OMG starting a fight over here. Icon gets locked down and flashed on by the Corki. Big pulverize coming out from the Alistar as well. Deco's the next one to fall, and immediately LZ teleports into the fight, and they look to try and take a Baron.
And again, they have a Callista, which means OMG, Xiong's actually trying to teleport back into this fight. They have to fight them. They have to kill them. They have to get them off the Baron.
This is the last stand from OMG. Fun Valks out of the hook. 5 goes into the pit. Brain's the first to fall, but Baron has been ripped out by the Callista. Now Suning look for a fight. Banana Fish into the back lines. He takes down the Varus, who was on a double kill. 5 is forced to flash out, and Siang is left to retreat. Big play coming out of Suning.
And again, OMG are punished for their arrogance. The fact that SMLZ is bottom, that he wants to prioritize the farm, that he wants to punish the Corki. Suning like, you know what? That's fine. We'll take the multiple resources. We know you don't have vision control over Baron, and even if you do, we have the Callista. They make the superior macro play and topple one of the top teams in the LPL.
Well, here was the start of that Baron fight here, FLICKR, and it was 2 fights. This was the first part.
And again, notice on the map the fact that Varus and Thresh are just hoofing it up into the top lane. Suning correctly make the call, all disengage off of the Baron, and take down Icon. Now Xiang's going to try to teleport back into the fight, be full health, and they're going to try to 3v5 this with the Baron health advantage. But Suning, again, make the correct call in a high-pressure situation. They've moved to the back of the pit, secure the Baron, then turn and fight, creating so much space for Banana Fish that he feels confident enough to flash forward.
Big micro play by LZ as well. That was able to cancel out the flag and drag from Siang. That got Banana Fish into the back lines, and he picked up those amazing kills there. Now, Suning, they're just under 2,000 gold ahead of OMG.
And this is huge credit to Suning's training staff, the support staff behind them. The fact that they can have 2 different rosters in every single position and consistently play the same way, make intelligent macro choices coming out of the LSPL is frankly just impressive.
And is this, you know, I don't know what the right way to phrase this is, but poor form from OMG here, because they're up against a 5th place team in Group B, and they're currently sitting top of the group trying to make a run for Worlds.
It's also the fact that, again, it's kind of that arrogance in their lane matchups. You know, it's Syndra into Corki, and so Icon probably feels strong there, but Corki also has great ways to itemize against her, and if the Syndra ever falls behind, you're in a tank meta. Who are you going to kill? Who are her viable targets here? The only person she wants is Callista.
Well, let's see if OMG are able to pull this game back. They're still posturing very aggressively against Suning, trying to pick a fight.
But it's things like this where OMG will kind of gamble on the fact that they can outplay, that they can get the advantage, they can maintain the edge and then exploit or cut you down with it. But when they don't get that, when it is an even game, when they are outthought, then they have to kind of play from a comp deficit in a sense. Like, I understand what they're doing with their comp. I like pick comps into the LPL, but there's just little factors.
Well, Suning have picked up a 1,000 gold lead with the Baron buff so far, and still about a quarter of the Baron buff to work with. Yet to break any turrets, and they're a turret behind OMG even after the Baron take. So still having a lot of problems pushing into these objectives, Frostgrid.
It's mid-range 80 carries, Corki and Callista. Even if you have two of them, it's still rather terrifying to approach these structures. But mid lane will finally fall.
That will fall. Suning picked that one up. Still no static shift or rapid fire cannon complete for the Corki. Instead, he's gone for a BF sword nice and early.
Trying to go directly for that big power rush. In fact, wow, he just straight up upgraded it.
Woo! Infinity Edge just sits on the Curtius shard of his Zeal item.
Yeah, no problem. Two most expensive items in the game. I got this.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Meanwhile, they get an initiation going on towards Sion. They throw out the ultimate and the kitchen sink as well to try and lock him down, but he simply flags and drags away.
You know, we had questions for Suning. Making this late season roster adjustments was them, looking past OMG, looking past their chance at Worlds and just saying, you know what? Development time. We're gonna grind it through. We're gonna get everyone experience. We're gonna figure out what the best roster is for long-term form, or maybe something's been happening in scrims. Maybe these guys are just playing better. And right now, Suning look on fire.
Well, potentially both now, Frost. We have to make the question. This is a late playoff from, as well as how they want to develop the roster later on in the next few seasons of the LPL.
Why not both?
They're trying to initiate again. They collapse on towards Sion, but big initiation from Jekko knocks Corki back into the team. He's already taking a lot of damage, but Banana Fish gets so many spears onto this Greg as it will take him down first. LZ teleports into the fight, but he almost instantly falls, jumps back in, flashed over a wall, tries to send them back to base, but FLICKR gets another kill. Look at SMLZ just hammering down towards Hacker, but it's Icon that shuts down the Kalista, and OMG turn around the team fight.
Caster Curse, Icon Syndra gets a hold of the one target that he wants.
Ooh, and almost done Fin as well, who Valks away from that. OMG now going to be able to pressure a couple of turrets. Teleport into the bottom lane from Sion to pressure that inner turret, as well as 3 members of OMG pushing for mid lane inner.
And suddenly, Suning got the Baron, but they lose all of the tempo and advantage, as well as the gold lead with that second tower falling in the bottom. And they're not done.
Yeah, they're not stopping. OMG are definitely looking to push through here. Minions are all down, so they're going to deal less damage to this turret, but SMLZ hurts. Meanwhile, Sion jumps on in as well, trying to deter Hacker from moving forward. That turret has been bruised. Let's see if OMG can knock it down later.
Spoke a little bit too soon. I thought that for sure Xiang would commit to the bottom tower, give them the true gold lead, but actually Suning just retain it by a hair.
Ooh, but Fen gets flashed on by 5. Doesn't get the hook, but doesn't matter. He'll get taken down. SMLZ has to be a bit careful, though.
That is damage you need to respect. The Infinity Edge as well as the Trinity Force are complete.
He's even got Lord Dominic regards for himself. SMLZ is definitely far ahead here. Banana Fish just completed her Hurricane, or his Hurricane, I should say. And now sitting on a Phage.
Looking for a bit more of the utility. I mean, we've got such a meaty tank line in front of you, and you also have that much burst damage that can come out of Fin's Corki.
But one play from OMG, and now they're snowballing in towards Suning's base. This is the team that started a Baron, picked up a fight, and got the Baron as well. Now they're being bullied around by OMG, who are 2,000 gold ahead. Hook is onto LZ, but it will be Suning that wants to initiate. Hacker goes in, but that's the support who is still well and truly healthy. LZ, however, is dead. SMLZ gets that. QSS is used by Banana Fish. There's a great hook comes out from 5, even pulling back Brain.
That's the thing. 5 has just absorbed so many crucial resources of Suning. Multiple ultimates, multiple engages, and he gets the QSS proc from Banana Fish. This guy was a one-trick Thresh player. He's recently diversified his champion pool, but he's showing why you can never give him this champion.
I mean, usually Thresh is not a good pick to Calista because of all that mobility. 5 shows right there. If you thread the needle right enough, you're able to hook anyone. Fen now has the package, and Suning have not played around the passive of Corki at all this game. He's just been burning it to clear waves.
I mean, frankly, they haven't played around Fin very well. He looks a little bit out of sorts. Again, he is an assassin player, so his playstyle and his MO are typically doing things himself anyway, creating pressure resources, looking for 1v1 duels. So it makes a bit of sense, even with the roster adjustments that they've made.
So we have a couple of major item pickups for both teams. Sion has his double health stacking item of the Black Cleaver, as well as Titanic Hydra, and now Gargoyle Stoneplate complete. Same for the jungle. Jekko will go for his jungle item, Gargoyle Stoneplate, and has a Knight's Vow as well.
Yeah, and with those 2 Stones plates, as well as the Knight's Vow, suddenly OMG just got much tankier. We saw the last team fight that Suning kind of won at the beginning. It was simply because the tank line threatened and forced OMG back before they made their counterplay. Now with these 3 crucial item pickups, that's not the case. OMG's front line is just as tanky, if not more, depending on how they stack those cooldowns.
And as much as it's difficult for Icon to take down one target, he now has a Void Staff, so we'll be able to shred through both LZ as well as Hacker and a bit of Brain as well. On top of that, SMLZ looking towards a
Good
QSS.
flank position, though.
Now let's see if they go in. Instead, they lock down Icon, who's forced to flash over the wall. Will be Hacker that jumps over, locks him down. A good double stun, and OMG retreat to defend their mid laner. Now the chase is on. Ghost has been burnt by the Syndra. LZ is pushed out of the fight, and Suning are into a choke. 5, hook is on towards the Sejuani. Will get knocked back. Jekko wants to jump in. Gargoyle Stone Plate used by Sedge to try and keep herself alive, and Brain goes in for a big knocker. However, Suning's jungler is forcing himself out of the fight. LZ goes down first. Banana Fish throws in Brain, but OMG are standing strong and delivering against Suning here. Siang back in. Banana Fish trying to kite back. QSS flashed away. Funfun immediately jumps in, gets one, but gets taken down. SMLZ gets sniped off from the back lines as Icon gets another kill for himself. And OMG now have to retreat because suddenly Suning have turned this one around. Banana Fish is still up, and 5 is running away from the fight.
And the Baron is right there with Hacker almost completely full health. Look at how much Warmogs and the... Oh my god! He's full health again!
Disgusting item, disgusting champion, and Suning looking to try and take this Baron buff down. The second Baron of the game. The gold has been equalized once again, and it's up to 5 to try and get a cheeky steal off here because cooldowns are way too high.
And again, it's the same thing that punishes OMG time and time again. The Sejuani ultimate completely whiffed the Syndra, but Syndra charges forward anyway, even when OMG kind of backed up like, so Icon, are you okay? Are you sure you can do this? Look at this. Icon's caught out. He's going to go over the wall. This Sejuani ultimate flies off. They fall back to Icon to protect him, and he's like, no, Ghost, we're going. We're chasing. And they chase into this choke point, and it looks so good. That's a massive cooldown down with the Sejuani ultimate there, so it makes sense. OMG, they want to fight right now, but where Sejuani uses the Gargoyle Stone Plate, OMG are going to do a very similar thing. They're going to stack all of their stone plates up as they continue to chase into this, and Finfin's going to be the real hero. He's going to hide in the wolf camp and then find a beautiful flank and just annihilate them with damage.
Goes at the perfect time as well. Right as Brain gets the massive crowd control. He'll sacrifice his life, but allows Banana Fish to do exactly this. Hop, skip, and jump forward and throw spears into absolutely everyone.
And that's the thing. There's no reason for OMG to chase like that. As soon as your cooldowns are burned, just disengage.
And we're complimenting OMG. You know, they faltered, but they pulled themselves back into the game. And now, once again, 1,000 gold behind up against a Baron buff. This is where they were able to pull the game back for themselves about 10 minutes ago. Now the question is, can they do it twice? Suning will be once bitten, twice shy.
Just kind of, it feels like they get overzealous. That, you know, have you ever played, you know, fives with people and you're just like, let's kill them. Let's just dunk on these kids.
Yes, every game I play with Rusty.
Exactly. You get the momentum, the hype behind you. There's just adrenaline pulsing in your eardrums. That's what OMG happened. And then they lose a fight like, come on, guys. Play serious.
Well, Banana Fish has gone back to base, picked up a Black Cleaver for the Callista with a BF sword to boot. Meanwhile, Corki is getting stronger and stronger. Static Shift is complete and looking for the rapid fire cannon next. On the flip side, SMLZ still sitting on the same items. Bilgewater Cutlass as well as that QSS.
Needs to still be very careful about sieging these structures, though. They do have dual ADC, so it helps when they get to early rotations like this and just obliterate them. But if they ever march 5v5 into OMG, still a lot of respect given. The reach of Syndra, the power of the cask.
Now we'll have to see if Suning can get another turret for himself.
This would be clever.
Inner has been taken down. LZ charged up the ultimate, decides to cancel it. Hacker will take some damage, but charges away from the fight. And still a minute and 15 seconds left on Baron. Hasn't been a big power play for them just yet, but they're being very patient with this buff.
They also have the top wave pushing for them, so they don't just have to sit mid lane. They can be patient, they can be clever about how they're managing all of their side waves.
Big teleport coming from Funfun. He just picked up the package. This could be the big play that Suning need around their mid laner. Does get spotted out, and they know he's going to come in to deliver a package, and OMG are huddling around this turret, trying to see if they can initiate, actually. They jump into Hacker, who charges away. Ultimate used by SMLZ to lock down Banana Fish, but Suning just simply disengaged, not burning anything so far.
It was 2 ultimates used, the Cataclysm as well as the Chains of Corruption, but the big thing that Finfin's scared of is Icon Scatter the Weak. If he comes in and Syndra finds him,
it's going to be lights out for the Corki. However, Suning continues to push down this mid lane. It will be Brain that pops the Righteous Glory and charges towards OMG. Hacker jumps in with the ultimate, locking down Sion. Dark Passions is there for to get him back to safety, and Hook is on. Great use of the W from Poppy to stop Jarvan jumping in, and a full-blown fight breaks out. Banana Fish as well as Funfun still healthy in the backlines. Poppy charging up the ultimate, but Icon has sniped up the AD carry, and OMG are now going forward. Funfun locked down by Sion. 5 flashes on his face and delivers a Varus into into the Corki. 2 kills picked up by OMG.
Both mid laners decided to go hero, but it was Icon that went bigger. He found the AD carry, and Fin cost himself his life.
They've discovered the secret, FLICKR. Give them the Baron and we will win anyway. I don't know how they've done it, but twice in a row, OMG find a way back into the game after Suning pick up a team fight and a Baron.
That's the game plan that just like, you see, if we give them the Baron, they'll run face first into us.
We can't throw it, Baron, if they do it for us anyway. I don't quite know how that's working, but OMG have somehow dug their way back into the game once again. Still a little bit behind, but when you're 65,000 gold into a match, 1,000 to 2,000 gold is pretty much irrelevant at this point.
And then when you're just the superior team with veteran experience, you've been together longer, you're just going to win out in these big, heavy, back and forth skirmishes. And that's what's been the turn for OMG this game.
So OMG will be able to pick up an inhibitor for themselves in the mid lane. They back up towards their base. Still, as you mentioned, a bit behind. The game is definitely dead even.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, as much of credit that I'm giving to OMG, and they are playing these fights incredibly well, they're still not out of the woodwork yet. They still have, you know, a gold deficit to their name, and they're still punching up and trying to fight out. As we take another look at this team fight, it's mostly going to come down to cooldown coordination. Huge play from Jaco right there to find multiple CC and a great cast. And this is where things go really sideways. Fin tries to find the assassination, unfortunately overextends for it, and gets immediately punished.
Icon as well with the great assassination on towards Banana Fish. Obliterates him and removes him from the fight. In fact, Banana Fish has gone back to base and picked up a Guardian Angel for himself.
We're getting a bit more defensive.
A bit?
Yeah. We also have a Blade of the Rune King finally completed for SMLZ, so tank shred on all sides. This is going to come down to execution, and these are my favorite type of games. And as I was saying, yes, OMG, they're not out of the woods yet, but they have the experience. The first team in Group B, this roster have been together much longer than Suning's roster. They're known for their big, brawling, 5v5 team fighting potential, and they're in a tank meta with the superior AD carry. Now, I like what Banana Fish has been putting down, but he's still looking across from SMLZ.
Suning are trying to cut OMG out of their base here, making a run down mid. Icon's going to get locked down by Hacker, and this could be a big play for them. They send in Brain as well, double knock up, and Icon's going nowhere. Fen gets the pick.
And if Suning beat OMG, this is how they do it. On superior macro plays, calling out OMG's hubris. You know, that pride, that they can outplay you, that they can find kind of the cheeky answer, that crack in the armor, and then executing on it.
It almost feels like Suning are the one that are utilizing their pick comp quite effectively so far in this match. Now, Icon's dead for another 35 seconds as Suning are pushing in towards the mid lane inhibitor turret. Banana Fish not going to get knocked back by Jaco, and it will be Suning to start a fight. They're going for it. Fenfen's in the back line, and SMLZ gets destroyed by Banana Fish. Cataclysm can only keep them here for so long as the rest of OMG retreat towards their nexus.
And now let's sing the praises of LZ. That was a massive Poppy ultimate that removed the tanks and exposed Varus. They're looking for the end.
They're trying to finish this game. Icon's back up in 10 seconds. Let's see if Suning can do it. It's a big risk, but a lot of reward to go back behind it. Sion and Jaco incredibly low. LZ tackles the Gragas and Brain piles on in. Banana Fish with another kill. Icon is back up. Knocks back Hacker as well as the Callista. Second Nexus turret is dead. Only the Nexus is left up for Suning, and they are hammering away at it. Icon is flashing onto Fenfen, who's still alive, and Suning have done it. They take game number 1 over OMG.
A Hail Mary roster swap. Week 9, the playoff dream isn't dead for Suning, but they have to win every single match. They look down the barrel of the top team in Group B and pull the trigger.
And this is where it starts as well. OMG at the same time, they're only a single game ahead of RNG at the moment, sitting at 9-3. RNG are 9-5. They need these victories as well to stay on top. If not, they face the chance of being pushed out of that top spot. Joining us back after that game is going to be Zach Rusty Pie. How are you doing? How did you find watching that game, Rusty?
I went to the toilet quickly. I was like, oh, we've got another 5 minutes left, and I almost had to run back onto the Desi Fish. I didn't actually expect Suning Gaming to win. I didn't have the pleasure of seeing how they did it at the very end, as I did go to the bathroom.
It was a pick on Icon. Like, classic way, if OMG are ever going to fall, it's because they get overconfident. They think that they can find a pick. They think that they can make the superior 1v1 duel. They don't pay attention to vision. They walk into a trap, and the jaws close.
And this goal graph is legitimately just dubstepping everywhere. It can't make its mind up. Both teams were winning, both teams were losing. There was no one that looked more solid than the other. I would say the difference here is that OMG Honestly, they came in with star power as the one defining factor. SMLZ, Icon, they would win them team fights where otherwise Suning Gaming were arguably just making better decisions. And that's something that OMG need to look to fix and can fix, because Suning Gaming can't get that star power. It's not something that you can trade off.
At the same time, one of the big questions we had going into that first game was, has this swap of more than 50% of the roster for Suning, shorten up their weakness of being able to close out games? And I think that last team fight kind of answered that. They got a pick onto Icon and say, that's it, we're going to win the game off that pick, and they did just that.
I mean, they make good calls.
Yeah, credit where credit is due. Suning have always had a very strong early game. What iteration of the roster hasn't changed that? But the fact that they had so much more confidence closing, the fact that Icon walked immediately into Hacker, Hacker knew to be there to start sweeping out or setting up side flanking vision so they could push far down to try to siege up that inhib. It's just the preparation, moving the chains, very methodical, very clean from Suning.
And it's actually very impressive to watch from them because of all the roster swaps that you mentioned. And I would actually imagine that, of course, when you have a 10-man roster, they'll play against each other quite frequently. It did feel like the bringing in Banana Fish and Brain felt like it was Fury and Yoon anyway, in that respect, that they were able to use the Kalista combo nicely. And when you think about it, maybe the one difference was the Tahm Kench is now an Alistar, but the Kalista was just as good.
And that's a lot of high praise and high compliments to Banana Fish and Brain, because Fury and Yoon are hard to replace. They are a very stable and strong bot lane in the LPL.
Yep, but Banana Fish and Brain were able to take it to SML and ZM5. Those two had good games as well, but unfortunately wasn't enough to bring to give OMG the victory. Another new member for the roster of Suning was going to be LZ in the top lane. We didn't see too much from him. He was 0-4-1, I believe, until that second Baron take. But in this last team fight, he did fantastic. There was the pick onto Icon, and that's what Suning did to win the game.
And there's that fire from Fen. The fact that they make a pick like that, they chain CC it perfectly, and Icon doesn't even get a chance to react. And then from there, knowing that they had just won the game.
We mentioned it just before the set started that perhaps Fen's starting to crop up as the new version of Icon. We're seeing a lot of aggressive Chinese players coming about in the LPL, and it felt like Icon was the first iteration of it all coming back. Well, this is definitely one of the new age mid laners that we're starting to see really good things from. And even in that team fight that happened near their blue buff where he died, the damage that he did was correct, the timing of it was correct, and what he does for his team is actually still so much work for them to get them the victory, where he's a mid laner with presence, and that presence is always a threat to the side of OMG, and that is what made a big part of their pick composition very difficult. As an example, having the package, teleporting, being able to get around the map.
And Hacker's going to be able to pick up MVP of that match. 3-1-10 got the final pick onto Icon that started a great team fight for Suning. He had a great game all round, Hacker.
Warmogs.
He regened so much health and allowed so many of those Barons because Sejuani was like, oh yeah, she's 50. Oh god, she's 100% HP again.
In my professional opinion, Warmogs is the difference.
Busted item.
They should not have been able to get that Baron. They should not have been able to do all these crazy things, but they can have all the nice things in the world thanks to health regen.
But they were rusty, and I mean, OMG put up a valiant effort of fighting back both Barons. Both times round, Suning picked up a Baron, OMG fight back. They take an inhibitor turret, then an inhibitor for it. However, Suning did close out the game, and it was off of that one pick as we've been harping on.
And it was multiple picks as well. Like, yes, it was that one pick that closed the game, but it was smarter macro decisions from Suning. They got 2 Barons, they made multiple picks, and they pretty much would only lose, I would say, maybe 2 to 3 5v5s. Otherwise, they were making superior tempo calls, had an idea, had a game plan, and then executed on it better. My question is, how do OMG adjust? Like, we've seen OMG do this before where they're a bit disrespectful. Can Suning back-to-back take down OMG, or will OMG take off the gloves?
I mean, last time we saw these two teams fight off, went to all 3 games. To find out if we're going to do that, we're going to go to a quick break first. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a bit.
Stay true to me. myself. This ain't not for me. What do you want from me? This ain't not for me. I can only be myself. And this ain't not for me. What do you want from me? Only be myself. And this ain't not for me. And I can only be myself. Well, I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be. So I stay true to me. Oh, well, I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be. So I stay true to me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We just witnessed game number 1 between Suning and OMG, and Suning, with a completely changed roster, were able to take the game to OMG. It was back and forth all the way, but they got the final pick as well as the final team fight.
Again, credit to Suning. They played a very strong macro game. They made better advantageous picks, and they capitalized on them stronger. They deserve the win. Now, my question is, what type of form will OMG come into game number 2? Because I feel like that was OMG still being a bit disrespectful, you know, overreaching, trying to flex on some kids, and if the gloves are going to come off and if OMG are going to tighten up, or if they're going to continue down this rabbit hole.
And Raz is big on LSPL names. He knows Banana Fish, and when they didn't actually get rid of the Callista or attack his AD carry pool, I noticed a message that was like, they're not getting rid of it. They've either not done research, or my response was maybe they didn't care. Well, they care now if they didn't before, because a defeat like that when they should have been in the game is something that will affect them, and if that wasn't angry OMG, it will be angry OMG soon.
And reminder, it's really important for Suning to find the 2-0 here, because points are God in LPL. It comes before everything else, including head-to-head, and Suning are multiple points behind that 4th place spot. So they need to find 2-0s as well as victories.
I mean, before coming into this best of 3 series, Suning are 6 points behind LGD, so they need pretty much flawless runs if they want to try and contest LGD on points. But more importantly, they need the victories here to try and leapfrog LGD, because we've already mentioned LGD have a very tough few weeks ahead of them. They're against all the top 3 teams, whereas Suning a much easier run, especially if they can take down the number 1 seed team here today.
This is the toughest run for strength of schedule. You know, otherwise it's NewBee and JD Gaming behind them. So that's theoretically a free win. NewBee has been kind of underperforming. JD are technically on the rise, but they're still in last place in the group.
Not on the rise as much as Suning Gaming are, so relatively speaking, that will be an interesting set to see how relative those rises are actually going to be. But, I mean, game 1 against OMG, for it to be a, I'll say, fairly convincing victory in the same way that there was shakiness. I feel like what we have learnt is that OMG are the better team. They're not performing as well as Suning right now.
And we had our questions, you know, were OMG actually paying attention to this matchup? In their weeks, they're also facing RNG. So is this a case of just looking past Suning, preparing for RNG, and dropping the ball? And if so, how do you recover from that? I think I agree with you that the Callista needs to be an issue that's addressed.
And it's a Suning Gaming ban. Cassidy, I liked the ban from OMG. It means they know that Fen is a very good Cassidy player. Elise and Rumble, yes, maybe LZ is a Rumble player. The Elise, is it a necessary ban when there are so many champions right now? Are they that afraid of Hacker playing it when he said Juani looked perfectly fine? And maybe it is forcing them into a style, but remember, that was red side as well.
I mean, let's touch on LZ very quickly, because as we mentioned, we didn't see too much from him from the early to mid game. In fact, late game came around, he was still 0-4-1, only participating in one of those big kills, and it was a assist only going for him. However, he did have great teamfight presence, was able to get the steadfast presence up every single time we saw Sion try to initiate on the Jarvan, and got the big knockback in the final teamfight.
I mean, that's the thing. If you're going to show up once, might as well show up for the last team fight to make a play like that. But he basically just kept Xiong busy. You know, there was never a moment where Xiong got freed up to try to make a big play for OMG, to look for those flanking abilities or those teleports.
And there was no resources being thrown LZ's way at all. We didn't see the jungler move up there. We didn't see the mid lane go up there. In fact, Icon, as well as Jekko, made return visits to the top lane, and LZ stood his ground and was still able to take it to Xiong even when they swapped their lanes around. But thank you, Rusty, for joining us on the desk. We'll see you once this game is done. We're going back into Champion Select for game number 2 between OMG and LGD Gaming.
And surprise, surprise, Fin's Kassadin is respected. That's quite curious, though.
Are we going to see a Kalista ban? Because we did see the Cogmore banned out last time round. Let's see if it's going to follow through here. Thresh is the next ban coming out from OMG, targeting Brain here, and Kalista is the final ban from OMG. So now showing a lot more respect towards Suning's bottom lane.
I'm curious if this means that 5 will look towards the Alistar and try to deny picks away from Brain. Again, I'm very unfamiliar with what their champion pools look like for this new iteration of Suning. But yeah, I just find the Thresh ban really interesting, trying to free up 5 for something else. Maybe he looks towards his Rakan?
Final ban from Suning is going to be the Elise. So Cho'Gath left open and available. Let's see if OMG decide to pick it up.
In the LPL, we've played Cho'Gath in every single position, Fish. Like, buckle up for this flex pick. I have no idea where it's going. Now, I have my own preferences in where I like Cho'Gath. I prefer him in the mid lane. It's the shorter lane.
Oh, come on. 80 carry Cho'Gath is the best Cho'Gath.
Support show?
Oh, it's all right. 80 carry's the best, you know. Bloodthirster.
Think of how low econ it is, Fish. You don't have to buy any items as support. You get to do massive amounts of damage.
Pretty much. Let's see what LGD Gaming decide to respond with. And first up is going to be a Caitlyn, followed by an instant lock-in of the Sejuani for Hacker. He had an MVP performance last game. He's going straight back onto the exact same champion.
And the strong utility that brings. Now, Caitlyn has been nerfed, not necessarily on this patch, but on the last one. For me, she's fallen down in priority. A lot of professional players still say, though, that she is the safest and best blind pick. And we know that Banana Fish has to change it up because Kalista was taken away from him. So maybe this is just his secondary go-to, or this could have possibly also be a denial against SMLZ, which now forces him on that.
I mean, let's put it into context. This is patch 7.15. Caitlyn's going to get another round of nerfs in 7.16, addressing her Q, as well as the damage from her traps.
Can you hear that, Fish? Can you hear that tiny violin to every player who's ever laned against Caitlyn? No one cares. Go down and stay down.
However, you have to remember the importance of the last nerf they gave her.
The attack speed.
It didn't look like much, 4% to 2%, but effectively at level 18, Caitlyn is now a full Phantom Dancer worth of attack speed removed.
And what that's trying to do is make Caitlyn not a machine gun, but a sniper. We want her to be very impactful in kind of those headshots and how she plays around that initial big damage as opposed to just, you know, being the Kog'Maw, the sit and spit.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, next patch she's going to be a sniper with a paintball gun, and that doesn't do too much. Meanwhile, OMG have locked in the Twitch as well as the Rek'Sai as their next 2 picks. So that should be a flex Cho'Gath. That won't be in the jungle. That'll be top lane for now, whereas it will be Fen picking up the Rumble for LZ. This was banned out against him. Now he gets a chance to perform on the champion.
And maybe he'll perform a little bit better. We said that his Poppy, you know, we're still on the fence. We don't quite know where to slot him in terms of the ecosystem of top laners, but keeping pace with Xiong and not just falling over is impressive in itself. And now he gets to do it with the champion that was taken away, so I'm very excited.
Let's see how he does. Meanwhile, LGD Gaming ban out 2 more mid lane champions. Cassiopeia as well as LeBlanc are taken off the table. Lucian is the first ban from OMG again, targeted towards Fen.
And with Lucian taken away, it does open up space for the Cho, but it also opens up space for the Galio. We know that Galio doesn't like that matchup. Cassie's also been banned away, and there's the Corki, so Icon should be comfortable.
I mean, come on. Who likes going into a Lucian mid lane? That is just an atrocious matchup no matter who you are. I mean,
It's also a target ban away from Fen.
True. And he's going to be picking up Talia in this game, so we'll have a lot more global pressure in this match.
I just don't think... my thing about Talia is I feel like she's for me personally, my favorite mid laner because she's got massive push. She's always going to have push priority, roam priority. Her itemization is super strong. She does great sustain damage. We're in the tank meta, so you need to prioritize mid laners that are doing sustain damage versus the pick damage. Her utility, she's wonderful.
So we have a Janna pick coming out from OMG. That will be 5 champion pairing up with Twitch in the bottom lane. So you should expect the barrier summoner spell for SMLZ and heal coming out for 5. Well, let's see what they do pick up next time round. OMG did play Yasuo last time these two teams met, but it will be Orianna in the mid lane for Icon instead. And Blitzcrank locked in for Brain in the bottom lane. He wants to punish this Janna pick.
Beep, boop, move over, and it's not Yoon. So the thing is that Blitzcrank is a big pick for their other support player, which is why I feel like there are just fingerprints. Like, you can see the blueprint of Suning and their behind-stage support staff. The fact that Yoon and Brain have been talking to each other, that they value this champion, that they know what the go-to is when they see the Janna come out.
So taking a look at this, Cho'Gath against Rumble, top side of map, that's going to be a curious matchup, one I have not seen just yet. In the mid lane, however, Orianna against Taliyah. Taliyah very good at the split push. Orianna can wave clear fairly well, but doesn't like being put into a side lane.
But Orianna's just so punishing and very bullying in lane. I feel like this is up to Taliyah just to try to get early push and try to abuse that power. But I feel like Orianna's just turned the tide on them, use the ball as a zoning feature, and make their matchups fight them.
Banana Fish and Brain, though, they want to take it to SMLZ and 5 in the bottom lane. They said, you know what? You can have your barrier and heal passive bot lane. We're going to hook you and try and dumpster you as soon as possible and snowball a lead for our team. I mean, fresh into the LPL, they're not afraid of anyone right now, FLICKR.
And again, their composition has a lot of that pick potential that was so punishing against OMG in game number 1. Now, OMG certainly fell down. They tried to team up 5 with Jaco, make these roaming plays, try to make things happen, but they didn't secure the proper vision. Baron was blind multiple times. Icon was caught out trying to make side flanks. I just want to see these assets of OMG tighten up, their vision game in particular.
I mean, mechanically, OMG looked sound. They were winning their lanes by a couple of CS here and there. They were making good picks, but Suning just had the best decision-making in that match, and that's with a completely fresh roster. You've already touched on the fact that both Fen, as well as FLICKR, were the rotating two. They weren't the backbone of SNG Gaming, and they've removed that backbone and replaced it with 3 new members. So it's a big mix-up, but it definitely is clicking well so far.
And it's a very long-reaching composition. Caitlyn, Taliyah, and Equalizer. OMG need to play this perfectly.
Let's see if OMG can do just that, because now their backs are against the wall. Suning were able to pick up game number 1. This is their playoff run. They want to try and overtake LGD for that number 4 spot. OMG want to try and retain first. They're currently 9-3, and just behind them is RNG, who are 9-4. And we're getting on to the rift. Suning Gaming against OMG, game number 2.
SMLZ seems to have accomplished something.
He's got 200 of something, FLICKR, and if I could read that to you, I would, but I can't, unfortunately.
You keep failing me, Fish.
That's just all I am, FLICKR, disappointment and failures.
Okay, let's quickly touch on the heal barrier, because I see this question pop up a lot in chat. It has been kind of cropping up a little bit globally, but not as much as we've seen it in the LPL. Heal barrier makes...
I thought it was from the LPL. What?
I just say globally because I'm like, I watch so many LPL games. I don't know if this has been played elsewhere. I've seen it a couple of times in LCK, but let's just point out what this does. It is very difficult to all-in heal barrier because of how you have wind speakers there, so you have an empowered heal, and then if they grab you with the barrier, you're getting through 2 defensive summoners. But that means you want to all-win. You don't want to disengage and try to find, distance there to re-engage. You want to kind of plant your feet. And then when you time that up with the shield from Janna, as well as just the raw power from Twitch, it can get very scary. You then also have the empowered cooldown on heal, because most of the time supports take that in the masteries.
Very curious as well if 5 is going to be running gold for 10 runes from Janna. It's one of the luxuries you can do as a support that is sitting very far back, but that means you are incredibly squishy to a Blitzcrank hook. And it makes Brain's job a lot easier with Banana Fish.
Then makes the Ignite that much more valuable. So the option for Banana Fish and Brain, like you were saying, is they need to grab someone and they need to immediately pop them. So we actually take a look at the Cho'Gath changes. So 7:15 again. Now, they're just trying to down-tune his E, but I feel like the big issue still exists with Cho'Gath, and that his laning phase is so strong. It used to be that you had no comparable way to or no sure way to hit your Q because you didn't have a slow. Now that you have the slow and the E, it almost guarantees the knock-up every single time. And that's what's so punishing about Cho'Gath's lane phase right now.
And you can take a look at just that there. He was able to take down 3 minions and it healed him back up to full health. Cho'Gath's passive, every time he kills something, he's able to get health and mana return from it.
He's just got too many good things. You know, he's got assassination potential, he's a tank, he's got sustain built into his kit for his lane phase, and then he has so much utility in terms of displacement as well as a silence. These are such rare abilities in League of Legends. Think of how many champions we know in the game that have displacements alone, and then he has a silence on top of it.
Silence is one of those abilities that has gradually faded out of League of Legends. I mean, LeBlanc got hers taken away. Cassidy got his taken away as well. However, we do have a very early trip towards top side of the map. Hacker's going to dive in out towards Seyoung. Gets good damage, but doesn't lock him down. Trying to cut off his retreat path as well. Even Talia trying to make his presence felt top side of the map.
I feel you, Suning. Punish this. I am tired of Cho'Gath ruining my games and my experience.
They're gonna. Seyoung returns back into the lane. He's got to clear out these 4 minions. If not, he's in danger of being tower dive. LZ takes up the turret first. He's going to overheat. Now Hacker goes in. FLICKR jumps in, and first blood is going to be picked up. Heal used by FLICKR to save Hacker as well. Big play by SNG Gaming.
And they say, what star power? We can outperform you mechanically as well. Now that said, Seyoung put in a very difficult situation. 1v3 under the tower, but expertly communicated by Suning.
Definitely was, and now Seyoung forced to teleport back into the lane. LZ, he's on a champion that was banned out against him in game number 1. He's got his chance to flex his muscles, and he's got a kill over Seyoung as well as an entire creep wave of CS ahead of the Cho'Gath.
And now he's getting the resources, the fact that his team ganked for him. Do want to give a special shout out to FinFin, however. He made the Fofo roam. We saw this at Rift Rivals. Fofo in particular on this champion, using it to roam very early on. We're talking level 2 ganks from Atalia. That time around, I would believe it was level 3, but same concept. Using her push power to unlock early from lane and make big plays in these side waves.
Let's see if we see more from FinFin later on in the match. Meanwhile, Seyoung tops the map. You can see he's still more than happy to trade even with LZ. Despite being down in gold here, he's still doing absolutely fine. Cho'Gath's kit is very troublesome to work with. Bottom side of the map, it is going in favor of SMLZ and 5 so far in CS. Brain and Bananafish do have kill threat though.
Are you going to juke? I love watching how he plays around the creep wave anytime Brain steps forward to dodge that hook.
Let's see as well, SMLZ and 5 know that Brain is going to pop the W, run straight at them, and if he can't find the lineup for the hook, he's going to go back and take a lot of harass for it too.
He's still being chipped down by Bananafish, who's just been relentless with these Caitlyn auto attacks, you know, taking him down to half health, forcing him to use the pot, and even more so SMLZ playing defensively with the door and shield into this matchup.
And you have to. Bananafish has a big power trough when you hit mid-game, whereas SMLZ just ramps up more and more over time.
It's such a precise window to play, though, with Caitlyn, just because she is so strong on initial items, that she almost wants to keep you in this type of lane phase, but I feel like you want to be denying them a bit more CS. That Bananafish and Brain actually want to pull the creep wave back a little bit, which means they need to get it into tower.
Hooks onto 5, and it's back into a prepared trap. 5
Flash.
incredibly low. Flash 4 for Bananafish, and it's going to be another kill for SNG Gaming in the bot lane.
I guess it doesn't matter where your creep wave is if you can thread the hook like that.
And that wasn't just a hook into a trap. That was a pre-placed trap, which Brain stood on to get the hook off.
And blocked it with his body.
Oof. Big plays coming out from SNG Gaming all across the map. It will be Jekko trying to jump onto FinFin, who just casually knocks the Rek'Sai back.
I haven't seen that interaction, actually. That was the first time. Huh.
It's a good play from FinFin. They're keeping himself quite healthy in this mid lane. He is about 10 CS behind Icon, but that's due to the roam he tried to create top side of the map earlier.
And also credit to FinFin flexing his champion pool diversity, but now top.
LZ's going to get jumped on by Jekko, throws down the equalizer, will be flashed on by the Rek'Sai. E is going to be available for Seyoung, and he gets it. The execute comes out, but Jekko gets the kill.
That feels bad, using the flash, knowing that you were pretty much done. He needed to flash earlier, but good CC management. Again, the bounce house, Rek'Sai Cho'Gath.
I mean, Cho'Gath doesn't get a stack for that one, which is a good news story. Only got an assist as well, so LZ should be fairly happy with that outcome, but some of the spell down, not going to be great. FinFin rotates up with the Rock Surf, and we'll pick up a couple of these minions and head straight back towards the mid lane.
Again, making the full use of that Talia passive, which is only really evolved recently. Again, I give credit to J-Team's mid laner Fofo. He really showcased the power of Talia's roam at Rift Rivals. But now,
collapsing on towards FLICKR. Big combo coming out from Icon, taking him down incredibly low, and it's a simple kill for OMG, collapsing to the jungler of SNG Gaming.
but making the choice to give that to Icon as opposed to SMLZ, who had roamed up on the Twitch. Yes, he gets an assist. Yes, he's still waiting for the wave to be pushed safely to him, but they had the opportunity to give that to Twitch.
So OMG have pulled back the game once again. About 300 gold ahead of SNG Gaming. Jekko's trying to counter jungle. Now he knows that FLICKR is down. He's a level up over the Sejuani as well. And Sion still doing just fine top side of map here. LZ having a tough time against the Cho.
And Jekko has inside track here, so LZ is about to be punished again.
He's got to be careful. He has to try and take it to Sion right now, but he'll get knocked up by the Rupture. Turns around, but too late. Again, Jekko steals the kill, but it's a kill nonetheless for OMG.
Scumbag, Rek'Sai, that is not what you want.
Oh. Brain, however, misses a hook down towards SMLZ inside the brush. Trap was already placed down by Banana Fish. But again, you can't really blame Jekko on that one. Sion did try to chomp him a bit too early. It does have an indicator to tell you when the champion can be executed by the ultimate FLICKR.
I know, but he's got his jungler communicating to him, I'm going to throw out Prey Seeker, so he's probably just mistiming the window on that ability.
Yeah, it's all Sion's fault. None of it was Jekko's fault. He's just cleaning up the mess that Sion's created for himself.
We know what happens when Rek'Sai gets ahead. The teams lose. This is the curse.
Well, Fun is now looking to try and make an attempt to get down into the bottom lane. Spotted out by a ward. SMLZ and 5 will back off. Flashes down for the Janna and level 5 only. SMLZ is going invisible, but 5 just gets hooked up and destroyed. Brain trying to get out of this one. FLICKR is there close by just in case he gets into any trouble, but another big pick for SNG Gaming.
And 5 pretty much has no idea what happened to him. He thought for sure that he had dodged that and just, nope, threaded the needle again.
And this pick is really working out for SNG. They do have Jekko close by to try and protect SMLZ. So they're getting the picks they need, but they're not exactly shutting down this Twitch just yet.
But they are getting the gold onto the necessary carries, and it's okay. Yes, Twitch is still going to be a massive hyper carry, but Caitlyn does fine in her own right. Yeah, it's a nerf to her attack speed, but she's 2 kills up. BF sword already in hand, and it now immediately turns into a Zeal, so not in a hurting position at all for Suning.
Yeah, so SMLZ still sitting on the Zeal. Caitlyn picked up a Zeal, but undid that purchase and went towards Boots 2 as well as Double Dagger.
I mean, technically you get more attack speed, it's 35 to 25 between Zeal and Boots, and then the bonus movement speed.
You just don't get that off chance of getting a crit, so more consistent damage.
Also
Banana Fish.
makes your pushing power that much stronger. It could indicate that they want to rotate faster around the map for these towers because you can't crit a tower, but you can walk faster to one.
Icon, meanwhile, trying to take it to Fenfo in the mid lane. Brain is coming in and heal
Good
is used by
flash.
Fenfo. Flash from Brain, though, straight onto Icon. Gets the hook, and FLICKR's going to punish. Meanwhile, Sion tries to flash for Fenfo, does not have his E. Jekko will return a kill for the team, taking down a Sejuani, but he gets knocked back into the turret. Jekko, another turret shot's enough, and Fenfo will chase him down for the second kill.
And still massive advantage for Suning. Yes, OMG do manage to get table scraps in return, but that's now double buffs onto this Talia. And Brain, it may not be Yoon, but you just cover the nameplate and you're getting the same massive playmaking out of both of them.
Pretty much, and they're playing perfectly fine in this bottom lane against SMLZ and 5, as well as rotating around the map. Speaking of SMLZ and 5, they have rotated towards top side of the map, which means Banana Fish could potentially take first turret here.
And pretty much it's Mercy, get me the hell out of that lane phase. They want to try to punish this Rumble up here and just make things a little bit easier now that Caitlyn is 2 kills up.
Sion looking to try and collapse in behind the turret to take down LZ. Does have the ultimate, so Rumble can try and stop this wave from pushing for one more wave. Banana Fish does get first turret though, and there's that fight mid lane.
And again, Icon just trying to be so abusive to Fenfin without the proper vision. He tries to sidestep the hook, and I'd be mad if that hit me, but ultimately that's how the hitbox works, and he's punished. Jayco again gets another kill taken away from Xiong, and then flipped underneath the tower, chained into the knockup fist.
The alley-oop. Beautiful play coming out from SNG Gaming so far in this entire series against OMG.
They were just riddled with CC.
OMG don't know what's hit them so far, and if they keep this up, SNG will be able to pick up a 2-0 in this series, which puts them close to the LGD, and OMG one step back away from securing first place.
The nice thing is that they did trade up, however, when all was said and done. They managed to trade tower for tower, slight tempo advantage to Suning, but Mountain Dragon for Rift Herald. So technically, with Herald, you would assume that you will get a tower for that, theoretically. So OMG should be able to translate this into a gold lead.
This game also matters the world for OMG. Even if they pick up a map win here, and they drop the next match against SNG, they will be tied up completely with RNG. Then it goes to head-to-head because it'd be 20-11 for both teams as well as 9-4. However, if they drop this 2-0, RNG will have the point advantage, and it'll be even in games. And RNG will take first seed after today.
Technically, it goes score, points, then head-to-head.
Yep. So this is do or die from OMG at the moment. If they drop this map, oof.
And just for clarity's sake, it's not only an extra best of 5 that would mean for OMG, but it's also the difference between facing EDG and WE, or dodging one of those teams before the finals.
Let's see if they can put up a fight here. Jekko has been caught out, does not get hooked back, but Blue his flash to get away from that fight.
And currently, as it stands, OMG are on the WE side of the bracket, who have not been really performing well, so they'd like to stay where they are.
Yeah, it's been a downhill trend since Rift Rivals for Team WE. But hopefully they can pick up the slack later on. For now, though, SNG Gaming already 1,000 gold ahead of OMG, looking for another turret. Big flank coming out from OMG. It's going to be a Cho'Gath and a Twitch in your face. Big knock up. They're going to take down Banana Fish, but he flashes out straight away. Fenfen, however, gets obliterated by Icon. Sion wants to get the chomp down onto LZ, but he flashes out of that, still gets knocked up. SNG, however, do escape with 4 of their members.
And they retained Banana Fish there, so they still have a lot of siege, but there's the Rift Herald, so not backing down for the structure.
If they're able to take down this turret, they will retain the gold lead again. Big back and forth match between OMG as well as SNG Gaming. Both teams making the plays at the right time. This turret will fall. Rift Herald will take that down, and gold lead is back in OMG's favor.
And just look at how they prioritize where to put SMLZ.
Hang on, SMLZ will jump onto LZ here. Good damage, has the Hurricane diving underneath the turret, but Scrap Shield's enough to keep LZ alive. Everyone else is slowly collapsing. Let's see if Rumble can get out in time.
Here comes Icon.
Flying down, Brains there to protect his top laner just in case. However, that might be a turret for SMLZ in the bottom lane.
And suddenly OMG are back in control and back in the lead of this game. And it was off the back of the 5v5. And that has been the tale.
And there's going to be a teleport coming into the back lines by LZ, trying to collapse onto SMLZ as well as 5. He will be flashed on by Brain, but flashes out of that one. Brain going for the blind hook there. I mean, good news story for SNG Gaming is that they're only 400 gold behind OMG, and they've already set up mid lane outer to be knocked down later on.
This guy's a genius. That's why he's named Brain. I understand now.
He's not Brian Frostgurn, he's Brain for a reason. You better respect that.
He's definitely upgraded from Pinky and Brian.
In all honesty, Banana Fish and Brain have done really well so far in this series against OMG.
He ran straight.
I mean,
and he had the confidence that he would force the flash out of an invisible Twitch.
I mean, both games so far, they're able to take down the bottom laner in a 2-on-2.
Solo 2-on-2, yeah.
Solo 2-on-2 in 2 games. In fact, this match did it twice, picking off 5. They've escaped the laning phase. However, SMLZ has still done a good job in both matches of staying ahead in terms of CS. He's gone for a Hurricane as his first item in this game.
We all know how that likes to work with Twitch. Did they bug fix that? I saw there was some hot fixes for Jinx and Hurricane. I'm assuming they probably carried it over to other AD carries.
I believe so. I'm not quite too sure on the Twitch changes. I have not seen him in patch notes for some time.
Things must be rather slow in the OPL. Don't get to play with Twitch?
No, we don't get hyper carries much there, Frosco, and it's just Tristana, Kalista. I mean, hyper carries in their own right, but not the explosiveness of an invisible rat.
Speaking of explosiveness, check out Talia. She is definitely looking for the wall, and they are definitely looking for the Sejuani flank. So good eyes on 5 to make sure that something cheeky wasn't about to happen.
As we mentioned, as like a game of pool, they've set up this turret to be knocked down later on. It's just a matter of time before SNG get the right approach, and that will equalize the goal lead once again. Meanwhile, it's LZ in the bottom lane with Seong in the top lane split pushing for their teams.
So the nice thing for Suning right now is that they have a minute 20 before the next dragon. Yes, it's only Ocean, but what's more important is when that fight will take place. Check out Rumble. He just got level 11, which means now he has 2 points in the massive ultimate. So Suning want to fight over this dragon within the next minute, and it's a good time for them to do so.
Asami is still able to clear up this wave uncontested. He's picked up a Bilgewater Cutlass as well as Boots 2, looking for the Blade of the Ruin King as soon as possible. Morello picked up by both mid laners, and Fenfen is being collapsed on, flashes away from the silence, but there is a Rek'Sai coming in right behind him. Sion will get shoved back. He tries to build a wall, but he can't ride it back to safety. Heal being burnt as well. Can Fenfen get out? No, he can't. Jekko jumps on his face.
And Jekko tried to give that kill away, but now we have the 4-1-1 Rek'Sai, and meanwhile, 3 resources used top, which means Suning just get to take down mid.
And that's going to be dead, even in gold. OMG are a single kill ahead of SNG Gaming. SNG do have a Mountain Dragon in their back pocket.
The big thing for me is how long Banana Fish has been sitting on Static Shiv and BF Sword. Surely he is near his next item. Did he throw that?
He did throw out the hook, almost got it. But it was juked out by Jericho quite nicely through Fog of War. But once Banana Fish does get the IE, it's the start of the bridge for Caitlyn's Power Trough. And it only gets better for her then, going into Rapid Fire Cannon as well as Armor Shred.
And again, it's just a really nice time for this Ocean Dragon, which now has spawned. There's at least the components of the AD.
I mean, thankfully for Banana Fish, SMZ is still sitting on a Bilgewater Cutlass, so he's not doing all that much himself.
This is rather important. So I spoke earlier on how Suning wanted to fight this because Rumble was ready to fight. He was on a massive breaking point in terms of levels. By losing the Ocean Dragon, yeah, it's just an Ocean Dragon. You don't necessarily want to throw the game over that. But you're losing the opportunity where you can draw OMG into the ability to use Equalizer. So it doesn't seem like much. In fact, you could look at that and be like, oh, you know, that's the correct play to make here because their AD carry wasn't ready. But they had the opportunity and they let it go.
Well, LZ's been doing fantastic so far topside of the map. He's about 30 CS up over Sion. Has his Landry's Torment complete. Sion, however, he's got Righteous Glory, another item that is very obnoxious on Cho'Gath, that with Gargoyle's Stoneplate.
I just feel like I keep checking in on Sunni's itemization, and either they're just not making backs, or they've just been sitting on so many components, because you bring this up, you know, you have the MR for Cho'Gath there, as well as the Righteous Glory, so a lot of utility, and yeah, look at this big purchase buy that LZ just made. He got his Merc Treads upgraded, I believe the Amp Tone, as well as the pieces of Hourglass. So much resistance is just picked up. They're just not timing their backs quite appropriately for when they want to fight.
And that might, you know, kind of signal how this has been such a back and forth game between the two teams. OMG pick their fights when Suning have yet to base, just like the forced teleport coming out from Siyoung and the flag from OMG in that last fight mid lane. Whereas Suning, once they do get the backs eventually, they try to take it to OMG. Let's see if that's going to be the trend that continues in this match. For now, Baron's going to spawn in 20 seconds, and both teams are kind of resetting on the map at the moment. And it's OMG that get priority mid lane. They shove that out, they go back into the river, put down a couple of wards. Suning still holding LZ in the bottom lane to shove that out. He's being very cautious at the moment. And there's a big flank coming out from the rest of OMG as well.
He hasn't revealed himself though, so they should just actually assume that Rumble's not there. If he pokes his head out though, as they're on blue buff, he's certainly dead unless he TPs to safety.
I mean, bottom lane tower for Suning Gaming is still there. So they have to be careful. If they let Sion through, that will fall. LZ is actually going to go back to base, and they're going to trade sides of the map. Top lane turret is going to fall. Tilly is already working on that. And respectful play from LZ. Heads back to base, decides not to be dove here. So it would just be a 1-for-1 turret trade.
And I can't emphasize this enough. You don't expect that from a team like Suning, who came out of the LSPL. That type of patient macro play where he's just observing Cho. He knows it's a 1v1. He knows that there's the threat, as Icon steals the blue buff, that the rest of OMG will collapse, and he just waits patiently for the correct call.
So blue buff picked up by Icon there. OMG do have a slight gold lead.
That communication, though.
Double pinks, doesn't matter. Red buff will be picked up by SMLZ here. He's still sitting on the Bilgewater Cutlass, whereas Banana Fish has the Infinity Edge. So a big spike for the Caitlyn, and now the game starts to get better for the Sheriff.
Still one item. I mean, you talked about this earlier, how her attack speed adjustments mean that she is much more reliant on that secondary attack speed item.
What are you doing? Just jumps over the wall into the rest of Suning Gaming, and that's a shutdown kill.
And
now,
here comes Rumble.
it's going a bit of force. Equalizer is used in a good position, but doesn't deal too much damage. Suning wants to try and pick a fight, but they can't find the right avenue of attack. Let's see what they settle for after this.
They also want to get the Shockwave. If they can get the Shockwave, the Twitch Ultimate, or at least health bars off of both of them, makes this Baron play much safer.
Jericho is 10 seconds away from respawn. They have swept out this pit, but there are wards on Baron, so they know they're not there.
They haven't gone the full distance. All they needed to do was walk the extra mile, that single ward on the pit, and there, finally, the control ward goes down.
But is it too little too late? Jericho is back up, and they're taking their time to try and engage here. Wards have been placed down, and Fenfen is spotted out in Fog of War. Steps on a trap. Sion's knocked back in. That's the tankiest member of the squad, but big shockwave coming out from Icon there. Knocks everyone for Suning Gaming back in, and just lines them up for SMLZ to take them down. Quadra kill for the Twitch.
You saw him! You saw the Talia standing off to the side! Oh, wow. That's a big mistake, and that is very unfortunate.
Now OMG with an ace, only losing their top laner as well as the pick onto Jericho in that last fight. They're going to be 4,000 gold up with a Baron buff.
And this is the thing, it's OMG knowing that they have the information walking into this. They could see the Talia there for the trap, so they knew it was going to be the massive wombo combo. You know what? I bet they're all sending that Pixel Bush. And then Icon bets his life on it. He's standing behind the team. He finds the perfect shockwave into a massive Twitch ultimate.
So great calls from Sydney to try and force a Baron fight, but again, it's the veteranship of OMG that comes out trumps there, reading them like a book. And this game is now definitely in OMG's favor.
We said the gloves were probably going to come off. OMG still making a couple mistakes. Suning still definitely in this game, but it gets a lot harder. You know, the fact that you just gave Twitch the head start in front of you.
Yep, so that's completed Blade of the Rowan King, and now looking for his Infinity Edge next. And whereas Banana Fish, all he got from that were a couple of gloves and daggers. It's not going to do too much for him now.
I'm salty for Suning.
One fight's completely changed this game. It's off the back of a big shockwave from Icon as well as SMLZ taking them all down with the rat-a-tat-tat.
It's just the fact of vision as well. The fact that they caught Talia knowing that she was standing around that corner.
And unlike last match, this is not a 1 to 2,000 lead. This is 5,000 gold in OMG's favor with a fresh Baron buff to work with. Sydney need to put up a great fight here if they want to try and take down OMG, who are this far ahead.
The problem is that when a team has Baron like this, you know, you're taking high risk, high reward. Well, technically it's high risk, kind of medium reward. Yeah, you can deny a lot of the Barons if you get a cheeky pick like this around the corner with Blitzcrank, but if you take a fight here and you die with the Baron buff, that's game over.
Sydney have to put up a last stand somewhere, because if they don't, slowly the base will be whittled down by OMG.
You still have Static Shiv, you still have Talia, so I think Suning are fine to play this one patiently, give up a lot of their outer structures, maybe even an inhib if things get dire, but I just say redo. OMG have shown over the course of the series that they don't have the consistency to make the right macro call each
Hook
time.
onto SMLZ though, and they obliterate the Twitch. Shockwave will connect on the 3 and a double knockout from the Tornado, but that's the damage done. Brain gets the pick that Suning desperately needed there.
And that's what I was talking about. Consistency of OMG making the right call, of not walking into traps like that. Suning, just be patient. They've already shown their hand.
However, it only stops the bleeding for Suning Gaming. Still 5,000 gold behind, and that was off the back of a great pick.
But it's a massive tempo halt for OMG, who wanted to continue to siege closer into the inhib. And Brain, again, finds the Twitch, punishes it, and with all the massive damage that another great Shockwave did, if he had Twitch, that's the difference. That would have been game right there for OMG.
Yeah, SMLZ has to stop being a little bit too hyphy here. Sit in the back lines and wait for the right opportunity to strike. Banana Fish, however, is about 750 gold away from that third item on Caitlyn.
But that's never been SMLZ's MO. Yes, he's, you know, the marble statue. He's quite stoic, he's quite expressionless, and he's known as just kind of this cold-blooded killer. But it's constantly him being aggressive, you know, kiting in front of his team, taking tower shots on the likes of his Caitlyn as he whittles down structures. He's always been very brazen and been very aggressive as a player.
So another dragon has come up, second Ocean Dragon of the game. And OMG with the 5,000 gold lead could look to try and force a fight here. Seong is getting absolutely massive. Just under 4,000 health on this Cho'Gath.
You know, with the rise of things like Warmogs and all the different tanks and how they're stacking the health, I feel like it makes Ocean Dragon that much more valuable of how it stacks with those items. I guess the flip logic could be that it technically makes Ocean less valuable because you can itemize a lot of the same benefits. But I'm going to go with slightly more valuable.
I mean, it helps out. It's not an Infernal Dragon. Suning may have snuck into Fog of War over here.
I think I've seen this play before. It didn't work out last time.
And they're all going to retreat off the back of that, so they don't get anything for it. OMG have good vision control so far throughout most of the river.
And that's what saved them, was the superior vision control. The fact that Xiong had a ward shadowing underneath him to the side, so he knew that he was going to be safe, and there was no reason for OMG to walk to that particular point on the map.
They might have caught LZ here, though. He pops the ultimate as well as the Sonya's Icon. Shockwave comes through, but flashed out by the Rumble. Now, do Suning disengage? They do successfully, but SMLZ looking for the pick.
But that's the Shockwave versus, what, the flash from LZ as well as the Equalizer.
And again, it's all up to Brain here. It looks like he needs to be one that gets the pick onto SMLZ or take down Icon before either can get any damage on towards the squad of SNG Gaming, and that's a tough ask at the moment.
And that means that the vision game needs to be that much stronger for OMG to deny the possibility of those picks from Blitzcrank. Now, the difficulty here is that you have a Janna. Janna, as a squishy champion, especially into a pick-based composition, it's harder for her to find the safety to place that vision. So you need to check how 5 is moving around with Jaco, how he's moving around with Xiong, or in this case, moving around with SMLZ.
Yeah, SMLZ gets good damage in towards Hacker as well before Johnny's passive even gets popped. Icon split pushing on Oriana, having no difficulty whatsoever against the Rumble at the moment. Brain still positioning to look and try and see if he can get a pick for his team. Fenfern is in the wings as well. Hook is on. Jekko gets knocked up and locked down. Trying to get a pick onto Rek'Sai, and they do. They set it up. A Banana Fish will flash out of the shockwave. SMLZ, though, deep into the backlines. He gets 1. He gets 2. Make that 3 as Fenfern may fall as well. Siak eats him across the wall. And another big team fight for OMG.
And that's it. They may not have the Baron, but they have the creep wave behind them, and most importantly, they have the Twitch alive. It is LZ versus the world, but OMG can end.
And death timers are way too long. 20 seconds from everyone that's down from
good
SNG Gaming.
equalizer.
Equalizer may have kept him in this game a little bit longer, but let's see if it's going to be enough. SMLZ takes 1 turret, and OMG should be forced out of this.
Here comes the next creep wave, however.
They could try and force this one. OMG being aggressive. That's a flash tornado from 5. The Rumble will turn around, but it's an ace picked up by OMG. Now, Hacker's up. Banana Fish and Brain will come up soon. 5 pops the ultimate for some healing. OMG fancy their chances, and they're charging towards Nexus. Hacker gonna get locked down. Big shockwave onto Banana Fish. He's back into the fountain. Brain is going to fall. OMG focus their attention towards the Nexus, and it's up to Fenfer to put up his last stand, but it's too little too late. OMG get enough damage down, and it's game number 2 going to OMG.
Woo! We're going the distance, Fish.
All the way to game 3 to decide this match between OMG and SNG Gaming. Fortunately for OMG, they now will at least be tied up in points with RNG no matter how this last match pays out. But for SNG, they desperately want to pick up a win here. As we mentioned, for them, they're 6 points behind LGD. That's a long gap to cover. It needs a perfect run and LGD to have a graceful fall from the 4th spot in order for the points to close out, but still, it's the victories they need to try and put them ahead.
Nah, Sony pretty much need LG to fall down a well or fall down a full flight of stairs. It needs to be a very traumatic trip down, especially because they didn't find the 2-0 here. It looked great in the early game, but we said the gloves were probably going to come off for OMG. They still made some of the similar mistakes. You can see that in the gold graph, but ultimately just flexed when it came to late game.
Yeah, this time around, OMG pick up a good team fight, and that snowballs the victory in 29 minutes. Joining us back on the rest is going to be Zach Rusty Pie. What are your thoughts on that game?
We had a very different style from OMG between games 1 and 2 here. Game number 1 was both teams going very heavy on the pick route. SNG Gaming replicated that again in the second, but OMG went for team fighting. They went for scaling, and they had a Twitch Janna, and they've gone towards the barrier and the hill combo, and Lord, is it effective when they actually get rolling. You're looking at the early game saying SNG Gaming, they have the strength in laning, they still lose top lane. It's a bit of jungle pressure, to be fair, that actually bounces that back. They're winning bottom lane because of the hooks, it's great. Their mid laner is roaming, it's all coming together nicely for them. But that's the kind of composition and situation where if you make one mistake against your opponents, you actually lose the game. You can have that momentum, you can roll it together and be 3,000 gold ahead if you'd like. OMG just need a triple kill, and they're back in.
I mean, that's pretty much what they did. They got the Quadra onto towards the Twitch. They picked up Baron as well, snowballed the game. SNG were able to pick up a couple of picks here and there and delay the inevitable against OMG, but it was never enough to bring them back into the match.
But Sunny had the right idea. It just was a bit of fumbled execution. You know, the vision denial wasn't perfect when it came to those Baron plays. They didn't quite keep track of where Icon was, which meant he got to surprise that backline, land the massive shockwave. So it's still small things where if you're Sunning and you go backstage, you feel okay about that game because the coach is like, okay, this moment right here on the screen, that's where you lost the game. Just don't do that again.
And it was, as you mentioned, a very simple thing of not pushing that ward line deep enough to clear out the wards that OMG were able to set up to spot out this Baron play. It was a cheeky play, but it worked up so well. And Now Cine really need to go back to that because it didn't matter too much in game number 1 because they were so back and forth. But if OMG can create such a large advantage for himself off of one play, Cine need to be very respectful now.
And that all comes to draft for me as the biggest determining factor, right? Like, I don't dislike Sydney Gaming's comp at all. They had a Sejuani, she's good. They had a Rumble, very highly contested champion. This is all great. Talia, very good Roma. And then Blitz Caitlyn is a good duo lane that's designed to win lane, get picks. It's not going to scale up as well. But if you go down the line for OMG, barring maybe the Twitch, because he got a lot of stuff banned from him, then you have probably the best champion in each respective role, opposed to just good champions. You have Orianna, which probably is the best champion right now in the middle lane. Cho'Gath is unbeatable and can kill carries. Then you've got Twitch, maybe not the best thing compared to Cogmore, but for SMLZ, I think the answer is a resounding he prefers that almost now. And they're abusing the Ardent Sensor Hurricane Rush to be as efficient as possible and destroying everybody at one item.
And SMLZ gets the MVP for that match as well. And it seems like OMG adapted really well with their draft because you already mentioned the Blitzcrank pick, the Caitlyn as well as the Talia. Very big pick comp champions coming out from Sydney Gaming. But that first match we saw was back and forth team fights from the two teams, and OMG have adapted into a team fight comp.
But hilariously, while they adapted their composition, they didn't really adapt their play style. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of the same punch that OMG threw at Suning. Just now they had the brass knuckles on it.
Yeah, the one thing they did do differently was switch lanes to top lane. And it may have looked like they were in a losing situation. The turret was going to fall down anyway. But for me, what OMG did is they consciously said, okay, I have Hurricane on Twitch. I may not be able to outright win the 2v2 in our current state with bottom being at risk and everyone roaming, but we go top lane, we push it, we break both outer turrets, and then that translates to mid and the map is open. So OMG have made this decision at item spike timings, we open the map, we break all the outers, and then, I mean, a Twitch with all the outers down is going to have a field day with everybody that he's able to pick.
And the fact that Janna was struggling for gold in the 1v1 lane, so by breaking the outer towers, you then give her the global gold to get that Ardent Sensor to hit that strong break point.
And as that OMG were able to use to try and tie up the match against Sinning Gaming, and it's going to go to game number 3. We're going into a quick break, but we'll be back to that match in just a bit.
Running wild, yeah, we're running wild. We never stop till we have it all. Live for now, yeah, we live for now. And we forget
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. OMG were able to tie up this series against SNG Gaming 1-1, and now about to go into the third and final match of this best of 3 series. Joining us on the desk is going to be Indiana FLICKR in black, as well as Zach Rusty Pie. Going into this third game, what do we expect to see change from these two teams?
I mean, there's one obvious change that we're going to be seeing from SNG Gaming, but past that, I mean, we have to look at it and say it worked in game number 1 with a very similar idea. It didn't work in game number 2, but it wasn't a massive flaw from them in the second game. Coming into the third, I'm not sure they will change something, and I wonder if, 60% of an entire roster coming in for a set, these are just set plays that, we're going to play this composition, we're going to play this style, and I don't know if SNG Gaming will pivot or adapt like the way OMG did between games, and that's almost a concern.
And there you go, it's going to be LZ being taken out with Xiao AL coming in as their top laner, one of their previous backbones. We've already seen Banana Fish as well as Brain do well in the bottom lane, but LZ has not had much impact in game 1 or 2 for SNG Gaming.
And he got the pick that was taken away from him in game number 1, that Rumble. And while it started out strong with an initial 3-man dive, things very quickly fell apart and Cho'Gath was able to just slingshot right back into the game, being, well, Cho'Gath.
Yeah, it's hard to say that Rumble was the problem or that LZ was the problem or that Cho'Gath was. However, bringing Xiao Al in, I mean, Little Al, we've said some good things about him. We've seen some good moments. What we do know is that he has the potential to carry, but he's never a primary. He's always an auxiliary carry for the team.
Yeah, big champions to look for Xiao Al will be his Renekton pick. He's very much a bruiser, kind of a very aggressive dueling style of player, so we'll see if that adjusts the top lane 1v1 as he's now looking across from Xiang.
Let's see if that's going to be enough, because LZ was able to keep Xiang in his lane, but as soon as it came to these picks and these team fights, he did not offer as much as OMG's top laner. Maybe this is the change that SNG Gaming desperately need.
But that's also been the, pivotal moment for Xiang kind of becoming a true top laner, is how much he empowers his team and how much he supplies to his team with his ability to make these 5v5 teleporting plays, with his ability to 1v1 duel, and with his ability to have a massive champion pool that he is so meta resistant.
He's very, very similar, I would say, to Xiao Al in the way they play League of Legends. Perhaps the one stark difference is the champion pool, but that's something that can be exploited if he doesn't have it, because Xiang does, and that's another notch in the belt for OMG in this set.
However, the shining lights for OMG in that last match were Icon as well as SMLZ, both of them teaming up to pick up these massive team fights. Thank you very much, Rusty, for joining us on the desk, where we're getting into Champion Select for the final match between SNG Gaming and OMG. This decides if SNG have a chance to try and contest for 4th, as well as OMG. We'll have to see if they're able to keep the top spot in Group B with a victory here today. All 3 bans come out in the first ban rotation. It's going to be Twitch, Maokai, and Cho'Gath from SNG Gaming, with Cassidy, as well as Elise and Thresh taken off the table. That left Cogmore left up and available, and it's locked in for Banana Fish.
And that's the thing, Kog'Maw has been banned all of this series except for this game, and immediately is the priority pick. Now, we've seen a lot of teams try a lot of different things to try to counteract the Kog'Maw. A lot of them will look for things like the Twitch, something that can scale just as well late game. They'll grab things like Rumble, threaten that equalizer into the back line so Kog'Maw can't just sit and spit. Or they'll do things like this, look for the Gragas, some sort of displacement, some sort of threat towards that back line.
And they go for Tristana as their second pick here. So Gragas is still a flex pick, can be played top side of the map or in the jungle. Tristana does scale up quite nicely with the Cogmore.
I just feel like we're never going to see Gragas in the top lane between Xiang and Xiao Al in particular. Now, the problem here is that by prioritizing the Gragas, it means that you give away the Juggernaut composition. So there's the other key component there, having the Lulu, and this is going to be a very obvious game plan from SNG. OMG, we know that they've made the adjustments. They have the scaling 80 carry. Tristana can match, be just as powerful late game, although it's single target versus AoE style of damage, and then you have displacement potential to threaten Kog'Maw should he step a toe out of line.
And Sejuani's been left up, and Hacker may get 3 games on this champion. That's locked in for SNG Gaming. So bottom side as well as jungler picked up here. You should expect the support for 5 to be locked in during this rotation.
I mean, you just want to start throwing up the meat wall. Get the Galio in there. Get the Sejuani in there. That's the other thing that's really been disappearing since 7.15 is that Galio is just completely out of the bans.
So, Janna and Lulu as the supports in this match. That to me will see no exhaust or ignite Summoner's Rift this game, depending on the mid lane matchup between Icon as well as Fen.
That's simply because you're never really going to get close enough to use those exhausts, and that's incredibly punishing across from 2 80 carries like Kog'Maw and Tristana due to the amount of damage that they can output.
However, the barrier as well as the heal is going to be able to keep respective 80 carries alive a bit longer. And the final bans are coming through for OMG here. Lucian and Corki both taken away from Fun. And it's Cassiopeia and Talia banned out against Icon. Oriana still left up.
Yep, Oriana, Syndra, Galio, a wealth of choices and a lot of different options. I feel like Galio still rises up in priority because it is a protect the Kog'Maw composition for Suning, and so OMG could look to take that away.
And they're going to be able to hold on to their mid lane pick if they decide to pick for Siang straight away. Jarvan being hovered here, a very standard meta pick in the top lane recently, but no, they swap over, they get Oriana for Icon nice and early, and put the ball in Suning Gaming's court.
This is a much better decision with so much priority. That is 4 mid lane bans in second phase ban alone, plus the Kassadin and the Cho'Gath in primary ban phase. There is no reason not to grab Oriana here. If you grab the Jarvan, it's an easy Renekton pickup for Xiao Ao.
That does unlock the Galio in the mid lane if Fen decides to play it with the Protect the Kog'Maw comp. Does very well, and it is locked in here.
But that's the thing, if we saw this coming, OMG certainly saw this coming. So they knew, and they've prepared themselves. They feel that they're strong enough with the Oriana and the Tristana that they're free to give away this Juggernaut comp.
Now, final pick for Suning Gaming should be Xiao Ao's top lane champion.
It should be Renekton. That's the comfort champion, his go-to. It has good access to a backline.
But no! Jax is going to get locked in here. Now we really get to see if Xiang's going to be able to flex the Scraggus pick, because Scraggus is one of the champions that does well into Jax's top side of the map.
Maybe trying to force it out of the jungle, limit its impact.
Let's see what OMG decides to do. Because Suning Gaming have shown their hand. They've saved last pick for Xiang on top side, and there are a lot of volatile matchups that Jax can abuse. No way.
Do it.
That's going to be a throwback, but it's not. It's Shen that does get locked in for Xiang in the top lane.
I'm so disappointed. We saw a Malphite in LCK, and I thought for sure it would come over to the LPL. But it's the Xiang special, an oldie and a goodie, the Shen.
That's going to help out in protecting SMLZ. Plenty of ways to keep Tristana alive, from the shields as well as the heals from Janna and Oriana, the displacement from both the mid lane and jungle champion to the big stand united and dodge field that Xiang can create. Meanwhile, for the side of Suning Gaming, they have a big split push threat in this Jax as well as a Juggernaut in the bottom lane.
And that's the thing. It's the fact that Suning have more versatile options about how they want to play the map. The 1-3-1, the 1-4. You not only have the split pushing, dueling potential of Jax, but you also have the ability or the mobility of Galio to get around the map much easier. Great wave pushing power.
And I love the idea behind the Suning's coaching staff here. You know, it's like, LZ, Game 1 and 2 didn't do too much. Let's put Xiao Ao in and give him a champion where he's forced to do absolutely everything. Turn the spotlight towards top side of the map. Let's see how that goes in the do or die match against OMG. Remember, Suning Gaming are fighting to try and get into the playoff spot. They have an easier run than LGD, and picking up a win against the #1 seed in Group B at the moment would definitely propel them, propel their chances, I should say, in picking up a top 4 finish.
And it's not just about propelling them, it's almost do or die at this point. If Suning were not to win all of their games, then it's pretty much game over. LGD would have to massively fall down because unlike the rest of the teams in their group, they have 4, not 3 chances at securing that playoff spot, which they already hold with a 6-point advantage.
And Suning Gaming definitely have to put up a good fight here against OMG. However, the last time these two teams faced, albeit there were a lot of roster swaps in this series, OMG were able to pick up the 3rd and final match. That was through Icon, however, who picked up his Yasuo pick in that game. This time, though, back on the Oriana, had a good performance in game number 2, and he'll be looking to do the exact same thing in game number 3.
I think good might be underselling it a bit, Fish. Those were some pretty game-changing, highlight-worthy shockwaves.
No, but as SMLZ got the MVP for Oscar, and he was the true hero that the team OMG needed. But enough that we're getting onto Summoner's Rift for game number 3, the decisive match between Suning Gaming as well as OMG.
And what this comes down is the fact that both these teams have kind of 2 different carries in the pocket, but they're in different locations. Yes, you have Tristana versus Kog'Maw, 2 of the biggest hyper carries in League of Legends. But for OMG, their secondary go-to man is going to be Icon on that Oriana. He's got the ability to make those game-changing shockwave plays, look for those massive 5v5s, pop the Kog'Maw. And for Suning, it's Xiao Ao in the top lane. You know, if this Jax gets out of control, if Shin can no longer just keep the tower standing or keep the creeps off the structure, then suddenly that's so much pressure, so much versatility for how Suning want to attack this map.
Well, let's see how the map breaks down in this match. For now, though, Both supports have picked up the Windspeaker's Blessing. Banana Fish has gone for the Warlord's Bloodlust on Cogmore, SMLZ for the Fervor of Battle. Raptor start coming in from LGD Gaming. Brain is even brought up to try and defend this for Hacker and successfully gets the leash. Bottom lane, however, it's a Cull pickup for this Cogmore into the Doran Shield of SMLZ.
Wonder if this will be indicative of what build path SMLZ will go. Not necessarily the Cole into Doran Shield, but the fact that he prioritized Battle of Fervor versus Warlord's Bloodlust. So we'll keep our eyes on that one.
Very early use of the shield coming out from Brain there just to get Banana Fish pushing early against SMLZ in 5. Tristana does have good lane pressure due to the Buster Shot.
The fact, though, that Banana Fish gets the confidence to take Cole because he's standing next to Lulu in a Janna matchup, like, there's not a lot of kill pressure in Tristana Janna. What's she going to do, jump on me at level 2 with shield?
Well, top side of the map, already not going too well for Xiao Ao. Xiao's able to push him down to half health and make him chug through a couple of these corrupting potions.
Quickly touching down onto bottom lane. You know I love bot lane. It's everything that I main. Glad that the Observer agrees with me. We do have heal barrier on both of our AD carry and our support. Now, why this is an advantage to the Lulu is because we gave up exhaust. But Lulu has Whimsy, which works effectively in a very similar way. Maybe not as much utility, but just so much in denying, damage output for a significant period of time.
Oh, definitely adds more utility. Not only are you slowed down, but you can't even fight back, Frostgoon. At least exhaust gives you a fighting chance.
He can turn you into a cupcake. What's she turn you into in a guardian?
I have no idea.
Some
Star,
sort of
probably.
star, seal, flying creature. I have no idea.
However, in the mid lane, Fen up against Icon. Oriana will be able to poke out Fen slightly, but Galio has all the tools necessary to stay in this lane. Dieko, however, going for a very early invade against Hacker, spotted out by the
He
wall.
can do a lot of damage.
Jumps over the wall. Will be Wolf's taken away by Hacker, and Xiao is being called down to collapse. But LGD Gaming can't quite do that because all the waves are pushing in on their side of the map.
And the only reason Hacker has the confidence to chase so hard here is because Jekyll has invaded without mid or top priority. The fact that there's an inside track for Suning to collapse onto their jungler. But otherwise, he had the jump. He had the red buff.
Top side of the map is still the same as when we checked it out earlier. Xiao are not doing too well against Xiang. We expect this early in the Shen to Jax matchup. 23 CS to 14. But slowly Xiao can ramp out of control here.
Shen does pretty decent into a lot of these matchups. I was hoping that he would come back. Like Rusty and I were talking about earlier, it feels like the adjustments on 7.15 and 7.16 as we look into playoffs, in just a couple of weeks, have been on trying to create fringe picks coming back into the meta, that it's not just, the top 3 picks in every single role on repeat. And while Shin has never really been a fringe pick, it's starting to put him back into the meta because he does do well in a lot of these matchups, especially as we see more tanks coming up into the top lane. Though not the case here.
This matchup is a historical one. It was seen quite frequently in Season 3 and 4. And it always used to go very heavily in Jax's favor. Since Shen's rework, however, has fared a lot better in this matchup. You do expect Jax to do better later on in the match. In fact, Xiao already using his teleport to get back to lane with next to no items.
And it's just about how well Xiang can keep up with him and how well he can manipulate the creep wave. Yes, he's always going to have the inside track towards the 5v5, which puts priority for OMG to look for those team fights rather than side wave control, as that trade didn't go in his favor, but he still has his TP. But if Shin can survive Jax, itemize correctly, and just hold the creep wave off the tower, not only will he slow down Jax's split pushing, but he'll also get the inside track to those 5v5s.
And Shen's one of the few champions that can afford to blow his top lane teleport as early as possible, so punishing Xiao as much as he can. Once he ticks over to level 6, does not need that teleport cooldown up thanks to Stand United. But let's see how he fares into the Jax matchup now. First backs have gone through. Big steal from Furfun here, takes away a couple of these small Raptors. But he's teleported back into the mid lane as well, gone for the Negatron Cloak and forces Icon out of the lane.
And the super important thing about that roam wasn't just the Raptors, but also the ward placement. The fact that Fen got a ward on the pathway up to top lane allows Xiao to be confident to push that far forward.
Jacko is going to make his way down towards his wolf camp as well, so Xiao has some more time to continue pushing this one.
Fen is doing all of the work in gathering as much information as possible for Suning.
Hack has given some of his jungle responsibilities over towards mid lane. Hopefully he gives some of the camps as well. But this bottom lane matchup has just been a farm fest between the Cogmore as well as Tristana. You don't expect any major kill threat from either side. And this game should be a long one here for Oscar, and by the judge of how this early game has gone.
And it makes sense, not only is the LPL as a region very prioritized around our hyper carries, but also if you're in a series this close that is so important for both these teams, you're not going to risk it on early game plays. You're going to try to go the distance, play safely, play conservatively with your vision, and wait to scale up.
You can see OMG were looking to try and make a big top side play. Icon rotating up to cut off Xiao, forcing him out of the lane, even using his ultimate in preparation for the damage that would come out from the Shen as well as Orianna. He goes back, just gets a Ruby Crystal for himself as well as a control ward. And Shen is left to continue farming close towards his turret. So he's got a freeze going here, Siang, and that should help him out top side of the map.
But there are a lot of control wards. It's not just in the top lane. There's actually 2 sitting in Hacker's inventory, and that's quite early for investing that heavily into vision. We've already seen Fin, he's got his control ward that's sitting above the blue buff, so Suning really prioritizing, making sure that they have full eyes on where Jaco is and isolating these lanes for as long as possible.
And this is what we complimented Suning Gaming for in game number 1. The fact that OMG were the veteran team, but Suning Gaming were warding really effectively, has carried over to game 3 here. The change in their roster is definitely helping them out in that aspect.
And now it's about what they do with that information. When you look at this composition, the reason why I say it speaks to lane isolation is because they want to sit in their lanes. They have the Jax, they have the Kog'Maw, they want to sit in lane phase for as long as possible and farm these champions to their big breaking points. But then OMG need to find the cracks and start abusing it.
That's an initiation from SMLZ, jumping on Banana Fish's face. We'll have the reset of the rocket jump.
got
Stand
barrier.
United's coming in as well as all these shields. He's going for it. And it will be the rest of OG that takes out the tower. And Brain is a sitting duck. Taunted and knocked up by the tornado, but does have Hacker close by just in case.
And big experience advantage. OMG just look to go toe-to-toe and overwhelm Suning in the 2v2.
Able to force this push coming out there, and the first blood is picked up. 1,000 gold lead just from that play alone in OMG's favor.
And you talked about it earlier, the fact that Shen can force to expend his teleport earlier because he will have Stand United. As soon as that cooldown is available, they abuse it.
And he hasn't lost anything. Xiang was able to freeze the wave, so he got an experience advantage over Xiao Ao, and now has the item advantage too with the Tiamat and a 15 CS lead. Doing very well in this top side matchup, sitting in to try and find an avenue of attack.
And these are small things and why we really credit Xiang. You know, he's not the flashy top laner. He's not Duke. He's not the shy. He doesn't really stand out that much, but we value him very heavily in terms of the rankings for top lane because he's possibly the best role-playing top laner. He pretty much does everything, and with the small advantages that he gained through teleport use, through back timings, through wave manipulation, he created a massive window and opportunity for OMG bottom.
Speaking of the bottom lane, we have a Zeal being picked up early for SMLZ, trying to get the Hurricane as fast as possible. Banana Fish with the Recove Bow picked up and still looking to stack up this cull. But OMG should be very confident now in this bottom lane after the initial skirmish they won.
Just want to try to deny as much farm as possible, but it's hard to control the wave as Tristana.
Oh, now Banana Fish fighting back. SMLZ down to half health. They got next to no damage onto Banana Fish right there. Seems like they're really trying to play around the Stand United window.
But they also know that he doesn't have barrier and he doesn't have heal. And yes, SMLZ doesn't have barrier either, but they still have one of their key summoners available.
Look at Siam. Zoning Xiao Ao away from the minion wave. Doing a good job on the top side of the map. Slowly, Xiao Ao is starting to bring some control back into this lane. But the Gragas is close by looking for a fight. SMLZ wants to take down that pink ward, but Banana Fish fights for it.
I can't get over his name. I hear the song every time.
It is a great name for Oscar. Banana Fish and Brain. Can't name a more iconic duo. Not even Pinky can make up for that name. But again, Banana Fish being very aggressive in this bottom lane. Shield comes up, 4-5. And SLMZ returns the favor, I should say, and it's just back to farming. I didn't expect anything else without Stand United up.
It's also the fact that we have 2 disengaged supports and Lulu and Janna, but we have to disengage a lot more as we're having very heavy roams from both Sejuani and Galio.
But Gragas as well as Orianna are matching and will meet them in the river.
I just feel like everyone's making eyes at each other.
Everyone has their eyes set towards the bottom lane. With Sion's ultimate coming back up, teleports are available for everyone as well. This is the volatile matchup. This hyper-scaling Kog'Maw as well as the hyper-scaling Tristana. Whichever one of these two gets ahead could definitely pull the victory in favor of their team.
And so far, it's fallen more to SMLZ. Has the superior back, did get the assist, has the experience advantage, as well as massive CS discrepancy. go.
Still a lot more quieter game between these two teams. Here comes the Gragas. He
Flashes
locks out
up.
Banana Fish. He flashes out.
Oh,
SMLZ,
no.
though, jumps into his death, and it's 5 that gets the stand united. Shockwave will come through. Banana Fish takes some damage, but they turn this around. Xiao gets a kill. Uppercut coming in from Fanfan, and Jericho is locked down. Disaster strikes OMG as Sinnoh Gaming turn around the fight.
And it is the same thing that punishes OMG. It doesn't matter if it's Icon or if it's SMLZ. Way too aggressive. Flashes forward, leaps forward right into Sejuani's waiting hands, and the trap closes. Now the teleport down means that Jax is in position to help force the first tower.
Yep, no heal from 5. Barrier still up for SMLZ as well. Way too aggressive. First turret is going to fall to Sinnoh Gaming. They give it to Xiao as well. Banana Fish and Brain will stick around for a bit of gold, but here's that fight again. SMLZ jumps in, and it's good night, Tristana.
And they just don't have the vision. Beautiful 2 control wards. I know we're just watching Tristana get popped by Sejuani, but take a peek at the map. There's a control ward where Galio just warded in, so they couldn't see him rotating down, and there's a control ward around that corner to make sure that Sejuani could get in there undisturbed. It is the vision game from Suning that is tearing OMG apart this series.
And that's what we saw them fight for as well. That one wall that's now being cleared out by OMG's bottom lane. Sinnoh fought desperately for it, and they know exactly what it means. OMG are going to get some return damage on the bot lane out of turret, but the gold is definitely in Sinnoh's favor. Wit's End is the first item pickup coming out from Banana Fish. I know that this is more common in the LPL, but it's the first time I've seen it, Frosco. So tell me a bit more about this pickup.
I know there's some conversation in NA. I believe it was Freak that was doing some of the numbers about when the break point was for Wit's End, specifically for Kog'Maw, and how much damage you can get up when you're comparing it to Rageblade. Naturally, you know that you get your defenses there and you're a bit more protected against magic damage. Although as I'm explaining that, they're actually ramping up for a fight.
And there's a lot of magic damage on OMG's team here. Even SMLZ, all his abilities pack a punch. Both top side, both players on the top side, Jericho as well as Xiang, all magic damage dealers. So it makes sense.
Yeah, and the idea is that you're trying to find this comfortable bridging point between the Ardent Sensor and the Wit's End to get the best of both worlds. Your damage output as well as your defensive abilities or survivability. And when you then compare that with barrier and heal, which gives you so much ability to plant your feet and look for those massive all-ins, then it kind of makes a little bit more sense.
Let's see if that's going to be enough for Banana Fish. He's already bullying out SMLZ in the bottom lane, who is up about 25 CS. Top side of the map, however, Xiao is looking for his big item power spike of the Trinity Force on Jax. And that lane is starting to slowly go back in his favor.
Slowly but surely crawling back. The classic Jax maneuver. Doesn't matter if you're 0-6. As long as you hit 150 CS,
Yeah,
you will be Jax.
Eventually, you'll be hitting the Nexus alone as the rest of the team is trying to scuffle somewhere else across the map.
Does anything sound as promising as the Jax auto attack? That thwomp?
I actually hate that sound. That sound is disgusting.
I'm sure you hate names like Banana Fish too.
No, that is a fantastic name. Speaking of Banana Fish, he's able to take down the Cloud Dragon for his team, whereas Jericho is working on a Rift Herald all by himself. He should be able to pick this one up. So trading sides of the map. It's a 2,000 gold lead for Sinnoh Gaming, but this Rift Herald is effectively a turret in their back pocket.
Playing Ring Around the Roadsies almost with that. The nice thing is that we got the Cloud out of the way, which means we have the Infernal boys.
Ah, so in 6 minutes, there's going to be a big fight here.
Yeah, and the scary thing is that that's 6 minutes is going to look a lot better for the Kog'Maw than it will for the Tristana. He's going to have more power off of the initial power spikes by abusing that Ardent Sensor than SMLZ will have. But you can see he's trying to pull a very similar trick of abusing the Hurricane with Ardent Sensor early.
But so far, this lane is definitely going in Sinnoh Gaming's favor. Again, 2,000 gold up. They're looking very comfortable in this match. Abyssal Mask is already picked up by Fenfen in the mid lane. That helps out with a lot of the damage from the Kog'Maw. As you mentioned, the Ardent Sensor complete for both supports. You can tell that Lulu is slightly ahead. Sightstone already complete.
The scary thing is how much Ardent Sensor delays the Sightstone out of supports and how this has impacted the Vision game and the responsibility of the Vision game to both junglers. Now, we've already pointed out how Xiao, Fen, and Hacker are doing a phenomenal job placing the wards and leading the charge. And that's so important because we're not having things until like 16, 17-minute Sightstones.
So, big rotation coming out from Sinnoh Gaming. They force the trade top side of the map, setting the AD carry and support up. It will be a 1-for-1 turret trade, but they already picked up a turret in the bottom lane in the match.
And the
very early on.
Rift Herald is actually down bottom. So this could be, yep, it's going to be an inner trade. OMG, massive tempo advantage and just play up.
Let's see if they can defend it in time. Does not seem like a Rift Herald is going to be able to push on in, and SMLZ gets good damage on these turrets. Big play from OMG. That's going to bring the gold back closer to even.
And they still have inside track on mid lane, so the wave isn't primed and ready. Galio is actually trying to keep them out of it, but OMG could very easily rotate mid, have cask, and also then continue to threaten another structure.
They do just that. They move towards mid lane. SMLZ does want to go back to base, and Banana Fish is happy to farm up in the bottom lane. Trinity Force is complete for the Jax. So Wits End straight into Rage Blade.
The damage output, Fish, the damage output.
The ramp up time, I mean, he can stand and deliver. He's got all the tools he needs, from Galio ultimates coming in to Lulu buffing him up nicely.
And I know the numbers were on Reddit just the other day, so if you want the specific map, it is out there. The max stacked Rage Blade on Kog'Maw with Wits End is pretty absurd than having the Ardent Sensor on top of it.
And if you think about it, Kog'Maw is a hyper-scaling AD carry. To think that at 2 items he's already devastating, that's nuts. We saw SMLZ struggle last game on the Twitch when he was sitting on Hurricane Bilgewater Cutlass. Rage Blade Wits End, a lot easier to get as well. And Sinnoh Gaming going to force a fight. Ultimate
Swing and
whiffs
miss.
from Hacker. Icon throws out his ultimate very early. Double taunt does come through. An uppercut lands onto the Shen. Wildgrove onto Fen to try and keep him alive as he jumps to the skies, comes back down, and he's perfectly okay.
That feels bad. That was
Tanks, Frosker, and tank meta is fun. Nobody dies. Meanwhile, Xiao Ao wants to try and take a chunk out of SMLZ and does so successfully.
finally someone punishes SMLZ. This guy does this all the time. He'll just rock up to a tower like, what are you going to do? Hit me? And Jack's like, yeah.
Give him a real weapon next time. See what happens, SMLZ. But he's got the help of 5 now, top side of map, so they'll continue pushing in that lane. Another turret potentially for OMG. Xiao is trying to defend this one. The rest of the team are rotating up. Counter-strike comes. Xiao's like, no, do not touch my damn turret.
I already have so much respect for Little Al right now. I have wished for so long that someone would punish SMLZ for doing that, because he does it all the time. He's got a Janna, he's like, there's nothing they can do to me. Oh god, this guy's actually brave.
Well, they've already seen what happened to the bottom lane when SMLZ tried to jump on someone's head like Super Mario. Didn't work out quite. He's still doing it. He needs to stop, or he's going to die.
That's basically what happened at Rift Rivals, Fish. It was traumatic. Wasn't a good time for OMG. They got to stand and get their participation award on stage.
Oh boy. Hacker has been caught out slightly. He does take a bit of damage, but nothing too threatening. Sinnoh Gaming to make another rotation. They send Jax towards bottom side of the map. Teleport is down for Little Owl. Fen is moved towards top side. This Galio does decently in the side lane and does have teleport. Icon would not be happy that he's relegated to side push, split pushing duties.
No, but he is happy that he actually gets some farm. He doesn't have to split resources with SMLZ. Swing and a miss again.
Yeah, Hacker's not great with these Sedrani ultimates. We've already noticed this from game 1.
From MVP performance, though, to multiple misses.
Well, at least he's comfortable throwing out the ultimate and see what he can get.
Why not?
Maybe third time's the charm for us going.
It was theoretically the 3rd game. This should have been the charm, Fish.
Shh, don't tell people that. They don't quite know. But still, this game is definitely in favor of Sinnoh Gaming. They have a great scaling team composition with Jax as well as Kog'Maw.
And they also have 30 seconds where they're going to get to use it. So now, how confident are OMG to fight right now? Who is going to get into the Dragon Pit first and start laying down the vision? And who's been keeping track of this timer?
And we've questioned Sinnoh Gaming's backing for the past 2 matches. Banana Fish now goes back and gets the Rage Blade with 15 seconds left before that Infernal Drake, and he's running straight towards it. That's a big power spike. SMLZ is still sitting on the components of his Blade of the Ruined King.
He just has enough faith that with Gragas and Orianna, his team will be able to stall long enough that he'll get there in time for the Infernal. But it is OMG who win the race. They are into the river first. And this is the other thing that I want to... Oh, no.
They're pinging towards
no.
Baron. They're baiting out the Infernal Drake. You can see that Xiao Ao's going in to put a couple of wards down. They say, if you want to take Infernal, we'll grab a Baron.
And suddenly, this game of tug of war just got very complicated.
Oh, gee, a bit confused now. They run towards mid lane, cleared out, said, well, what do we do? Do we try to take Infernal? Do we push?
And then it gets worse because Jax is also then split pushing. OMG actually just getting ripped around the map. It's like, is it Baron? Is it Infernal? Is it our tower?
Every single time SMLZ and 5 move down the river, Sinnoh Gaming move up it towards the Baron Nashor.
I do want to give credit to OMG, a very nice ward that's placed right underneath Jax. This is actually key for giving them information, at least alleviating some of the pressure of that split push.
Icon has shown in the bottom lane. Remember, Oriana does not have teleport and does not like being in these side lanes. SMLZ posturing quite aggressively in the mid lane. This time, Hacker does not swing wildly at the AD carry.
They really need to give respect, though. Like, I understand why Icon's down there, because he's fine taking the 1v1. Like, not in a straight-up duel, but at least in clearing the wave safely. But the problem is that at this point in the game, Galio and Sejuani are tanky enough that if Suning gets space on this, they can actually just 3-man or 2-man the Baron.
Let's see if they do. Xiang's been called over to try and take down a couple of wards.
And that's really important, because at least then it forces a back out of Suning Gaming. Theoretically, Lulu still has a control ward in her back pocket, but without knowing exactly where her control ward is set up, she may not want to move it.
Bananafish will move towards picking up a red buff. Blade of Ruin King is complete for SMLZ, so he's bridged that power spike. Not as strong as the fully stacked Witsend Rage Blade, but still decent nonetheless. SMLZ just fires away at the Galio, chunking him out once all the shields are burnt.
And OMG have effectively called Suning's bluff by just applying as much pressure possible mid and kind of smoking them out of the holes that they had created in the sides of the map.
You can see now they can effectively apply pressure towards the Infernal Dragon. Everyone is collapsed towards the bottom side of the map.
They finally got the teleport matching the teleport. And now it's a dance.
Certainly is. Already Hacker taking quite a bit of damage from Icon. Bananafish is going to shove out this wave. Good wards placed down by OMG can spot the retreat parts for Sinnoh Gaming.
I mean, if they had another control ward, they could actually just have Jax solo the Infernal.
But Sinnoh Gaming want to go back to base here. They're sending their jungler as well as their AD carry, looking to pick up a couple of items. Zeal picked up by Bananafish, as well as the Warmog's armor for Sejuani, so that's big for Hacker.
Yeah, but they don't know. OMG, I mean, obviously, if they knew that the backs had done this, they would have just turned and burned the Infernal, but great job from Suning to hide their staggered backs, to allow themselves to get these breaks in their items and get back onto the field in time.
Let's see if it's going to be enough. Fen charging up the taunt.
Uh-oh.
Hacker even charging on in. He wants SMLZ or Icon, doesn't get either. And now that's Infernal being started by Bananafish.
He could have hit that ult.
Lair, look, we don't question the ones he doesn't throw, FLICKR, just the ones he does try for. Infernal Dragon at half health now, 2,000, gonna get chunked down. Hacker will be able to secure this. Big play by Sinnoh Gaming.
Just force it, get the superior back, feel confident that they could now fight, stagger backs correctly so OMG don't know that they can just burn it, and then take one of the primary objectives off the board. Just super well executed by Suning across multiple stages, across multiple minutes.
And OMG look a bit shocked here. They're the veterans. They should be the ones pulling off these big plays, but the tempo is definitely in Sinnoh's court.
But look at how things have shifted for OMG's items. They've now picked up, what, five control wards? 2 in the back pocket of 5. It's very clear that we're going to start moving all of this vision and start having a game, this tug of war now away from the mid lane over to the Baron pit.
Let's see if they can. Still no Natsval picked up for Sinnoh to put onto the Kog'Maw. Instead it was the Warmogs for Hacker. Dieko has gone for the Night Spell on his Gragas. That will be placed down on towards SMLZ, you'd have to think. And this is a Baron start. Sinnoh decide to hit the ward that's been swept out by the control ward. They just say, you know what, OMG, we'll just give you the advantage of knowing that we're starting Baron. And this is being chunked out. This could go into a Smite Fest. And Fenfa jumps on over big taunt. It will be picked up by the Kog'Maw. Big play by Sinnoh, and Fenfa may just be the sacrificial lamb they needed to take that down.
Just superior decision-making from Suning. Time and time again, they have shown that consistently they are the smarter team this series.
They're playing fantastically so far. Jax is still split pushing the bottom lane. OMG are now looking to try and push through the mid lane, but against the Baron buff, not going to work out too well for them.
And all they need to do is absorb pressure, because this is going to be outer tower for inner tower, so still trading up for Suning.
See how we'll be able to take this one now. OMG do get the consolation prize of that one turret, but as you mentioned, traded up for Sinnoh Gaming, and now they look to just reset and use majority of this Baron buff.
And they get to do it on really healthy, fresh backs. You can see Bananafish right
He's
now on your
slamming
screen.
the table. He's the happy man.
Oh, we can do it. We can kill them. I've got 3 items. Let's go.
Hurricane has been picked up
I mean,
by the Kog'Maw.
You don't feel any better as a Kog'Maw than when you have Hurricane, Whitsand, and Rageblade. If you get your max stacks, like, my analytical opinion of that damage output is disgustingly absurd.
But do you think the Hurricane is necessary on the Kog'Maw now that the bolts don't apply on hit effects?
I mean, it's really just about the AoE. The big thing about Kog'Maw with the Hurricane versus like Tristana is technically, yes, Tristana has, you know, the explosive damage or splash damage off of her abilities when she's, you know, clearing waves, things like that. But it's like AoE versus single target. And the Hurricane really empowers that for Kog'Maw. That he can't just blow someone up, he's going to blow everyone up simultaneously.
Let's see if it's going to be enough. Already, Sun Gaming's top side of map are picking up their resistances. We saw double health items for the Sejuani. Fen with the Righteous Glory now going towards the Gargoyle Stoneplay, and FLICKR engaging onto SMLZ. Locks him down, gets all the shields in the world, and OMG are forced off this mid lane outer.
And the only nice thing is that Icon has pushed the wave off of the top lane tower, but he's out of position for mid, so it's not going to be just one, but two towers.
So far, not the case.
Gragas. Good
OMG
job from
posture
Jitko.
aggressively.
That's risky, though.
It certainly is, but it pays off for OMG. Stunning are forced off the turret. They're still about 3,000 gold up, but they need to make more use of this Baron buff.
And really, the only advantage there was the fact that FLICKR didn't have the Sejuani ultimate, and so they felt confident to posture aggressively like that. Because you guarantee if Sejuani had ult, there's no way they step forward.
And again, Sun Gaming are doing a good job of pushing Icon into side lanes. The Orianna, of course, can clear these waves fine, but she wants to be in the mix of it, Frosco, and in the mid lane, grouped up with the team. That's not the case so far.
It's also going to be hard for her to have an effective ball delivery system. I mean, you're pretty much then just looking at Shen or personal placement. And if Shen's trying to protect SMLZ, he's not going to be in the middle of a fight anyway.
I mean, it's SMLZ.
That's
he might just
true.
rocket jump into the back
He
lines
could
for
theoretically
fun.
be in the middle of the fight. We have seen that. But
I mean, ball delivery servants on a rocket jump at Frosco.
I just feel like it's very conflicting ideals, you know. Do I want to get the ball on top of the Shin, ult Gragas, and then run into the middle of people? Or do I want to protect my back line and try to kite back far enough for SMLZ?
Well, let's see how this one plays out. Gargoyle Stoneplay has been picked up by Fen, so he's quite tanky in the mid lane.
Tankily?
Tankly.
I like that adjective. I'm tankly.
Triforce and Titanic Hydra have been complete for Xiao Ao. He's looking to try and pick up some resistances now. Only a 700 gold power play for Sun Gaming.
And we're going to continue kind of this dance. The Infernal is coming up in 56 seconds. There may be a case where OMG look for a pick, you know, right before the Infernal because they feel that they have confidence to throw the cooldowns away. They'll be back up by the time the Dragon fight starts. But I think we'll have a pause, which is why I'm going to ask you the most important question, Fish. Is Suning Gaming's logo a bear on fire or a lion?
It's a lion, is it not? Please tell me it's a lion. Please tell me it's not a bear on fire. I will be sad.
Technically a trick question. They used to be the T-Bears when they were an LSPL team, and then they were picked up by the corporation Suning, which is a massive corporation in China, which logo is a lion. So they homogenized? I don't know. Have you seen Animorphs? They Animorphed that into Harry Potter Lightning Bear. On fire.
Oh, that's up to Sunny Gaming.
And
So
now you know.
OMG, however, they've been around forever. Their icon has not changed that much. But as we stand in this match, Frosco, more items are being picked up. We have the IE for the Tristana, as well as the QSS and Vamp Sector for the Kog'Maw. Second Infernal Drake, OMG get priority, and they're going for it. Jax is nowhere to be seen.
He got it.
Picked up by FLICKR though, gets the Smite fight. Shockwave whiffs, Banana Fish flashes out of the taunt as well, and look at this beautiful butterfly spraying and praying at the rest of OMG. 5 will disengage, but Icon gets locked down. There's the 89 trying to protect the mid laner. It will be FLICKR that falls first, but look at Banana Fish go. Chases them down one by one, trades a kill back, spitting out the ultimate, and Fen teleporting in for a flank halfway through a team fight. Gets right behind them. SMLZ still chucking away, but there goes Xiao Ao with next to no health. Jumps into the fight, pops his GA, and Banana Fish stands and delivers once again.
I mean, I'm frankly impressed that OMG still have 3 members alive with that type of chase. So thankfully, they crawl out of that situation. Huge props to Suning and FLICKR for securing that Infernal Drake.
My goodness, good smite coming out from Hacker. They turn around the team fight as well, and all they get is a single kill and a GA popped. Here was the start of that. Look at Banana Fish flashing out of everything.
Yeah, not touched by the shockwave there. He wants to ramp up the damage. Unfortunately, Janna does a great job disengaging and at least creating some space for OMG. Xiao then burns the teleport, doesn't quite get far enough into the backline that he'd like, because this is all that's going to fall for OMG. I can't believe they get out with more members. I believe Jaco is kind of the final one to fall, but SMLZ, the orb walking and kiting that this guy pulls off here, and he still has his flash. He's not going to burn it until right there.
5 was so close to falling as well. Good shield coming out at the last second kept him alive. OMG have gone back to base and got some items for himself. Last whisper has been picked up, but Banana Fish, he's sitting on a chunk of gold, and they've locked down Janna. Big pick onto 5.
And I cannot emphasize this enough. Players are used to the tank meta. They're used to the all-in engaging supports, the Tahm Kench, the Brahms, the Alistars. It's been so long since they've played these really soft, squishy supports like Janna. You cannot ward like that.
OMG are going to try and force a fight. Seong is teleporting in, and Baron is about a third of its health taken away. SMLZ gets turned on. He's forced to flash out. Xiao with the flank pulls in Fun. SMLZ is still kiting away, but Jekko gets obliterated by this cockball. He's going to fall. Xiao with a kill for himself. The all walking for SMLZ, not enough. Counter-Strike takes him down. Double kill for the Jax, and Seong's going to pay for it with his life as well. SNG Gaming pile on in, and they get a massive 4 kills against OMG.
The jungler is dead. They have a wealth of options. You can go top, you can push that tower, you can collapse onto the Baron, save the tower for the other day, or you can do the best, which is you separate the resources. Your tank with your Kog'Maw to burn the Baron, the Galio and the Jax for pushing down the structure.
No, Xiao wants kills. Brain's gonna flash in as well. Big shockwave comes out, and 5 turns on the ultimate, but is it going to matter? Xiao's still chasing. He wants to, says, all right, if I can't kill Icon, I'll take 5 with me at least. Forces him to jump back into the pit. Meanwhile, Hacker as well as Banana Fish working away at this Baron. That gets picked up by SNG Gaming.
And all OMG do is slow down the inevitable, which is Suning rolling over them. They are closing in on a 10k gold lead on OMG. They now have the Baron, and they have every opportunity to win this series.
All the beautiful items getting picked up as well. 3 Gargoyle Stone Plates for SNG Gaming now with the Mercurial Scimitar on this Kog'Maw. Even Brain, Redemption, Locket, Ardent Sensor. This composition is definitely coming online.
And you never get the opportunity to feel as powerful as these 80 carries do in this game. This is just... Banana Fish must be loving life.
Yep. I mean, we saw him slamming the table once he got 3 items on Kog'Maw. Imagine how he feels now that he's close to finishing his 6th item.
And now he goes back in his final purchase, just a BF sword, just a little cherry on top of this banana split.
Bit of extra damage there for SNG Gaming's 80 carry. They are now 8,000 gold in the lead of OMG. And OMG have to put up a last stand somewhere. This Baron buff is fresh, though, for SNG's lineup.
But so are these last standing inner structures, which will be the 10k gold mark as soon as they tip them over. So all eyes on OMG. What do you have left in the tank?
This is kind of the tables have turned since game number 2 for Oscar. This is the position OMG found himself off the back of a single team fight. It took Suning 2 team fights to get to this far ahead, but they've done a good job working up for this lead.
That's the thing, you know, OMG's composition still does very well into the late game.
It does.
But the biggest difference, we've said it all series long, has been the vision and how it's created these very influential picks around very key moments in this entire series.
Also, Suning were known not to be able to close out games. That was one of their biggest weaknesses. In game 1, that seemed not to be the case anymore. Let's see if game 3 they can continue to close out games nice and easy.
And when the pressure is on, when their playoff dreams are still alive, hanging on by a thread, this is a must-win for Suning if they want to go the distance.
It certainly is, and they play this nicely. Everyone top side of the map plays very safe and passive, chipping away at the turret. Fun taking down mid lane inner. Jax has taken down bottom lane inhibitor turret, while Suning are now charging towards top lane inhibitor. SMLZ, Jekko as well as 5 can't defend this one, and every single part of OMG's base is being ripped to shreds by SNG Gaming.
And it's getting worse. Here comes the teleport, a ramped up, refreshed Jax. OMG, where are you drawing the line?
You have to do something. SMLZ rocket jumping in towards 2 tanks. Good counter-strike from Xiao Ao. Is it enough? He's almost getting taken down. Inhibitor does fall top side of the map, and SNG say, you know what? We can reset off that.
And there is the over 10k gold lead now in favor of Suning. They have core items on every single component. I believe Kog'Maw's probably at 6 items after all of that global gold. This is from bad to worse. Elder in 10 seconds, and Suning have priority on it.
They're being torn apart. OMG don't know how they can put up a last stand if Suning don't let them. It will be the IE picked up by Banana Fish. 2 Infernals have been picked up by this team, and Elder will make that stack up quite nicely to make a comfortable finish for this team.
And at this point in the game, they don't even have to commit 5 members. They can do this solo. Banana Fish can take that down no problem by himself. Jax could do it if he wanted. They're just going to bring numbers just to make it a little bit faster and 5-stack in either mid or bot lane.
Yeah, Elder Dragon barely gets out 6 auto attacks there, and it's already taken down by SNG Gaming with a 13,500 gold lead. No inhibitor turrets left. Top lane inhibitor down. Elder Dragon with 2 Infernals being buffed up and a 6-sided Cogmore. Especially with a cherry on top of a team composition built around to protect this man on your screen. Banana Fish is going to have a field day.
And we've seen miracle runs before in the LPL. Now, Suning still have to go the distance, but they've done so far.
They're kicking off that final fight. 5 already at half health just from the spittle coming out from Banana Fish. All inhibitors are down. OMG have to put up their last stand at the Nexus, but the question is, are they going to be able to pull it off?
Approaching the structure, all eyes on Jayco. How is this cast used? Where does the shockwave
He jumps
go?
in, knocks back Hacker, but that's the tankiest member of the team. He simply backs out and resets the fight. Banana Fish go to town. Good toss coming out. Shockwave lands, but the Cogmore is healthy. Seong throws down the dodge zone and flashes away. SMLZ playing out this team fight quite well so far.
Goes forward.
Jumps on in. Will get knocked back by Hacker. Cogmore obliterates him. That's a left-right good night if I've ever seen one. Double kill for Banana Fish. Trying to take down Icon as well. Make that 3, and 5 and Seong hug the fountain, trying to stay away from this Juggernaut. The first Nexus turret's gonna fall, the second one shortly after, and they've done it. They start their top 4 run right here by taking down #1 seed OMG.
And this was the hardest match of them all. Suning have done it. They make a game changer. They pull in 60%, change up the roster, and take down OMG in a consistent and serviceable Vision game.
And what a fantastic series to watch coming out from SNG Gaming. All the way, as you mentioned, from the vision control. Their early game's still great, and it seems like they shorten up all the weaknesses that we said they had coming into this series. And they take it to OMG. Nice and decisively in game number 3 as well.
And all anyone needs to look at is that last team fight to understand why OMG fell this series. SMLZ leaps forward and he's immediately punished, immediately destroyed. And it wasn't just on SMLZ. Every member of OMG made a similar poor, over-eager, over-aggressive decision, and Suning just punished it every time.
Sitting in now 6 and 8 in Group B. LGD 6 and 6, so still 2 games in their favor. But as we mentioned, they play RNG NewBee as well as OMG. In fact, their first match against NewBee is later on tonight. LGD will be fighting to try and pick up that 3rd place spot. Well, we should break down this game a little bit further. Joining us back on the desk is going to be Zach Rusty Pie. What are your thoughts on that explosive match?
They adapted. SNG Gaming actually did it. We weren't sure they'd be able to. Game 1, they looked good. Game 2, they got exposed. And they came into the 3rd and they said, all right, anything you can do, OMG, I can do better. And for some reason, they picked the exact same style of composition against SMLZ in 5. But they didn't just pick it, they beat them around with it. And it looked pretty good while they did it.
And what are your thoughts on bringing in Xiao as the top laner for this series, guys? Because he definitely had an impact in game number 3 where we did not see too much from LZ in game 1 and 2.
It's hard to say because we don't know the full depths of LZ's champion pool. We have no idea if maybe LZ could have done the same thing, reached for the Jax pick, and maybe they just had more confidence in Xiao Al. But so far, it looks like a completely different style between the 2 top laners, and that they knew that this was the play going into this game.
Yeah, so far, I mean, you can say what you want about LZ. We don't have a sample size to give you a definitive answer, right? What we can say is that Xiao looked good, and Xiao has always looked good in the LPL, and it was surprising that he was gone in the first place. So it is good to have him back. The Jax was strong. He was able to team fight as Jax, and honestly, he did have a field day running around.
However, for a young squad, SNG Gaming were able to take it to OMG in this match. As we mentioned, from the very cautious play around the first Infernal Drake, making sure they can thread between Baron and Infernal, decisively taking that, and a big team fight taking place at the second Drake. They made sure this game was in their favor from start to finish.
And you can see the damage on your screen, of course. A lot of this actually comes towards the team compositions, and that's a place where I want to start the conversation, because both teams have 2 carries. One of them is in the top lane, the other one is in the mid lane. But But the mid lane is against a Galio and is going to have a really hard time to be utilized, whereas the top laner is the Jax can be utilized by just laning. And the thing there and the difference between it as well is that mid laner has to have an impact. You've got a Tristana composition where your opponents have a Kog'Maw, and if there was any team I want to have a protect me, I'm going to hard carry, it'd be the Kog'Maw Lulu, regardless of who their opponents are. Twitch is good at matching it. Jinx, if they wanted to be extreme, might have been a better choice here. I think Trist was okay, but by no means going to do anything, and is built to kill the Kog'Maw, who stands there and one-hits him.
And you have to go back to the draft phase. The fact that the second rotation pick from OMG was Gragas and Tristana. They had the opportunity to split up Lulu and Kog'Maw, and they chose, knowing that that was what it was going to be. We see this combination all the time in the LPL, and OMG, like, it's probably going to be Lulu Kog'Maw, but I think we're better with Janna Tristana.
And we knew coming into this game that all the focus was going to be in that bottom lane for both the teams. In fact, top lane did go fairly even between the Shen and Jax. It was a bit in Shen's favor to kick things off, a bit in Orianna's favor to kick things off, as we expected. But the first fight was bottom lane, where we saw OMG pick up a single kill, and then they completely butchered the second fight, which swung everything in Sunning's favor.
And the idea was sound from OMG. If you are going to win this game, you get your win condition ahead, and which also puts theirs behind, as they're in the same position on Summoner's Rift, right? The concern there for OMG is after they've made the second fight and they've made the mistake, you look at their draft, you look at their team composition, there's no way back in.
And of course, it's going to be Banana Fish that picks up the MVP on the Kog'Maw, 6-1 and 6.
And just
absolutely devastating.
The confidence of this new squad. You know, there's a lot of questions. They never played on the LPL stage, or not a lot of them had played on the LPL stage before. And it's hard to translate, you know, success in the LSPL, success into scrims, into success on the biggest stage in your domestic region, and they did so no problem.
And I said there was no way back in, and this guy is exactly why, because who was going to kill a Kog'Maw when there's a Lulu to protect him the entire time? You have Gragas, flash body slam engage, and the one time I saw it used to a degree of success was at their Nexus. And then Five actually just has Janna. And knocks him up before he even gets knocked in by the cask. It's like, well, there's your one engage tool gone, and it's not a Kog'Maw, so you lose the game. And that was the only engage option they had right there with the Gragas Janna composition. If you're not ahead early, the idea is you're only protecting your AD carry, but if a Kog'Maw and a Tristana are hitting each other at 3 items, I'd want to be the Kog'Maw.
But let's take a step back from there. Before the Infernal Dragon was taken down, we had mid lane Inner still up. Top lane inhibitor being sieged by the Kog'Maw, with Jax trying to take down bottom lane inhibitor turret. OMG was split apart, and they couldn't find an avenue to attack, and they lost everything. Their base was in shambles off that one play.
And while I agree with you, and we can, you know, attack and dissect OMG's composition and how they executed on the Rift every way to Sunday, I feel like the most important thing about this draft still was this idea that OMG knew exactly what Suning were going to do and just said, we can do it better. And they just put all of their eggs in SMLZ's basket with Janna and Gragas, and we're wrong. We keep saying this. OMG are disrespectful in their draft phase. They're disrespectful in a lot of their play. They'll go forward. They'll look for these crazy flexing out plays. And in draft phase, it was almost that exact same thing. Let's just protect SMLZ. We don't need the engage tools because our guy is better, and he was wrong today.
So is this going to be a big playoff run coming out from Suning now? We talked about what is these swaps going to mean for them. It seems like they're able to take it at the top team in Group B. Now they've got a much easier run to try and contest LGD.
The next game becomes that much more important between NewBee and LGD. So the big difference here is that LGD have 4 games to play. Suning only have 3. Suning now face NewBee and JD. LGD have JD, NewBee, OMG, and RNG. So this is now, if you're an LGD fan, the most important week for your team ever. If they fall down here, it is pretty much over.
I don't know many LGD fans, FLICKR, but I can feel some passion resonating from people on the desk. I agree with you. I think that, yeah, Suning Gaming, the run started here, and there was a chance the run was going to exist, but this was the most important part of it. And the pieces of the puzzle for Suning Gaming are there to put in place, but it's also relying on having that person next to you in LGD also just missing their puzzle so you get there before them.
I mean, put it this way. LGD have to drop 2 of their next few games in order for Suning to even have a chance. So they have a lot of ways to keep this top 4 spot. But from the way Suning played today, they're definitely going to try and pick up as many points as possible towards the end. The pressure is on for LGD, and it's not just to try and keep Suning out of the competition. They too are fighting for 3rd place.
Yeah, they certainly are, and that's the interesting part, because if you are Suning Gaming, losing the next set means realistically NewBee are locked, but you have a higher probability of getting 4th place. It's a very big risk for them, but the reward is going to be there. And I agree with you. I think to bring that back as well, the way they played in this set, with 60% of their roster subbed out, is very impressive from them and indicative that the 10-man roster are very close or equal skill to one another, and they are able to play backstage and replicate strategies and play against each other. And that to me is super important and crucial to be a really good team, as in League of Legends, the one thing that's missing is practice.
And that's the thing, just watching how Suning played out this map, you can see, oh, that looks very similar to what Yoon would do. To me, it just feels natural that the teams are talking to each other. The players have some sort of interaction, or they're at least studying each other's tape, because you cover up those nameplates, and I don't know that that's not Fury and Yoon.
And the thing about it as well, like the swap to top lane, that is just entirely the bottom lane of Suning. It's not these two. That's Fury and Yoon every single game of League of Legends that we watch. And then they do it. The fact that they got Kalista Alistar in game 1, and they're engaging aggressively onto somebody, knowing through vision there is a player mismatch or they can pick somebody off. Like time and again, they look the exact same.
I mean, we used to see this from some LCK teams where they only scrim exclusively their sister teams. I believe the LPL were one of the few regions that started the 10-man roster. And we can start to see how, moving more towards a traditional sports model in terms of practice is helping out some of the teams.
It's the old famous Frost and Blaze strategy. What it would be is that you would send one of the Azubu teams to scrim teams, and then they would come back, match that team's playstyle, and give the other Azubu team the secrets on how to beat them without ever exposing their hand. It was ingenious.
Well, it's definitely worked out for Sitting here today. They pick up a 2-1 against OMG. But that's only the first match that we have here tonight. We still have one more to come, so stick around. LGD taking on NewBee up next.
的3个人的越上路，虽然是一个非常抗越塔的大树，但直接被晕了以后，吃了圣枪洗礼，大半套交了一个闪现，想要拉开距离，但还有个蜘蛛的盘丝，还有个鳄鱼，但是这个盘丝有点失败，下来以后没有完成斩杀。我的天，莫德纳在3个人的围剿生活了下来，而且现在无状态已经改了过来，残血的蜘蛛有办法吗？哇，维克多甩出一个大招的大招伤害。很慢，缓慢的处刑，打下了1血，再打下第2个人头。这一波本纳的防御塔下的表现太好了吧！第一时间的伤害看起来非常的好。鳄鱼晕到了以后，圣枪洗礼几乎打全了，但这边利用捆绑躲了一下，交了一个闪现以后，2下钻鳄鱼是直接拉出去，然后蜘蛛咬了一下以后没有技能完成斩杀。下路司马这边还在偷点燃，但是这边也有危险了。这一波一技能直接炸到了墙上，直接交一个闪现过墙，感觉这波还是有点杀不掉。看一下发条这波过来，直接给大招，发条大招拉到司马老贼，哦呦，这波拉的漂亮，配合镜子一枪，直接狙死了司马老贼。过来是没什么拦的，蜘蛛还被大招是大招了，解掉，这个很危险，Rookie 这波有危险，无论他单杀了，漂亮，无论他这边是拿了一个 Rookie 的杀到。哇，这一波 Rookie 是少了一个净化，多了一个闪现，依然没有打过。下路又是一个在防御塔下的大树节闪现云花一个位置，这下的话 ，Banana 很难走了，被一个布隆的被动打出来 ，iBoy 收下他的人头。哇，这个闪现预判位置是漂亮。聊一下打出水平来了呀！哎，这边看来要打吗？哦，有人前面2个人，这人就直接锤五状态，大招过来，被大招以后出来取了，还有一点点完了，又是一波单1打3的情况下，宁王直接秒了中单，而且天灵这边的大招刚落下来，什么情况？1打3直接把中单给吃掉了。这又来抓，位置漂亮 ，Q 探了一下，但是女警怎么办？闪现2连挂点燃，交了个闪躲掉中卫大招，落在后面漂亮，盛大还没获到了，这波走掉了，他盛大登场打断了完美谢幕，然后惊鸿过隙魅惑到给了加速，再闪现过来轻弩成烧回到女警的身上。这波对面的这边领先，有一炮明明自己风险出来不了。但是第一时间空没撤，因为后面有队友，这个大招大主进化被解掉，闪现躲开了牛头的一个2连回身，沿突回来牛头直接开坚定意志，蓝魔大招撒的还可以，进后面华彩定了岩雀的血量很低，还在溜，给了个治疗抬起来了，但杰斯一炮把他收掉了。这一波但打得很出色，因为这波纳尔不在，交了个闪现，还想拖林伟翔这边，最后被一发致命华彩收掉，但是已经换到了3个人头啊！
这 Sky 赶不赶上？对面是双 C， 这还下平 A 可以收掉球的人头。
马上变大了，回旋镖减速到了，马上变大了，怎么说？
黄城 PK 这里，哎呦，这个 W 是被锤开了。
是的，还想上来杀吗？
哎，这一锤，哇！
我感觉小虎有目标啊，直筒直接一个闪现。
来，这边果然是小虎，能漂亮小虎啊！小虎这边在往后面好，回头开始输出了，完了，小虎调整了一个很好的位置，先输出后面，先把可以打死之后开始甩头，这边威也开始了，威也在这边，他们的16单又如何？又是一发 Q 啊！滚出了诺的控制范围里面，想撒了一个大招，但是没有任何用头，对 UZI 打出了一个3杀。
time to get into our second match of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. We've got LGD taking on NewBee in just a few. My name's Dom. I'm taking over here for Fish for the end of the broadcast for today. Joining me here as well, we've got Barento Raz Mohammed and Zach Rusty Pie once again joining us for this third game of the day. And gentlemen, purple shirts.
I was
Purple
here first.
shirts.
Yeah.
Just make it known I was here first. I was definitely on this desk. He
I'm
just came
blind.
in.
You know what? I'm
and
blind
he's-
to fashion. I'm blind to fashion. I don't see purple. that's me. In fact,
as
I
a
didn't see
shirt?
my own shirt. So
Okay.
so that happens.
Alrighty then. So then, let's get into what we just saw in that previous match. We had Suning Gaming taking on. They were literally right there. OMG.
Yes.
I was watching the whole time, and the name still evaded me. But we just actually got a little bit of word on some of the interview that Suning Gaming did. They did not know they were going to be subbing out so many people coming into this next set.
Yeah, it was based on the coach's decision. Decided to bring these players in. In fact, that was why they decided to bring in Xiao Al for Game 3 because LZ was pretty nervous, and you have to feel nervous to come in for your first match. Immediately going into LGD though, Banana in the top lane, Amy in the jungle, Cool in the mid lane, and Imp and PYL rounding out their bottom.
Of course, no more banana fish. We've lost fish and banana fish. We've just got the banana to go over to NewBee.
Yeah, their opponents on the other side also running a 10-man roster, but they know what it is in advance. It's Sky, Swift, Coco, LWX, and Chris.
Now, funny enough, the last time these two teams faced, Chris was also starting it out, all right? And it was actually specifically Korn in the mid lane coming up for NewBee. So even though LGD were able to take that win 2-1, you don't get to see the real strength of NewBee in the last set. So it's a good time, good chance to see who is coming out better.
Yeah, it's important to note 3 games with Korn in the roster is almost unacceptable for someone like LGD, not for NewBee. You'd be happy for them, of course. Korn was a very exploitable player, loves to play his side lanes, will split push, very small champion pool, and there is a very easy way to expose him. But now Coco's back for NewBee, and we've always said that when Coco arrives, NewBee have looked like a better team, yet I can't help but feel a lack of confidence for them perhaps coming into this set. And it's not just that LGD can be a good side when they want to be. We all know that LGD's last week is actually just going to be the reason that I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Yeah.
NewBee, not the best week either.
Yeah. So the fact that NewBee came out of the last week 0-2 is ridiculous because last week the idea was that they wanted to secure first place up against OMG, RNG, and immediately they are out of that picture, and they're actually looking to struggle in fighting up against 3rd to 4th place because LGD is very close up to them.
With how the standings are shaking out right now, NewBee are 2 wins away from locking in their playoff spot, and they have 3 games to go. It could very well be until the end of week 10 before they find out, but if they take a win here, that's going to be so much relief for this 10-man roster.
Absolutely. NewBee super close to the playoffs, at least locking in 3rd for themselves, which is where you want to finish. Of course, 4th place puts you up against potentially IG on your opposition side or Dan if you finish 3rd. That's the contrast. One's pretty good there. Realistically, yes. So NewBee, they're super close. 2 games off. LGD, only 3 games away from securing playoffs, but with Suning Gaming nipping at your heels, that now becomes a daunting process of getting those victories and getting there. We all know LGD have a playoffs buff. If they can get there, the run home's pretty good.
If they can, of course. But then again, with how we saw LGD last week, picking off of what you alluded to but didn't quite describe, their performance was... It was a 2-0 win against Suning Gaming. Game number 1 was 68 minutes, the longest game in the LPL Summer Split. Game number 2 was 48 minutes, so not much improvement in terms of time.
Yeah, these games, especially LGD, if they get a lead early on, it still gets scrappy because a lot of the times the team play starts to fall off. Like certain members like PYL going and searching out for vision will come out alone and will get picked off. And that's the immediate problem with LGD, and it wasn't that different to the last time they faced NewBee. I wonder if we're going to see the same fire as they get into the mid or late game.
Just like LPL gets eliminated in quarterfinals is an absolute... PYL will probably get caught placing vision just as much.
This guy.
So Rusty, let's figure out how... I would normally ask who's going to take this series. How many times is PYL going to get caught out solo warding?
I think he'll only die twice.
Okay, only
this
twice.
Game.
Alrighty, in this game.
Getting caught for vision.
Yes, it is a BO3 though. Alrighty, Rusty, thank you so much for joining us here. We're in pick band for game number 1. LGD taking on NewBee right now. With Jace and Rumble banned away, Elise and Thresh are going to ban it, and as was alluded to earlier by the desk, we're on patch 7.15, so Maokai is going to follow it, and we might get to see that elusive Zac slip through both pick and ban with all of the nerfs that he has been collecting.
Yeah, well, the thing about the Zac pick, it might be picked up because Amy has an affinity towards it, but a lot of teams will pick up the Gragas against it, and with Gragas being open up, Swift has gone towards the Gragas so often, I expect that to be the response. But with LGD's bans, both Jace and Rumble, really all tailored to Sky and Coco, it feels like even though they're on blue side, they have these necessary bans versus NewBee, so it feels like red side bans for them.
And now here we can see the Kog'Maw actually swapped out for a Kalista. First pick blue side for Imp. I was about to say, we've got some flashbacks to when NewBee played JD last week, where the entire meta of that best of 3 revolved around first pick, blind pick Kog, but now we've got that Kalista.
Yeah, it's LWX and it's Imp. Now, LWX, if he gets a chance to pick up his Kog'Maw, he will. That's why LGD really ran that time out, and so very naturally, they understand they're going up against the Kog'Maw. Picking up Kalista is strong simply because, yes, she is a strong champion, but she has strong engage as well, and that could be the tactic, especially since PYL is a great Bard player, to pick into that.
Just setting up some big tempered fates to lock someone down.
If that
Not
does
to mention,
pop up.
yeah, we do have a whole bunch of additional supports that could go with it, like Rakan, also fantastic. Braum could be great for blocking some of the damage from that Kog'Maw.
Alistar as well. There are a whole
Exactly.
slew of supports you can go towards, and that's the power of Kalista, is that you really can go towards these secondary, tertiary supports very early on. That being said-
Ordinary. Just keep running down the list.
Nope, not letting that happen.
Pick Sona, just like all of my solo queue, and throw
die.
the Sona in.
Okay.
But it is Cho'Gath second for LGD, so they're picking up strong AD. They've got a strong front line. They have to deal with a strong AD and a strong front line of NewBee as well, but here's where things diverge. LGD are going to show us their third pick first, and could very well set the pace. Nope, it's Bard.
Yeah, I mean, PYL has showcased the fact that A, he's a strong Bard player, and he will be able to pick that one if he sees a Kog'Maw on the enemy team. So
Yeah.
I like this. I love seeing Bard in general, but I love seeing PYL's Bard. So.
I mean, I would hope that he's able to actually pick it, because with this Bard lock-in, Frosco, she talked about it during the previous pick ban and actually during the game as well. The LPL loves itself Kog'Maw Lulu, and it goes right through, picked up now by Crisp to assist LWX.
And you can already see it being hovered in the, just of course in the Summoners. Heal on Lulu or Crisp is holding on to that, so that's something you have to deal with. I wonder what LGD will have to pick in the jungle position, because at this point in time, they want to be able to look towards engaging onto that backline. I mean, Bard, Kalista, you would think that would be enough, but with the jungle pick being, let's say, a Gragas as well in open, I think that's something that they should look towards. But NewBee will have the opportunity to ban that in the second phase.
Yeah, we'll see what LGD go for that engage. Last time we saw them play with this style composition was against LGD Gaming last week, game number 2. PYL died a grand total of about 7 or 8 times before he finally landed the clutch tempered fate onto 3 people, won the ensuing fight, and won the game. So it took him about 48 minutes to get there.
Here's the thing about the whole going in solo and dying thing. A lot of that is a team-wide issue. So of course it comes down to the fact if he is going for solo vision. We'll see that across this game as well. You have to see him and Amy working together.
Yeah.
That's why the jungle pick is going to be all the more important, especially going up against Sejuani, and you would have to expect Coco to be having a very high impact early game pick as well, like perhaps the Talia, because if you get caught out there, it's a lot of CC engage that can just jump right onto you, and you don't want to be getting caught out with those picks.
Well, with the Talia now banned away, we have to look for something new from him, as LWX, he's just giving us a hover for a couple of fun different mid laners here. And we're still looking towards that top and mid for NewBee. So one of these two is going to be left out to dry and allow LGD to flex their Cho'Gath a little bit. Trundle is actually the top laner of choice for Sky here. So they are saving last pick for Coco. But he still has to go up against Cool, who is exceptional when he wants to be.
Yes. I mean, unless if that is a Lulu mid lane. Unless if that's going to be the carpet that we're riding on. Exactly, right? So that could be top lane. And remember, Cho'Gath does have weaknesses in terms of very early on laning phase. Can get skirmished on very easily, dove on very easily. And understanding that he's going up against what should be a double tank with the jungle pick, of course, being hovered currently. Trundle in team fights, very tanky, very difficult to deal with.
We do have Lucian and Gragas, so you did mention they need some engage, such as Gragas, which has now been picked up by Amy. But counterpick for NewBee, Coco. He's going to have to take something into Cool's Lucian and try to keep pace.
It just feels hard for NewBee because they've banned out all the picks that would do well into the Lucian pick. Like Cassiopeia, Orianna does decently well. Some people go towards the Victor pick, but Coco is going to be going towards Corki, which does a relatively poor time versus the Lucian.
So we've got double AD carries on both teams, big scaling AD carries on both sides, large tanks. We've got some tank shred. We've got some true damage. A little bit of everything in this, as it looks like, as the timer runs out. We've actually got Ignite on both supports, too. So perhaps we could go back to that best of 3 that you mentioned during the earlier weeks of the LPL, where these two teams just skirmished and butt heads over and over.
You don't have to look too far back to that. Legitimately, the last time we saw these teams face, we saw LWX on the Kog'Maw looking for flank plays with a TP, top laner coming in. There were so many team fights the last time these teams faced off, it was a little bit ridiculous. So I expect a little bit of that case today. I mean, Coco brings structure, and maybe that's just going to be the case. Maybe the game slows down to a reasonable pace.
Yeah, and it is so interesting to see Coco actually taking a role on the likes of Corki here for his team. It's a champion that he's played a lot along with the Talia, because traditionally we know that whenever Swift is on the team, the mid laner takes a supportive role, a back step to sort of support Swift as he moves around the map, as he tries to set up for his team. But now that Coco is stepping forward on these Talias and on these Corkis, we're also starting to see a bit of an evolution for NewBee. We're not talking like Gen 1 to Gen 2, but maybe Gen 1 to Gen 1.5.
I don't know what you're referring to, but I do agree with you in the sense that with the new additions, Coco is one of them, Sky is another.
Exactly.
That you see teams, or at least the players on this team, playing to Swift far more often now. You see them when he does invade. Now, of course, it's the tank meta, so a lot of the times he won't be able to do as much as he would want to on the Nidalees, on the maybe he can pick Kane later on.
Look, I found the enemy jungler. We skirmished, and he's still at full health.
Well, but at the very least, that's what kind of created this very early, high-tempo playstyle for NewBee, that they could play through their jungler, and their jungle will be able to play through them once he gets his initial advantage.
Yeah.
But in the last sets we saw from NewBee, they started to dial that back to a more scaling composition, to a more scaling playstyle versus OMG. So it seems like they've made a shift of their own on how they want to be able to play out the composition and their take on the current meta.
Yeah, and that set against OMG was real tough. OMG it was not the OMG that we saw today, that's for sure. They were playing at an 11. Though we do see a little bit of early skirmishing here, even the Cosmic Binding.
Oh my god, what happened to the Corki?
Valkyrie's away, but he does take Valkyrie at level 1. Seems like he was trying to get some vision or at least hide in Pixel Brush, and LGD just show up and punish him.
That's the greatest thing about the helicopter view that we have in level 1. You always see something on the side of the screen.
Something's happening.
It's like, please get me to that action.
What's going on?
Yeah, so Coco makes the proper decision. He doesn't lose too much on using or at least leveling up Valkyrie. LWX.
Bringing Amy in to get a ward so they don't get caught by any lane cheese, but they are setting up to leash Amy on this red buff. So wards or not, they still will know that this is happening, NewBee that is, which means that we are going to see Swift getting his leash from Sky on that top side.
Yeah, so it's just going to be top to bot for him, bot to top for LGD, and ultimately even just bringing it back to the masteries that the supports did take. It is a Thunderlords on Lulu. So you're going to be seeing a little bit more skirmishing power coming out of LWX and Crisp in the bottom lane. Now, Bard has had pretty bad times in laning phases. So that's something that we could look towards and seeing if Crisp and LWX can take control of that lane. Or if, Kallista's usual, I have a million Rens, you just took a bad trade, we instantly win off it. Can be the case here.
And LWX will need to step up against the likes of Imp. We know that Imp is playing remarkably well last week in his series. He had an exceptional KDA over the length of about over 110 collective minutes of gameplay during those 2 games. Whereas LWX on the other side, he played against SMLZ. And in the series before that, he played against JD's AD carry. And we're still looking to see if he can return towards this mega Kog'Maw that he made a name for himself on towards the back half of Spring Split as Swift. He's taken his blue buff here, but he was attempted to be awarded by Cool.
Yeah, so it wasn't even so much of an attempt. They know that he is on blue. That just means that that's the greatest thing about having so much control in the early laning phase. Not only is he having the technical counter pick, Lucian's great into the Corki pick, but he also know that he started on Valkyrie, so he was able to get the early first push, gets 2 waves. Now they know where Sejuani is.
Oh, PYL's going to ward. He's tagged, slowed, stunned, auto, ignite, first blood, LWX. Imp chases him down, and Amy, ooh. The flash, keg slam, but a stun will trade it over. 2 for 1. Amy might be looking for some more action, though. He's up to 2 stacks so far, but decides not to follow it up.
That was very unlucky, and honestly, just kind of weird from PYL. They knew where Sejuani was. They knew that she just completed her blue buff, and then PYL walks to ward up just to see if she's coming through, and she's already in the bush. So it was unlucky for that reason, but he probably should have been able to walk up a little earlier on or wait for Amy to come down because he was already in the process of doing so. So they had great information, and then they didn't use it properly. They ended up dying for it.
So, Rez, does that count as PYL going for a solo ward, or is that
okay?
Was that just unlucky?
Yes.
Because he was in lane. Like, we're not even into the game yet. I mean, we're in game, but it's like, okay, alrighty. We're just keeping track here. That's 1. Oh boy, they're setting up a dive onto LWX. Magical Journey. Oh, they tag him to the minions. He's got no summoners. Knocked back and delivered. It's Amy who gets the kill.
That was just beautiful. I said it was risky just a little bit before, and that's true. It was just a Kog'Maw, but you line it up properly, and PYL was able to get you the stun onto the minion. So really well done there. It was really beautiful. They knew that the flash, both sums were down on LWX, so good start to the lane.
And this brings me back to the question that I posed a little bit earlier. Raz, what's your take on LWX right now? Because he's going up against Imp. He's been sticking to a lot of these Kog'Maw plays that we've seen him over these past few weeks. What are we expecting from him?
I expect great things.
Okay.
He's been a very consistent force on the team because, of course, if you're on the same team with Vasily, who came out with double MVP performances last time we saw him, he did so well in his beginning, but then they brought in LWX for good reason. LWX, the moment he stepped onto the team, had good performances, was a very cocky player at the very beginning, so he found himself with deaths.
Yeah.
But with that confidence, and then he adds the extra bit of experience to him, and you see great play with LWX, and the team was willing to play around him. So, so far, I like what I see, and I think that this set, him being pegged up against Imp and PYL, is a great test.
Wow, PYL perhaps not setting a great standard for himself as he doesn't go the full length of that magical journey, unless that was deliberate and he wanted to try to get towards that Shrine before making his way back down there. We'll keep an eye on Swift and the rest of NewBee because Coco, he's rocking teleport. He's on that Quirky with Valkyrie, and see if they do decide to affect that bottom lane. That is now 0-2 because by the great wise words of Rusty, don't gank my lane, I'm losing. Gank the lane that's winning.
I feel like that is the
that's
the tried and true.
I have heard that. I'm like, Rusty, I can gank your lane, and he's like, no, don't. It's also because I'm gold and he's like master, challenger up there. He's up there.
That's fair. That's fair. At this point in time, it comes to a point where at NewBee they have a great, I would say, scaling composition for themselves. Both Corki and Kog'Maw, that they do want to play defensively. Like what you see there, Swift understanding that he can be on this side of the map, that he's just going to go for the camps that are available, but he recognizes that he needs to be there in the crashing wave to defend that push from Amy. So that was a good sense from him. He doesn't need to necessarily gank a lane. Meanwhile, Amy, yeah, he definitely has a massive target towards the bottom lane. And they haven't even pinged level 6, where the power spike of Kalista and Bard is a bit insane. So.
And we're seeing that now. As you mentioned, the wave crashes in. They land this harass. They're trying to force him to miss minions. 7 minutes in, he's 23 minions down. 24. If he catches all of these, he should be just a little bit closer. But look at how insistent LGD are on trying to break this lane apart as Crisp accidentally snagged that minion there. And there he goes. So it's a grand total of 20 at the end of the lane,
but
at the end of the day.
He's keeping up in the sense that he is not outright going to lose the tower, or at least like he's not outright out of the game. And recognize this, once the clock hits 8 minutes, once Corky's able to get his package, that play, that level 6 mark when Imp and PYL are about to hit, doesn't necessarily mean the end of this lane, though it's definitely going to be a point for LGD to contest. So I do expect Cool to be able to leave the lane, walk down bot with Amy, But if Coco can back at an appropriate time, get a little bit of help in doing so. In fact, it looks like Swift is not even away from that moment.
Yeah, LWX steps forward as Swift immediately turns onto Imp. He flashes back, ticks over to level 6, and just smashes Imp with the ultimate. Teleport is canceled as a Cosmic Binding and a last auto attack nets a double kill for LWX.
And you know what? I was mapping out a response that they could do at level 6, at level 7. He's like, no, level 5, let me get in there. They don't expect it. They're just looking to fight, looking to scrap. He comes in and he picks up the scrap. So that was a really strong gank coming in from Swift. He uses his flash and he gets right on top of Imp.
And just like that, it's 4 kills to 2. The gold lead is actually in NewBee's favor, as suddenly that Kog'Maw down 16 CS still, but still going to be able to catch up in gold with those as Coco picks himself up blue buff, even holding on to that package.
I just look at the map in that sense, because that was a play in which LGD were honestly looking to prep for. They were looking to go towards the bottom lane the moment Imp and PYL hit 6. Now Coco can make plays like this with this package.
Yeah, package going to pop up. Cool has got no mana. He turns onto Coco, eats a big one to the face as Banana over the wall. Rupture finds Sky. Coco flashes to pick up a kill, but they chase onto Amy before he has any health. They kill him. Banana gets the 1 kill in return as PYL doesn't quite get the Cosmic Binding onto the 2. Banana is slowed and should be going down here. Sky's going to give him the chomp and send him back to the graveyard. 7 kills to 3.
And the Trundle, the big troll, gets the double buffs off the back of that. 7 and 3 immediately. NewBee are just coming out ahead in these fights. I promised you skirmishes.
Well,
the last time we saw these teams face, it was non-stop fighting. And it seems like 9 minutes into the game, that's going to be the case.
10 kills at 9.5 minutes. We are on the clock so far. And let's just take a look at this again. They're trying to steal the red buff. They get it, but then Coco collapses.
Yeah, this was just a poor decision from Pool because he couldn't rotate towards the bottom lane. That play had fizzled, so he used the push that he had in the mid lane to go top side and start stealing out camps. Why are you doing that when Corki has package? He literally came out of the from basing, got blue buff, saw you taking camps, and he was like, well, I'm just going to look to challenge this with the rest of my team. It was a proper collapse from NewBee.
And now that brings them to 2,000 gold ahead 10 minutes in, where they were just ahead themselves. How the turns table. And this is, Wit's End is done on LWX, so he can start harassing a little more as Swift races in. Ooh, Imp with the sidestep, tempered fate.
Oh my god.
I guess PYL has been practicing a little bit.
There we go. That was beautiful.
That one.
It feels like that Swift was just going to keep going for it. He was going to keep making the plays happen because they've worked 2 times beforehand. This time around, finally, LGD kind of stops the bleeding.
For now, but you have to imagine, once that ultimate comes back off cooldown again, Swift is going to make another loop. It's cool. Might be trying to collapse here with PYL, just harass him away, but the ward still goes down. And meanwhile, we actually haven't taken too much stock of the CS elsewhere. It's a 15 CS lead for Cool as PYL, what are you doing? Trying to force a fight. They know he has no ultimate. Face first into a Sejuani, not a great way to go.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Here comes a TP play from Sky.
Yeah, he got way behind Amy. The Subjugate, the Chomp, even a Valkyrie forward. 9 kills to 3 ahead of the clock now.
Yeah, it looked like LGD was desperate. Okay.
Very far ahead of the clock as LWX reminds Imp why he should stick with his support.
This game has gotten a little bit too crazy. LGD tried to plant their foot. They said, okay, we were behind in the last play, but they won't expect us just diving in for the next one. But of course Sky has TP. LGD Banana does not. This is getting a little bit too out of hand, and we're just going to take a look, of course, at Imp getting caught out. Of course, the support's already dying in the, across the map from him.
Crisp sets it up.
Yeah, really well done from Crisp. You have the HP to kind of just solidify the kill here, too. Very easily.
Even stopping for another auto attack. He had his heal, too, so it was nice and safe play. Crisp didn't even use his Ignite to make that happen. And again, like you said, very smooth play from NewBee. It seems like as a whole, they were expecting this aggression, this skirmish. Maybe a little caught off guard during the early laning phase, but a very fast adaptation. Swift ganking bottom, Coco reacting to the pressure from Cool, and then even Sky getting in on the action bottom with a teleport in. NewBee are everywhere this game.
Yeah, so far you can just shine that light on Sky, as you mentioned, because he was doing well in the lane. Obviously, he got the double buffs previously, and the mentality can just be to stay top lane, abuse the Cho'Gath. But you can see him reacting to the calls from the rest of the team that he can just utilize an amazing ward that was present to just TP and get in behind them. So right now, it's up to LGD, even though they had the early game plan to start forcing on top, plays on top of LWX and Crisp. they suddenly have to take a step back, wait for the items, because they have double Blade of the Rune King coming along with Imp and Cool. And hopefully they can start to move the play forward in the bottom lane.
You're exactly right. They have the components, 2 Bilgewater Cutlasses. They've got a lot of health. The Cinderhulk finished off on Amy. Banana's even looking for some defensive stats himself, but do they have the time? Triforce is on Coco. He is ready to fight. LWX, he's got his Wits End and his Zerker Greaves as Crisp starts working towards that Ardent Sensor. And Sky, while he doesn't have Teleport, he's got Tiamat. He's got his Spirit Visage, or not Spirit Visage, Spectre's Cowl. So certainly, LGD might want to pull it back. Will NewBee let them?
That's honestly, it feels like NewBee, and what's happening, just to echo the point, is that Swift, he's just going to be able to stay for, okay.
Oh yeah, turns out the answer is no. Magical Journey is going to look beautiful as Imp can only sit there frozen in place before he dies.
This is getting a little bit ridiculous. Swift didn't really have to do much. He's just denying the play from Gragas, but Gragas goes back to his own camp, starts taking Krugs. So these feels like very easy ganks from now on.
There's Culling. Coco absorbs it quite happily.
Here comes a TP from Cho'Gath.
Trying to get in behind them. Tempered Fate has found LWX. He's got both Zums as Banana gets in there. Cosmic Binding and the damage from Amy. Banana's looking for the Om Nom Nom. He righteous glories, but it's Amy who gets the kill. Rupture will lock down Crisp. No flash from his dive earlier as LGD answer back. This is a Gragas stealing 4 out of the 5 kills. Oh man, Amy, come on, dude.
I'll look at the positives here, Dom.
Okay.
They're making plays happen, though. It's still a great TP play, and now they do have to force onto this tower because Sky, having time to go top lane, will get the solo gold. So this is ridiculous in the sense that even in a play in which you could say LGD get a lot out of it, they get 2 kills, but they're not going to be able to get the first turret. And so the bottom lane of LWX and Crisp can just go back into the same laning phase and will come out ahead in the matchup. And now Sky just propels ahead because now he has, of course, he's 2-0 and 2 in the kills and just the solo gold. So right now, off that play, I feel like LGD just came even farther behind.
Ooh, 1,617 nearly ahead of his lane opponent between Sky and Banana.
Yeah.
You can see it's about a 400 gold lead for Swift. Coco in the mid lane, he's sitting at 3. The biggest thing is in the bottom lane. LWX, 1,300 gold ahead of Imp. He was down 2 deaths at 4 minutes. He was down 25 CS. He's up 5-3-1 to Imp's 0-4-2. Just the distribution from NewBee seems to be working out for them, and they might be looking for it again as Swift. He's got his ultimate on cooldown.
Yeah, and the reason for all of that has been Swift, as you mentioned. He really has been making plays time and time again. He's just sitting there waiting for Corki so they can actually make the play that can kill the turret. Hopefully kill a few members.
Swift, all right, now they're going to spot him. They know the Sejuani's making the same plays. Solo Q dive it, and they will back away from the turret. That means LWX and Crisp get to push it in and break it down. 2 tier 1s for NewBee to the 0 of LGD.
Yep, so at the end of the day, they don't need to use those 2 members to get the turret. They can continue to pressure out the mid lane. They can continue to now look towards resetting the Dragon, hopefully getting a much more useful one here.
Roll the dice. And, Mountain coming up next. That's some pretty high value. Not to mention the Cloud, generally pretty good for setting up. This is the trade from LGD, though. They hear the Dragon's Cry, and they rush towards the Rift Herald pit. Sky is there.
Getting pinged out.
And you can see Coco, he's moving in along with that movement speed. Crisp and LWX, they might be trying to fight this. Stepping forward, Boss Bomb, good pillar, blocks the escape route. PYL's locked in place, but lands a Cosmic Binding. Riptailed at 3,300, they target Banana. Tempered Fate goes absolutely wide as Herald resets.
Okay, Swift is waiting for this.
He's ready to follow it up. Ooh, just barely misses as Cool gets the dodge. They are able to force the flash to chase him away, knock up. But Banana doesn't have enough for the Devour. Oh man, he's getting slammed down. LWX get to kill with 4 assists to the other members of NewBee. They all contributed to that.
Yep. A lot of damage coming through LWX, and honestly, perfect pillar placement coming in from the Trundle. So it just feels like LGD, they try to make a play happen. They try to get anything, a trade. The problem with looking for Rift Herald as a trade is that it just takes too damn long, Dom.
It's got so much health.
So yeah, they recognize that. Pings are coming down, and they just got chased out. And with how they were walking into these narrow corridors within the jungle, the Trundle pillars just made it all the more easier for the damage to land off of Corki, off of the ultis from LWX. So it feels like every move that LGD make seemed like the wrong answer.
Well, they're going to have to learn the dance steps real quick or they're going to get booted off the dance floor because NewBee are just picking up the tempo. Once again, they're trying to start off the Rift Herald. They've got it down quite low. Swift gets a ward over the wall with his smite ready, but Banana's got his Devour. Nom nom nom.
TP.
Picks himself up. Here comes Sky along with Coco. Sky's going to lead the charge, but he's separated from the team. So too is Amy. Swift sets him up for LWX while a cask will stall this out, but Amy, sacrificial lamb, drops a cask but goes down regardless.
All right, so immediately off that, they can actually look to pick mid. Maybe take the turret off of it. This is so hard for LGD. Thankfully, I believe they got the Rift Herald off
They do,
the back
yes.
of that.
It's in Amy's pocket.
Okay, so once he does come up after losing this mid lane turret, they can utilize it.
Yeah, they should, but it looks like NewBee, they're not stopping at all. They're
Okay.
rushing in. LWX is slowed, stunned, and dead. Cool. With the target selection, brings him down. Imp finally trying to join the fight, but he is so far away. PYL, Tempered Fate finds two. Coco, oh, that's a big one indeed.
All right, NewBee. The same play stands. Take the mid lane turret. This time around, don't have two of your members looking to flank and unprotected that LWX away.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
They're breaking it down now. The final tier 1 for NewBee crumbles just before 20 minutes. And while the early laning phase looked rough, if you tuned out and just came back in, this would look like a completely different game. It's still the same match. Imp still started off getting 2 kills onto LWX. But that's 7-4-3 on that Kog'Maw, 3-1-5 on Coco, 2-0 and 11 on Swift. What a KDA.
Yeah, and Swift picks up the Warmogs off the back of that gold. So Warmogs is great if you're snowballing, because you can just keep picking fights, disengage, get the HP back, and honestly, you can continue to rehash the same play. And what that does mean, with Baron coming up in 20 minutes, at that point in time, NewBee can continue to look for these Baron plays with ulti off of Swift. If you can get it back up, then of course you get to a point where LGD, they can't continue to walk off of Fog of War. So they need wards placed down on the map. That being said, LGD can actually look for this play. TP coming through.
Yeah, they're teleporting. They're bringing Banana, which means bottom is undefended. LWX simply walks it back as the teleport is canceled. Pings mid as Coco. Looks like he's picking himself up a package as he races back out onto the map, but that play that LGD were trying for is spotted out and defended in time, and they will still lose turret health despite this.
Yeah, and I feel like that's just another canceled TP from Banana, where once again, NewBee can look towards that and say, well, we'll have TP up before you. We can look towards another play once again, because these plays that LGD have, okay, you know what?
That's just unlucky.
You know what?
He's got all the kills, he's got all the buffs. Come on, Amy.
Cool, tilted man right now.
Amy is, I can't say it's deliberate, because it seems like every time he gets them down so low and it's like a Sunfire tick or the red buff tick. But you have to imagine this many times in a row. It's just unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
And to get back to what you said, cool state of mind is actually really important for LGD, as now they're going to find Amy and pick up that double buff onto Coco.
Yeah, it's not his blue buff anymore.
No. Cool state of mind is so important for LGD because he is such a star player, because he is known in some circles as a bit of a diva. If he gets upset, that can be really tough for not only his play, but the whole team's. As you know, Baron's just going to be taken here. Tempered Fate has found Swift. That means Smite is stalled out. Banana goes in, but he's silenced. Coco looking to turn this around. Banana is going to be knocked away. They're still juggling this. LWX and Coco are taking a lot of shred. One from LGD, one from the Baron. But LWX flash auto to get the kill as they sack the Baron for the kill gold instead.
And Imp is in a poor position as we take a gander at Rift Herald being used.
Just breaks it down, yeah. Imp, he's going to be caught as well. And 22 minutes in, we have 24 kills on the board, a full 3/4 of which are newbies.
Yeah, a lot has happened in this game. But quite honestly, LGD had to do that at that specific moment to stop Baron from getting taken away. So at least they stopped Baron from coming through, but they're giving up a lot of gold in doing so. Oh my god. I just love the look of Rift Herald.
And boom, it's actually going to get some big damage as Crisp will try to defend. Oh, luckily they've got some minions to take aggro from the Herald and keep their turrets standing. Still, 1 turret to 3, 8,000 gold in favor of NewBee. I'm going to take this moment and breathe.
It's a good opportunity.
Because we finally got NewBee recalling. They can't find picks if they're not on the map.
But they will have to keep their vision up.
They will.
NewBee right now, they're already... okay.
And...
Goodbye.
That's 2. It's PYL on a solo warning mission.
At least... Okay, so he had the right idea. Oh, no, cool now. Get out of there.
He didn't even teleport in. He just followed up the old-fashioned way.
Oh,
Setting up the
no.
slow zone in front of him. Flash chase. This is just disrespectful, NewBee. They have fans. They have family.
This is full tilt zone, Dom. This is LGD as a whole saying we need wards on the map. They'll get control of Baron. But each and every single one of them are in different places, all trying to do different things.
LGD population Tiltville. They are going to try to turn this around. Teleport coming in, but the Baron has been started out by NewBee, and it's dead. Already dead. That's it. That's Righteous Glory. Amy's looking to flank, but you can't crack that. You can't break that apart.
You're getting chased by Trundle and Lulu. You're not going to be able to get away.
Oh, no. He's finally been caught. Even Swift is trying to catch up as well as Sky. He's going to head them off at the pass. Gets a ward over the wall to spot him out. PYL's actually making his way over along with that Tempered Fate as he leads him on quite a happy journey. The body slam is blocked. The stun finally catches up. And Amy, your time, my friend, has run out.
That took a while.
It did.
Went around the globe, but the job was complete. So you can see how effective this composition is with the map completely wide open, with the outer turrets completely down. You're just going to get chased down to no end. LGD are just really in shambles at this point.
Yeah.
It feels like they don't know what to do. I mean, it's fair after the first uncertain, or at least the unfortunate set of circumstances that happened in the game. But they really need to look plays around Bard ulti. Once Gragas does come up, and once they start looking to barrel down mid-turret with their Baron, I mean, they do have double TP, so they should look towards a 1-3-1. Pick on that one lane. The one lane does have to be, let's say, Trundle. If you can pick up Trundle as he goes towards the bottom lane, that's your opening to just try and find yourself, dig yourself out of this
Something,
game.
anything. Because they need something to try to prevent this siege from happening. The Baroned up minions are crashing into the turret. The cannon's going to slowly start whittling away at its health.
Okay.
Tempered Fate has found LWX, and the Cosmic Binding misses. Flash, Righteous Glory, they're still going to throw everything they can. They get the kill. Tempered Fate saves PYL. Teleporting from behind brings Coco, and that's a lot of spears stacking up. Cool will die to the package. Meanwhile, Swift trading it around. Imp kiting on the top side. He gets another one, and somehow LGD might be able to turn this. It's 2 versus 3. Imp, does he have the mechanics to kite this out? The knock-up, the rupture, the slow. He's continuing to move, hops through the pillar. Sky has to walk around it, and finally he is dead. 3 versus 1, slowed by the Lulu. No chance of escape. And ace for NewBee, 26 minutes in.
That was a massive fight, and it could have went either way, but NewBee are still coming at it way ahead of time because even though you can get on top of LWX, that was a perfect ulti from PYL to just get on top of them. And then Coco gets caught off position, wasn't able to use Flash as well. But even when they burn through these primary targets, Sky is still full HP, just whacking at you.
He's got a Titanic Hydra and defensive items, but still he's doing this much damage. He does still have that mountain though, and will get caught out by PYL. As Cool respawns, and now a Wild Growth plus a full culling. Which one's going to be stronger? Looks like it's the Wild Growth, as he's just going to lumber back to base. They can't even pick up the kills off the back of this Raz.
He's too fast.
27 minutes in, and we have 34 kills in this game.
We can start this one off, of course, with PYL hitting this beautiful Bard ulti. And of course, you mentioned it, he misses his Q. They still get the job done at the end of the day. And you can see Corki riding in as well off of this TP. What ends up happening here, he blows up Cool, but he immediately follows through. And so Imp is the sole carry from LGD that is still alive. He's kiting this one back. That's great for him. But the problem is he still has to deal with this massive Trundle. That's going to take a little bit of a dance. So you can see how hard these fights are for LGD to coordinate.
Just needs more items, needs more attack speed, and he can try to outmaneuver NewBee here. But now they've got an inhibitor down, which is minions crashing in through that mid lane. Bottom is going to rush forwards as the Baron wears off, and still LGD Oh, they actually do find the rupture. Tempered Fate forces him back
Another
in.
one.
Banana's right there. Swift finds PYL as Imp. Look at the damage he's taking from Coco. Has to back away as Sky doesn't even care about the turret. Dives it with Coco and Sky. They get to kill as LWX gets another one in the back. And ace number 2. Except for Amy. Looks like he's backing away somehow, still alive. But their Nexus isn't going to be alive for much longer.
Yeah, the Soul Straggler. They don't even need to use them.
Come on, man. You didn't need to flash for a turret. He saves himself half a turret shot, but they break it down. NewBee, I want to say take game number 1, but this just, there is not a verb strong enough to describe how hard they claimed this game.
They put him in a headlock, Dom.
Oh, yeah.
They definitely, throughout the entirety of this game, had them strangled in this headlock. LGD need to use the time in between game to just calm down, to think about it. Because when they had that upset before level 5, you're looking at Imp because that first gank on Imp was definitely detrimental to them because they were really setting up for that play. And they just kept making moves to try and reclaim any time and just kept putting them further and further behind because NewBee was on top of their game.
They certainly were. They were on top of their game. They were on top of LGD's game. They were on top of the Dragon game. They had everything going for them. But those first 5 minutes, and Rusty, we kept count. You were dead accurate. 2 times for PYL.
Yeah, I'm going to say 2 times placing Vision specifically, and then the game was over, and he had a contest with Imp on who could die more. So that's unfortunate, right? Like, that was separate to it. I'm going to stick with 2 minimum anyway.
Alrighty.
LGD, you know what? Yeah, 5 minutes. I think that's what we can take from this one. A solid 5 minutes. Pack it up. Pretend the rest of the game didn't happen. They got absolutely smashed, and it wasn't even close at any moment.
It was really ridiculous. It was insane past that point because the first 5 minutes, that was great for LGD in the sense that you could see their composition really starting to flesh out. But then they didn't expect the flash gank from Sejuani, and you can tell that Cool was like, oh, it's going to go bot, but maybe I can use my advantage to go into the enemy jungle. Maybe. Maybe I get
their
caught.
red buff is up. Oh, I can totally fight over this red buff.
So they
Coco
just
just recalled.
They just needed time to chill out. They really needed time to cool off, and they didn't do that. So hopefully the time in which they get into the next game, they do just take a bit of a breather.
And I mean, you can still say good things for LGD as much as there was a lot of bad, and that might pain you to say towards the end of it. But ultimately, I feel like the biggest problem and detriment that you're referencing as well might just be the fact they knew they were against the Cogmore, and they gave themselves a window, and they said, we've got this long to win the game, or we lose the game, and they tried too hard to win the game in that period of time, opposed to slowing it down, as you mentioned, and just playing proper League of Legends, setting up for things, and having more meaningful victories, not small wins over and over and over. But they had a composition that's pretty good at those skirmishes.
Yeah, that's a big thing that you mentioned right there. The meaningful victories. NewBee, after those first 5 minutes, every skirmish, every trade was a huge advantage for them. A lot of that, I think, was on the back of Swift. That guy was everywhere over the course of that game.
Swift was very big. I definitely believe that he'll be up there for the MVP votes when we look at this one. He played incredibly well. He was always in the right place. But at the same time, Sky did a lot of work and is commended from this one. LWX, I mean, he was a Cogmore. He got a lot of early gold, so naturally the stats start to favor him. But I don't think LWX did all that much in this game. It was more the rest of the team around him that supported him and propped him up.
Yeah, it really feels like a 2-man race on that one. What I really appreciated from Swift in this instance was because when he had the advantage, when he recognized the bot was just far ahead, or at least in a good position to just keep within the lane and not like without outside interference, he just really played that defense. Said like, Gragas, what are you doing here? You're not going to be setting up for any gank. That's it. That's it. So he just pushed them off, and then at time and time again would come towards the bottom lane when he had ulti. And sure, sometimes he missed his ult, but the idea was always firm, and he would always be able to get a kill out of it regardless.
I've got to admit, once again, I made the same mistake I always make with NewBee. I doubted LWX on Kog'Maw. I'm sure you guys can scroll it back to some point in the cast, and you'll hear me be like, oh, LWX, how's he doing? Again, he's able to pull it through on Kog'Maw. It just takes trust with NewBee, and they pull it together. They're only 1 game away from taking this series and then being 1 series away from playoffs. This is the NewBee that I wanted to see last week that I don't think we got to. Can this NewBee go far into playoffs if time gives them the opportunity?
Time is a big point because with time last split, they were able to go farther than we had expected them to because of their second or at least late split surge. This is something we're expecting them to do. They're just trying to make the best out of 7.15, 7.16, and trying to change their early game playstyle, but it seems to have a late game element because it seems like they've been burnt by that. And I think this is the first step that's really positive for them. And it's, of course, going to be Swift that takes the MVP.
Oh, 2-0 and 25, 90% KPA.
Yeah, he was everywhere throughout the entire game. Swift was pretty much involved. The 90% kill participation is outstanding. The fact that he didn't die is unreal. And I mean, Swift, he had a really, really strong performance, but he also had the team around him to prop him up because tanks only go 2-0-25 when they've got someone doing damage behind them so that he can have those 25 assists.
Yeah.
And once again, we come back to NewBee. They've taken the game. I'm getting ahead of myself here. They've taken the game, and it seems like they're getting at the point where they're beating the teams that are worse than them, lower in the standings, but they're struggling against the teams that are higher at the standings. We originally used NewBee as the metric for if you could beat NewBee, you were in the upper tier. Could they be redefining again?
You need to quickly hit the context on that. It starts that way and it's looking that way again, but last week was a 0-2 NewBee week. I don't think we still call them the bar. We call them confusing, and now we look towards consistency. So game one's great. You throw that away now, and you use that coming into game two, but can they do it again? Can they do it for the rest of the week? Because I'm not comfortable saying that they're a bar anymore until they show consistency and stability.
Yeah.
Well, they've got their work cut out ahead of them. Of course, they've got game number 2 going up with LGD. We're going to get that one ready for you in just a few minutes.
Soaking up the force, soaking up the applause. Don't make me cross before I morph into a lion with the sharpest claws. Now hear me roll. And I just can't wait. Hey, come on. I'm invincible, I'm unstoppable. I'm a lion, call me tamed, I'm a cannibal. Indestructible, undeniable. I'm a man with a plan, understand. You may call me crazy, cause I'm always training. That my muscles are aching, dream to be the world's greatest. History in the making, world records I'm breaking. I'm on the track celebrating, you must think I'm Jamaican. Forever making a statement on this special occasion. Representing my nation, I've been patiently waiting to rep this generation. It doesn't matter whenever, whichever, whoever I'm facing. Planning world domination. I'm invincible, I'm unstoppable. I'm a lion, call me tamed, I'm a cannibal. Indestructible, undeniable. I'm a man with a plan, understand. Let me make things clear, let me set things straight. I like it medium rare, I like that blood on my plate. Now I got people to feed, I got money to make. It's in my DNA, always to be first place. If it don't make money, man, it don't make sense. This is the main event, I am the main event. Whoever I'm up against, can't sit on the fence. The extent of my strength, I give it 100%. Yes! Yeah! Who wanna play with me now? Huh. Get ready! I'm the king of the jungle. Hey! I'm invincible, I'm unstoppable. I'm a lion, call me tamed, I'm a cannibal. Indestructible, undeniable. I'm a man with a
We are just about ready to get into game 2 here between NewBee and LGD. I just spent the past few minutes opening up a thesaurus and looking for a word that could accurately describe, I think, how that game number 1 went, because LGD got mauled by NewBee in that first game. Now they need to pick themselves up and get back in the ring because the Lion is pacing for round number 2.
LGD. I don't even know what to say about them anymore. Yeah, they need to get back in the ring. They don't have a choice either. They're being thrown into the ring. And the question is, do they come in and still have some fight, or do they just let it end? And unfortunately, I don't know what's happening with LGD right now because they've got a playoffs run on their hands. And and they haven't made it there yet. They can't even get through this series right now without looking like a completely different team.
And the thing about this is that the series is pretty important for LGD, because if they take this win, no matter how it's done, 2-1, or just an outright, well, they can't do 2-0 anymore, then of course, then they are put ahead of NewBee just in the points alone. So that's why, sure, that means it's all the more important to recollect yourself after that last set and just say, okay, go into the next set. I don't even think the pick ban was problematic. I love the Lucian. I love the Kalista pick. I think they can go towards that pick once again. I like PYL's Bard pick, of course, if he just takes that step back. So I want to see these picks once again. I just want to see them understand what to do after they lose a kill.
Yeah, and PYL played well on Bard in particular. They always pick it into Kog'Maw. Like, you have to mention that these things are intentional. He didn't just pick Bard because it's his best champion or anything like that.
Yes.
He's picking it for a very defined team-based reason, and it's not working. It's not because he's playing the wrong champion. I think draft wasn't necessarily the problem, but there are ways to make the draft better, I think is important to bring about. Because, like, Bard is a difficult champion that can get caught out quite often, and it's fragile, and Janna won't get caught out at all, and you're still empowering Imp to do these things. It's still good into Kog'Maw because you're protecting your team in a different way. So, like, they could draft a different style. It's not that the draft was bad.
Well, they're going to have to change it up in game number 2. Do you think they stick to that AD carry priority for Imp and try to get him to late game? Because he tried, goodness help him, he did, to outplay NewBee during that last fight.
Yeah, they 100% should stick to supporting their AD carry. It's just the win condition of LGD is around Imp getting fed. But what I don't like from them is that they gave over the Kog'Maw. Like, I don't think giving him Kalista is more valuable than taking Kog'Maw and giving it to Imp in the same vein. Like, if you really want to support your AD carry, go Twitch. Twitch Janna, do what OMG do. You will win the game if you're LGD, then Imp playing Twitch with PYL supporting him.
Don't give him these ideas, Rusty. I don't want to hear it.
They can't hear me. It's all good.
I think the Kalista was fine just simply because, of course, it's the early game element into the Kog'Maw. Now, of course, it's LWX's Kog'Maw. We've seen what he can do throughout the season with it. He's made a namesake. He's made a name for himself with the pick. So specifically, they might look to ban it. But I think the trade that they made with Kalista, you can even slot together the Alistar, a Kennen even, which has worked very well for PYL in the past. And it would just be that good. They just need to recognize that their early game element was much stronger, and they needed to just wait a little bit before they can work as a team. So I think we kind of make jokes about PYL getting picked off. Getting picked off really early on when the ward was set down on blue buff and they recognized where Sejuani was. I just want to see them use that information well.
And Amy needs to stop taking the damn kills, let his carries get the kills, and work with PYL.
Well, we'll see if that happens here in this game, too, because we've already had a bit of change up. It's LGD sticking to blue side. NewBee with side selection have opted to take red, and that puts Rumble, Jace, and Kog'Maw banned away from NewBee this time, where it was Jace, Rumble, and, oh, I'm sorry, I wrote down Kog'Maw on my bans last time. I don't remember what that last one was. Maokai. That's
so it was Maokai. So this time around, LGD can actually just legitimately pick the Maokai pick. And it can go towards Amy, it can go towards Banana. Remember, this also means that Cho'Gath is up and available, so it's up to LGD to make the hard, difficult choice. They're saying we're not going to either one.
They're doing it again. First pick, AD carry.
I mean, I love Kalista. I legitimately believe Kalista is the right pick. She is a high percentile pick in the sense that if you can get yourself a Kalista, maybe even a Kalista Thresh, not in this case because it is banned out by NewBee, then that is your win condition. So that being said, NewBee, they have the response. They can go towards a Varus because Kog'Maw was banned out here. So we made mention of it on the desk that they can just try and not make a trade out of it and go towards the Kog'Maw ban. They have that opportunity being on blue side.
Well, the Varus is locked in. NewBee, it seems like they preempted that Twitch that Rusty was talking about because that was their final ban. Now we're going to look towards perhaps jungle or support. Still plenty of very strong picks here on this patch 7.15 with those two picked up.
I would expect a Sejuani because Swift played so well on that last game. But with the Braum being picked out, you might still see the Sejuani. Could just be a Sejuani Braum at this case. But LGD will have the option to pick it away from them. I wonder if Swift even wants this Sejuani, to be quite honest, just simply because he's played the Gragas so many times before that he might just be willing to say, I'll take whatever you don't want. I just want to know what I'm picking myself into.
The answer, though, is Jarvan for LGD on this side. Now it's up to Cool to figure out what's going to work next for them.
and it can be a flex pick, so it can go towards Amy in the jungle or Banana in the top lane, but Banana's played that Jarvan out, and so it can just go towards him. It would be a blind pick Jarvan top lane, though, so once again, Sky would have the pick against it. Could be a let's say, Jax perhaps, but that would go into second phase, which would mean NewBee would want to hold on to that a little bit more.
So they are relying on the flex of that Jarvan just a bit to get them through this next round. NewBee will answer by picking up their jungler, Sejuani, once again for Swift.
Yeah, Sejuani Braum, a lot of disengage, especially with Varus' ulti, meaning that if LGD, if they pick a fight, especially with that Rakan pick coming in towards PYL, then you have to be able to win the fight out earlier on, initially. Otherwise, it feels like you'll just be drawn into this tanky, slow burn, and that's a scenario in which NewBee will be quite happy with.
Of course, they've already got the 2 Freljordian champions. What better way to supplement that than with the likes of, say, Anivia? Just get someone. You can't even take it seriously.
Just the theme alone.
Exactly.
You have
and then
that
get
one game
Trundle
buffer.
back in the top lane. Yeah.
You have that
man.
one game buffer, you'd be like, okay, let's just get... I mean, Varus just sticks out like a sore thumb, but...
He's shirtless in the Freljord. Well, unless he's Arctic Ops Varus.
There we go. You know what? You're a smart man.
We've cracked the code.
Yeah, there we have it.
Timer will run out on this final ban. It's 2 mid lanes, Cassiopeia and Orianna taken away from Cool. No surprise. We know he can pop off if he gets mad, but right now...
If I'm LGD, you would look towards picking up Lucian. That is a question for LGD to have here, because they recognize that both Corki and Lucian is up and available, especially Syndra. NewBee will have the option of picking that, or they can just let Coco have last pick once again.
Just save that for the mid laner, because he will have to take that lane into Cool.
The Lucian would be a big focus because, of course, with Cassio, Orianna being banned out, if you pick the Corki, then naturally Cool would want to pick Lucian just so he has the earlier shove. But we saw what happened in the last game. A lot of his early advantages just turned into him looking for jungle farm because of how the bottom side of the map fell apart. So perhaps he still goes towards it. It would be the right play to do so, but bad experiences. I don't know.
They are also saving their last pick for Sky, which means that LGD have to reveal their flex. At the very least in the champions that they are picking, as Cho'Gath and Jarvan, again, both of those can flex in both top and jungle, but that gives Sky a better idea of what he has to take in this top lane.
Yeah, last game he picked the Trundle into the Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
Did so well on it too. You might find him doing the exact same thing. The only thing really changing of NewBee's composition would be in the Braum and the Varus, so that bottom lane would change. But with Maokai being up and available, that would just be a stronger team fight setup. Sejuani, Maokai, double tank, a little Braum as well. LGD should be fairly afraid of this.
So the Maokai is the pickup for Sky in the top lane, sticking to the double tank, sticking to the double AD carry, whereas LGD, they've got themselves quite a lot of flexibility in their composition as well. Looks like that Cho'Gath is going top, and Amy is taking that Jarvan in jungle.
Okay.
Can he keep pace with Swift in this game?
I think very easily I would say yes.
Okay.
The big question for me is whether or not the early ventures of LGD will net them early advantages, because with Kalista, Rakan, once again, this bottom lane from LGD has that level 6 power spike. Syndra in the mid lane should do quite well into the Corki pick, should be able to push in once again, so you're in another scenario with LGD having free push in the mid lane and a bottom lane that you would love to gank for. And so Jarvan, once again, level 6, be able to just hop onto that bottom side of the map. That is the focus for LGD. NewBee wants to be able to play this one out slow. They have a proper scaling composition. Triple tank, of course, including Braum. So keep calm and love LGD. All right, there, we got to it at the end of the day. There we have it.
So there are still some LGD fans in the audience, despite recent hardships for the team. And there is still a chance that they can make it into playoffs. They have not been eliminated from contention yet. It certainly is close, but they are in the running, and if they, as you said, if they can take the series even 2-1, which is the only way they could take it at this point, they will find themselves with that point advantage over NewBee.
Yeah, that would just mean that they have the 3rd seed right now. With them holding firm on 4th seed, fighting up against Sinning, who recently took the win, you're in a position where you're not really necessarily thinking about getting out of playoffs. You're thinking about getting the step ahead, getting the 3rd seed with NewBee slightly falling in the last week. So, of course, with LGD, they're not really necessarily thinking about that playoff run just yet. They want to be able to, especially after the last game, take this win at the very least, get yourself to game 3, play a little better, because, of course, last week for LGD has not been too nice to them.
It is not, but now they've loaded onto the Rift here for this game 2 between LGD and NewBee. And NewBee, they actually managed to sneak into the brush. Oh, Imp. He's pulling back. Might he have seen them?
There were no pings down, so I would make that assumption. That being said, NewBee's just going to walk out.
They back away instead and keep themselves safe. And now, making their way back over towards buffs. Looks like we've got Amy currently hanging out up top. And Crisp, he's going to be joining up along with the rest of their team, though. They're still moving as a 3-man unit.
Yeah, what they could be doing, checking for Raptors to see if Jarvan's starting up on that with the help of Syndra. Otherwise, they just look to go for a fake leash, perhaps. There's a lot of options. No, Swift's actually just going to be heading over there. So he definitely wants himself that blue buff.
It is a pretty good buff. It's a pretty happy buff to have. Nice leash going to be set up as Swift will make his way over. All right, so we've got bottom to top for both of the junglers here, as Amy is starting off on the red side. Well, red side of his own side of the map. And a quick kill locks that up, and he's actually turning over to Gromp next. Perhaps staying on this bottom side of the map after a bit?
He could be. Or just go for a larger clear for himself. Recognizing that it's kind of hard to really gank for these lanes. Can make the run to gank for top lane, but you don't have a lot of damage with both Syndra and Maokai really just being CC bots there. That being said, even hitting to this top lane, it's so uninteractive that we have a cull start for Banana. That's a nice pop-up. So yeah, the cull start, kind of questionable, but he just wants the gold for himself. And he recognizes that he's just going to be auto-pushing the lane.
He's playing the long con, the 100 CS before that one finally pays him back. And he is actually now invading over to the red buff with the early wave that he pushed in.
Recognizing that it's still up, so. With Syndra having push priority here too, Sejuani should recognize that 3 members are possibly here looking for push for him.
Ooh, Banana's even going to follow up. Oh, look at that. Bad guy Banana snipes 4 of the Raptorlings, as with Amy, he gets double buff and
they found it.
Aggro's that red. Scryer's Bloom to make sure it's not warded, but Swift, he's already making his way to the bottom side of the map. He's going for a gank instead. You take my buff, I take your bot laner's life.
You have a head up
Flash
on this.
Slow onto Imp. He had his own. He heals. That's exhaust. That's 2. Flashes, but still caught by the stun. Swift is in. Stuns him again, and he is dead. First blood, LWX.
2 games in a row, the bottom lane for LGD don't fare too well to ganks. And you're in a situation where LGD were playing it very smartly on the top side of the map. Swift really paid the price for taking Gromp starts. So really slow clear from bottom side to top side, loses red buff, says, I'm just going to go to the bottom lane. You're pushing way too hard for what's happening top side of the map. So, you know, it looks like even though Swift was on a bad end of that trade, was able to get proper kills on the bottom side of the map.
And once again, NewBee find themselves at an early advantage. Game number 1, of course, LGD were the ones with the early advantage for the first 5 minutes, but PYL steps in, Crisp with the Unbreakable.
True support
Soaks
there.
the hit, yep. Buys enough time to allow LWX to recall and invest that first blood into a Vamp Scepter. Oh, that's going to be so nice.
Yeah, that's going to be another winning point for NewBee, especially after the last game where LWX and Crisp were doing well just based off the constant gank pressure. And you recognize that it's so easy to gank for a Braum lane, especially once Varus starts to get towards his ulti, where he can be the engaging force. Speaking of engage, Amy might want a piece of this. Okay. Nah,
it's a ward, and Amy hops over. There are some Mia pings from NewBee saying Amy might be here. This Coco, he's got flash and teleport, but just catches the wave, allows it to pull in a little bit closer towards his turret before clearing it on out. And a Scuttle Crab is picked up by Amy, so with this early landing phase, less action than the previous game, but still advantage NewBee.
Yeah. Swift recognized that it was going to be less action. That's why he wanted to go for that long con, you know, just clear out my jungle, get as much experience as possible. Then Amy, Cool, and Banana break the treaty. They said, you know what?
20-minute no rush.
Your red buff, your Raptors, all mine. So you know what? They called for war. They're the ones who initiated it.
This isn't big game Hunters Raz. This is Summoner's Rift. There are no truces in this game.
There should be.
There is only victory or death. There's actually not that much death. It would be a very short season if there was death.
I don't watch that. You know, once again, you thought I would understand a reference.
It's not actually a reference. I'm riffing now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
Because could you imagine if in every best of 5, if the losers were... No, that's not... No.
What are you talking about?
It would certainly make things a lot more intense as LGD steps forward. Ooh. Potentially getting a roam from Cool.
Good thing about what Cool is doing, with the control ward, I'm just going to assume that it's his. He's able to make those plays constantly to the bot side of the map. Coco will not be able to follow it, especially with Cool pinging 6. Coco doesn't want to get turned on, so that's the threat of the Syndra pick. Sure, Coco has the Hex Drinker to his name, but that would just be flash that he would have to use if he gets caught out in rotation. So Cool has the ability to just constantly rotate between mid and bot, and even though it doesn't turn into a kill, it means that NewBee's bottom lane will have to back away constantly.
And that's what we see as PYL makes his way into the river. Amy even down there as well. Cool trying to head off Coco. Just contesting this vision, pushing back out across the bottom lane. Because Imp so far, it looks like he is the superior laner. He's opening up a CS advantage despite giving up first blood and maintaining harass on LWX with this Kalista.
Not much LWX can do about that with the wards that are being held in control here by Amy and PYL. So with Sejuani coming towards the bottom side of the map, was warded out. So there's not much that Swift can do, not much that LWX can do. So the constant ganks that we saw from Swift in the last game and the beginning of this one can't really hold that as an expectation until Swift does the dirty work of clearing the wards out here.
He is going to start by taking Scuttle Crab, and some of these wards have expired, but there are still a few behind him. Banana is holding on to his teleport in the top lane, though Cull, not exactly the best early combat item, should he decide to teleport. As Swift will pass this blue buff over to Cool. And that first dragon is a mountain, so there is even more incentive to keep your attention towards this bottom half of the map for these teams.
Yeah. You even referenced the Cull here. Right now, Banana would love to stay on the top side of the map. Great thing about Cho'Gath versus Maokai lane is that Cho'Gath does a lot of damage in terms of course, he already maxes his E, just his auto attacks there with Vorpal spikes. And sure, it got nerfed. It's still a major strength up against Maokai. So you can just look to auto trade, especially with that extra AD off the Cull. So Maokai's just playing towards his turret because he's getting out-shoved, out-harassed. He's kept up with CS, but this has meant that Banana can play a little bit greedy with the build, and of course just look to constantly walk into the enemy red side jungle. It's made Swift's job a little bit harder.
So we just saw the exact same play from LGD, invading the second red buff on respawn as Coco on Corki recalls, but this time NewBee seems like they were unprepared for it. They were setting up their own deep vision, Swift invading and getting a ward to spot Imp as he made his way back into the bottom lane. Seems like LGD have fixed that mistake at least.
Yeah, I think that LGD right now, they're playing a slower, smarter paced game. That being said, it's not that Swift was unprepared. Him contesting that top side is a lost cause because Corki is nowhere near his spike just yet. But he did set up a great TP flank ward, so Sky can look to use it if Coco does have the time to walk down towards the bottom lane with Swift. So that opening is there. That ward will stay there. It's just now up to NewBee to do what they can with it.
They do have the option to double teleport if they wanted to try to break it open, but still that Cull perhaps might disincentivize any action, as Banana's just going to keep on hard pushing into the Maokai and making it a poor trade for Sky to try ganking bottom. As Imp, he's pulled this so far back. His wave pushes in, so he decides to turn back towards Krugs. He's only got the Cutlass to the Cutlass and a recurve bow from LWX as Coco just harasses Cool here. And as we take stock of things, we've not seen too much outside of that first blood from LWX. No dragons, no big skirmishes outside of that.
Yeah. And it's up to Cool because Cool wants to be the one that sets the pace, sets the action. So he's probably looking to call in Amy. So this slow-paced game, not really working for them because they're the ones who have the onus to set the action up against Coco, who's going to be tied towards the mid lane, especially since he had to stunt his growth in going towards the Triforce by picking a defensive Hex Drinker. So Cool wants to be able to set a play happen. That's why setting up the vision towards the bottom side of the map, contesting the wards, contesting Swift's movements are important so they can look towards LWX and Chris.
Moving forward and backward. As you run out of wards, back away. Restock, get some new ones, then head back in and place them down. That's what we see right now on the bottom side of the map. And it's NewBee who find themselves on the other end of that pendulum. Coco completes his recall, finally finishes off his Sheen. Coco's got a control ward along with his boots, completed Cinder Hulk. Might just be waiting a little bit longer for that all-important Blade of the Ruined King on LWX before really trying to force anything, as he's pinged out a few times. Amy trying to go for the Herald here. Classic solo Herald, not too difficult, but it's going to take some time.
Yep, and I think he's just banking off the fact that Swift is on the bottom side of the map. That vision is there. It's up to Imp and PYL to just play this one out defensively, make it so it's hard for Swift to set action. There's no way that Swift has any knowledge of this happening. So it's a bit of a cheesy play, but it's a good use of the wards that he does have placed down.
All of the camps have been cleared on that side of the jungle. Red buff is coming up soon. Now they hear its cry.
Yeah, that being said, it looks like NewBee are just looking towards this bottom lane turret.
They've got teleport ready on Sky. They bring in a large minion wave. PYL will try to catch some of it. Just looking for the hard engage. The big go button from Swift. He's backing away, but it's LGD who forced it. The knockup from PYL. Quickness is going to slow this out. Bananas in the front. Righteous Glory slows. It's 5v5. Nature's Grasp onto Sky. He turns. He's found Cool. They've got the crowd control. They've got the damage, but he flashes back with a quick cleanse. PYL gets pulled away as Amy dives into the back Unbreakable, but it's a bounce house. They manage to get the kill onto PYL. They get another one. Chasing it forward as Sky has found Imp, but he will die for his dive. LWX follows up Silence and gets a triple kill. 2 for 3 NewBee.
Yep, NewBee's going to come out ahead because that was just a very awkward engage from LGD. Jarvan was nowhere near him. He took Rift Herald. He was making the trek towards the bottom lane. LGD make the call, not needing Amy, but they definitely need him. So that was definitely awkward. It was a good look from NewBee trying to get right on top of Cool, but Cool uses both sums to get out of there as we take a look at this. So this was a great start, a great engage. Recognize this. Sure, you get the fight off initially, there's 0 follow-up. So all of that coming out of PYL meant nothing, and it was a very awkward fight for him specifically because there was not much for him to add, no value from him. And then you see Cool having to disengage out using both his cleanse and his flash. So the carries of LGD had no reason to fight that, no ability to fight that. And so both Coco and of course the triple kill getting onto LWX, they're the main beneficiaries off that fight.
It's Coco with 3 assists. He picks up the package and holds on to his gold, not spending it quite yet. LWX completes his Blade of the Ruined King, and Zerker Greaves, Imp just behind him with his own Bork, and a Morello's for Cool when the gold is all distributed at the end. But back on the map, that tier 1 is still standing, though it might be broken down with the next minion wave from LWX. As Cool gets passed over his blue buff. And first brick, solo gold onto LWX. Still NewBee invest in their very talented AD carry.
4 kills. Really early on in the game, yes, 4 kills. 20 CS ahead, and he gets the 650 gold off that tower.
He's 2,000 gold ahead of Imp, 14 minutes in.
That feels good.
That's pretty big. Alrighty, Rift Herald is being used up top, but NewBee will try to pressure bottom. Amy completed a recall. Good grand entrance in the quickness, but Swift manages to prevent Cool from getting in. The ultimate onto Coco is not enough. PYL thrown forward to his death by Imp. And now, 15 minutes in, it's 6 kills to 2.
Another fight started by PYL, recognizing that Amy was not going to be a part of the fight. A lot of the times, the simple answer is just wait for the extra beefy frontliner to help you out. He's not beefy yet, but he's definitely going to help you out and you're engaged. So that was a good knock-up, but remember, that was a knock-up with no follow-up damage, no follow-up CC. So Cool, who had 0 sums from the last fight, and Imp, who had 0 sums, well, they're not going to be able to follow up, and it's Cool who loses his life off that.
And now Mountain Dragon is picked up off the back. Here's that play again. PYL tries to make it happen. Gets a 2-man knockup, but not enough.
Yeah, looks good, but immediately NewBee are like, why are they fighting us? We're 4 members strong. We're just going to be able to jump straight on top of the Syndra. Not only pop Syndra, but pop PYL. So these are not proper fights being picked out by LGD. It's great execution, but no waiting, no patience.
No temperance. And now they find themselves quite far behind. 1,800 gold down. Imp is trying to get some damage on this bottom tier 1 turret as NewBee initiate the lane swap. They might just trade it over here if they decide to dive Sky, but that's teleport from Coco. Arcane Smash as the minion wave is cleared. It's actually completed, leaving mid undefended to Banana.
But that's because NewBee are trying to play the game of getting that tower first. But playing that game is risky, especially with LGD wanting to pick this fight.
Yeah, it's 4 versus 2. Can they outplay this? Flash from Coco keeps him alive, but LWX is forcing down the top tier 1. It's finally broken by LGD bottom. Still going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
All right, so once again, Varus is going to be able to get the solo gold there. It's not the first Tower Blood gold, thankfully. It's already been taken from him. So you're in a position where LWX was able to get the solo experience, solo CS there, gold value, and now he's able to move on with the same tempo LGD was awarded by grouping 4 members towards the bottom lane. So NewBee still come out ahead of that play.
Swift and Crisp trying to set up a potential gank if someone takes an unsafe route back to the mid-tier 1, because that is NewBee's next target. With no hesitation, they bring the next minion wave in. There's teleport behind them. Flash, quickness, knock up the AoE onto LWX. He flashes, heals, still alive. Finally, he will end up dying to Imp, who gets that one, but he's stunned in the back as Swift finds him from the side. They kill Amy in answer. Coco is stunned, taking even more burst and consumed by Banana. Holy.
Great response from LGD. With LWX getting immediately deleted off that fight, that was their chance to get some breath. Now, finally, LGD can look to take this tower and reclaim control of this game.
They're trying to get back on the map here. The wave clear is not strong enough for Sky. And the tier 1 will crumble. It's back to 2 turrets to 2 and dead even in gold.
It took some time. Now we're good. Once we get another look at that replay, I just want to see how LWX actually fell through, because I know that TP did come through from Banana. I wonder if that's the reason why he ended up dying, because that was just poor positioning overall. We're just going to take a see. There we go. He does get charmed up, gets stunned. So, yeah, before the fight even happened, getting completely bursted out by the Syndra, not what he was planning for.
No.
And so that costed NewBee the fight there. A little bit too far ahead without recognizing the flank wars that were available.
And now they have to try to answer back, because LGD, they finally push, they finally fight and find a kill. Because LWX, he did his best SMLZ impression, just stepping a little bit too far forward for that one extra auto. And PYL still showing up with the reactions, grand entrance knockup.
Yeah, if you keep looking to pull the trigger, PYL, and some of these fights can go their way. They have a lot of ways to stack CC with Syndra stun, PYL stun. They just pick that one member, preferably LWX, then the fights look vastly different for them.
Yeah, because he does have so much of the gold for the team. And now we're about 45 seconds away before the Baron spawns. Cloud Dragon's up. Next big objective looks to be the mid-tier 1 for NewBee.
So NewBee, and here's the big point about that last fight. Oh my god.
Did he just ult on cooldown for cool? It seems like he might have. They're going to force the fight as Sky's in the front, flashes the wall to join up with his team. And LGD giving a little bit of chase.
He's running.
Yeah, Imp is trying to go for this. There's the rupture. Okay.
give him a run through. Banana was calling through, Righteous Glory up, but they only got the Sejuani, so that was not much of a prize for them.
I was just as interested in you as you in seeing whether or not they would actually fight, because I didn't believe it.
I was like, I don't know about this
Like,
one.
I understand after game number 1, we might think they would just fight for no reason, but this is game number 2. It's half as many kills, a little bit more temperate play.
Legitimately fighting for anything that's on the map.
Okay.
For NewBee, it's a little easier. Once they get Righteous Glory, they can kind of do the exact same, or at least have the exact same mindset as Banana currently.
They're going to get some damage onto this top tier 1. Rupture will knock up LWX as Banana eats a slow. And, whoa, they've managed to attack onto Sky. PYL with lots of knockups and CC. Amy with the flank dives onto LWX. He dies, though. Banana flash consumed. Gets a knockup for another kill. Swift in the front will die to the Power Unleashed. Coco sidesteps. He's going 2 versus 4 as Banana takes a few extra hits for him. Stun, hit with all 3. Banana gets another Rupture, but doesn't quite get the CC. LGD win the fight 1 for 3. They're looking for the turret.
LWX is just not able to get out of any of these fights because once he burned Flash from the fights 2 fights ago, it just feels like he's never going to have that answer. He doesn't even have QSS yet, which he is building towards. Yeah, there we go. He's just finished up the QSS now, but he definitely would have wanted a QSS a little earlier on because with LGD's mindset, they just want to be able to get right on top of him.
And take a look at this, even trying to check the Baron. NewBee covering all of their bases. Because right now, they don't really know what LGD could be doing. Could they be diving? Could they be fighting? Here's the dive.
Knock up, and he's inside Cataclysm. So at this point in time, he's not going to be able to get out, especially since Banana was like, let me just get me inside of that Cataclysm.
Get me in there.
I want that.
Put me inside of the Cataclysm.
Yeah, so finally, LWX has Flash up and available as well as his heal. So he's in a better position now if the fight does happen. Could be a little bit more of a peace of mind. Here we go.
Swift forcing another fight. The Dragon's Cloud, but still they're going all out for it. Teleport going in as Crisp steps forward. It's tanks in the front. LWX knocked up. Silenced. Cleanses in the back. Cool. Gets the ultimate. He's still alive. Flashes the wall on cooldown. Auto-attacking the blue buff as Imp will chase him away. Meanwhile, the rest of the team managed to pick up the kill onto Amy, but they chase it down, locking Sky and Answer. And blue buff is picked up by LWX to heal it up, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 in the chaos.
Banana's getting a lot of work done. And Cool flashes in just to ult LWX. Get him out of the fight, please. So this is getting so hard for NewBee to even stick into the fight because you have a massive Cho'Gath just walking up just to consume you. And of course, Syndra, who's just out for your life. Whenever she has her ulti, she's just going to use it. So getting, every single time we get out of one replay, we're immediately going to have
another. Yep.
We're another fight. So now to explain this specific replay, the TP comes through. NewBee stay a long time, and you see the knocked up. Immediately, what this means that LWX, just take a look at him. QSS out of that stun, gets flashed on by Cool, ulted. He has to flash out of that one, and immediately he's in a battle with blue buff because he's not going to join this fight anytime soon, hoping that he can lifesteal a little bit. But the fight's already over, with Banana just walking through, basically being a massive force.
Absolutely. He is real big. 4-1-4. Righteous Glory, Gargoyle's Stone Plate. Not to mention the fact that he is a Cho'Gath, so he's got that size on top of it, but he is going to be quite... Is that the components for a Warmogs coming up?
Yeah.
Oh, man, he's going to be looking to get even bigger as Baron is started out. Teleport going in. They spot it. And LGD are ready to fight. Once again, diving onto LWX, throwing everything they have. Chains of Corruption, but he's pulled back by the Faint's Call. Banana in the front, but he has so much health that they're trying to get through. Gargoyles buys him some time as Amy will die. And now LGD have to back away. PYL dashes in and out and will be able to escape with his life as a Rupture prevents Coco from chasing, and Swift cannot find the slow onto PYL.
That was a great opportunity for NewBee, and they just can't nail a kill down other than, of course, Amy. Banana is just way too tanky with Gargoyle Stoneplate, but they chase them down, and it looks like they have their eyes on Baron.
They're trying to get some damage here. Blade of the Ruined King on LWX, along with a lot of tanks, will get through its health. PYL steps in. Cool is ready. 1,500, 1,000 knockup. It's picked up by Swift. They secure it, but they do get the kill onto Crisp. Chasing it further down, it's the kill onto Banana as LWX shreds through his life. And the flash engage, he's looking for more, but it might be too much. Sky is dead again, but Imp sidesteps one, and he manages to survive by hopping over the wall.
All right, now NewBee have to get out of there. Find yourself in a small corridor, and now you're getting chased down.
Oh, Swift is CC locked. Look at the damage. PYL with the feather gets a kill.
What is up with the bloodlust today?
Feather touch.
NewBee had Baron. They think they can pick the fight head in hands. Yeah, now apparently they lose the fight off that. At least they have one Baron buff on Corki. But take a second look at this one. This looked great. Immediately with the smite down from Swift, able to secure Baron. They think they can chase the fight down with Coco and LWX killing out Cho'Gath. And take a look at this small corridor. Sky comes in, Sky immediately dies, but then of course cool, beautiful
Sets up the stun. Yeah.
Exactly. And so of course finalizes with the damage. PYL chasing him down. A lot of quickness on that one.
Cloud Drake, very helpful. The Gleaming Quill to lock down that final kill. And just a few minutes ago, I distinctly remember saying, you know, this game, it's a lot more temperance, nowhere near as much bloodlust. If only I knew. You just have to say it aloud, and the opposite will happen.
They just needed the items.
Money will not fall from the sky.
Give me items.
Oh.
Get these towers out of my face, and I'm free.
Yeah.
Unchain me from the laning phase.
Yeah.
That's it.
The laning phase has popped open the manacles of those extended lanes, those turrets, keeping you locked down. And yet, we still have not seen this game break open. It's a 1,000 gold lead for LGD. Baron still on Coco, but not quite able to use it because the rest of his team is dead.
Yeah, this is interesting.
And now back on the map, they just decide to reset it.
NewBee are trying to look for fights here, so sending 3 members down, thinking that possible Cho'Gath was hiding. Not going to be the case there, so they have, or at least had that one Baron buff on Coco. Not really an opportunity for them to use it. So you can expect them to look to just play around Swift's ulti once again. They can get anything off of Glacial Prison, then of course, it's a success to them. They've been throwing it out so often lately.
Is it on cooldown? No? All right, throw it. Meanwhile, leaps in and gets right back out as he dashes to cool. Amy's looking to flank for a big one as Banana preps bottom. And still the teams they're ready and willing to fight. The Warmogs that we mentioned was completed by Banana, so he is huge. Meanwhile, Infinity Edge was completed by LWX, so he's going to be doing some big damage too.
Yeah. Both rapid fire cannon on Coco. Coco would want himself to get IE sooner rather than later. Hopefully with itself his Doran shield to be able to get the components, or at least BF sword for that. Once these items come through, then the sustained damage is good enough so Banana starts having a much more difficult time in these team fights. Being able to pick himself up, the 2-item power spike, of course, of Gargoyle Stoneplate. I just feel like he was able to do so much, but once he is able to deal with the carries who have 3 items underneath them, 4 items underneath them, then it'll be much harder for LGD to utilize him as a fight. In the fight.
Yeah. Regardless of the size of the Cho'Gath. 5, 2, and 5 he is right now. You just saw the mid-tier 1 going down for LGD, finally broken off the back of a rotation from NewBee. There was a skirmish over blue buff, which was won by Swift. He used his smite to secure the buff, but so many members of LGD were pulled to contest it that mid was left undefended, and now they might be trying to step forward and potentially prep a wave to this bottom tier 2. All 5 of them are there. They see Coco on the other side of the map, and they're clearing out wards on the way, but there are still so many behind them.
Yep, so the wave is way too far off. That just gives NewBee an opportunity to look to defend here.
Teleport to the turret from Coco. Rupture right on top too early as the wave is cleared out. And this presence from LGD forces a teleport spell.
Yeah, at the very least they get that, but they could have played it better. Stuck with mid lane a little bit more. Send Cho'Gath towards the bottom side of the map so you can at least have that pushing. And then you can converge with them. That being said, PYL in a beautiful position to flank, but he's caught out here.
Yeah, he's behind them. Spotted out by Sky. Righteous Glory as he runs in. They're trying to finish off this dragon. Banana with the Rupture again. Still, he's got the feast and will be picked up. The ultimate will tag onto Cool. Slow gets him even more. Banana's still in the front. He's separated from his team. LWX starts firing along with Coco. PYL leaps in, but it's front lines versus front lines with the backs working on the tank. PYL gets pulled away by Imp as Amy has to take the flag and drag Sky. He's found Cool in the back. He locks him low as Coco manages to finally lock down that Cool with LWX, and they're continuing to chase it forward. This is NewBee picking up the kills. Imp kiting it out as best he can. Look at the spears he's got, but it's not enough. He dies as NewBee gets the ace once again.
Finally, NewBee are able to barrel it through, and with a triple kill on Coco, they might be able to get much more in terms of the towers.
Continuing to push forward, Swift doesn't even care about the minion wave, taking a few shots so the wave can get in without any chip damage towards that collective health pool. They'll break it down. Still 10 seconds for PYL as they're going to look for an in-hit.
You know what, just the tower, because these, even though the death timers are pretty long, I would be surprised. No, actually, just kidding. I lied to you, Dom.
They're still going for it.
They want
Cool's
it.
up in 6 seconds. PYL will step in. Oh, they do want it, but you can't always get what you want.
That's fair, that's fair. The difficulty of them wanting to go towards Inhibitor, they realized that very soon, was that, of course, TP was up in Cho'Gath. There are a lot of wards on the map. And taking a second look at this replay, just take a look of Cho'Gath, because a lot of it was the main carries of NewBee just trying to be able to hammer him down, the CC coming through with Braum as well, just so they have space to walk in. The moment Cho'Gath is basically on the run, they can look towards jumping onto the carries, primarily Cool. LWX was a madman in this fight because the moment he sensed that he can walk in to flash in, he does it, and he gets straight on top of the carries. So, massive win for NewBee. And honestly, LWX was a man that fight. He played that one so well.
He was right up in their face, and Crisp, like you said, set him up, leaping forward to separate that Shogun. And now Baron's up in 10 seconds. The inhibitor has been cracked open, but not broken. And as all 10 members find themselves back onto the map, they're starting to set up some side waves to prepare for that next big Baron objective. As the next dragon, he's going to be Elder in a few minutes.
Yeah, with right now LWX and Coco reaching their item slots, like Lord Dominic's Regard for LWX, the IE for Coco, which he's been kind of waiting for such a long time for. They're going to be much more comfortable fighting around these neutral objectives, fighting around the Baron here. There's a lot of vision still there for LGD. It's going to be a little bit of time for NewBee to completely clear that out. But once they've held that area firmly in their control, then they can look to utilize that a lot better. Right now, look towards where Maokai is. Massive wave pulling into the bottom lane.
Yeah,
they can
another
look
wave
these fights.
building top too, so they are rearing and ready to go. But Banana, he also is ready to fight.
Ooh.
Look at the health, 5,000 health. He's up to 9 stacks. But Sky
Here comes the cats.
drops Nature's Grasp. Teleport goes in, but it's the carries left completely unprotected. NewBee are going to try to burn them down. Cool is dead. Imp kiting it out in the back. Coco tries to bring him down. He's CC locked and dead. Imp is still kiting this around as LWX steps forward. He's found PYL, but still Imp fires across. He kills Sky next, turns towards LWX.
Oh.
The Feast is going to lock it down, and Imp just kites it away. Chris doesn't even try as he dies. A triple kill for Imp, and 4 members of NewBee are dead.
That was off of Banana's TP. It definitely created confusion across the map. Coco wanted to just jump on top of Cool, wanted to jump on top of Imp, just right on top of the carries, but you could see the backline of LWS and Crisp not recognizing where they needed to be, dealing with the Cho'Gath behind them or with the threat that's in front of them. Imp gets a massive win in this fight, and now it looks like it's going to be Baron here for LGD unless...
Swift is kiting around the edge of the pit. He's spotted and getting some damage onto Imp. They're taking a lot of AoE. He's got that blast cone. But the stacks speared up are more than enough. It's LGD taking the Baron 33 minutes in.
Yeah, you know what? I'm always scared when it comes to these situations. No matter if you have Kalista or Cho'Gath, Baron steals always seem to come across. But looking at this team fight, proper TP coming through. But take a look at Coco jumping right on top of Imp. Take a look at the threat behind them with Cho'Gath right on top of LWX and Crisp. Really, they could not really join the fight, and when they finally do, Imp had already won it out, had already done a lot of damage to them, killing out Coco, and is able to just hop right on forward. So, just poor communication from the rest of NewBee. They can still wrestle that control back. It's just going to be much harder with Baron now on LGD.
It's still very close in this game, even in kills. Just about even in gold, as it's 500 advantage for LGD so far. Now, Elder Dragon is up in 60 seconds, so why siege and take turrets that will eventually lead you to a Nexus when you can fight and take Dragon?
Hey, you know what? It's just the proper timing from NewBee, because they go towards the Dragon. That definitely moves LGD away from these turrets.
It does, yeah.
So there we go.
Keeps those turrets safe for just a little bit longer, but NewBee don't fall for the bait. They bring that wave right down mid. LWX recalling just outside of vision. Woo! That's a little close, but makes it back to base in time, though the tier 2 crumbles.
Flank coming in from Swift, or at least he's looking for it.
He is, but PYL sees this. Ooh, the ultimate is going to catch PYL. Meanwhile, in the front, they're trying to get through Banana's health bar. They are shredding it down, PYL, with the knock-up as LWX is firing in the back, and they manage to kill him. But Cool and Imp, they're being CC'd by Swift. They're locked down and dropped down as NewBee pick up the fight. 4 kills
Back
for NewBee.
and forth, Dom. That's just the game. And ultimately, I know because we've seen a lot of replays this game. We'll find out where the damage went on.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, it was on Sky.
Yes.
All of the bursts went onto the Maokai that outlived it, that used Gargoyle Stoneplay. Those are massive death timers, 30 seconds. And they already have the inhib wide open and available with the minions behind them. They might just look to end the game.
They very well could try here as they break an inhib. It's only a cannon. The next wave is coming up. They force the engage onto Cool as Sky misses the arcane smash, but Swift will not miss the headbutt. He gets a lot of damage onto Cool. It's not enough to kill him. He's onto the fountain, firing across as the minions crash in. PYL is up. Swift is taking a lot of damage. The knockup, the flash. Coco's trying to finish it off. The Nexus crumbles 2-0 NewBee.
Now that was definitely close for NewBee.
Oh.
Sure, on the scoreboard it says 2-0, but that definitely felt like a 3-game series.
It did. And they sit back and relax quite happily as NewBee will take their first win since cross-conference. And like 2 angry children on a seesaw. That was an aggressive back and forth.
I like that analogy. I actually forgot seesaws existed, and it felt like a seesaw. This game was a seesaw. One fight to the next. LGD will definitely be taking a look at that last team fight because it felt like the game was in their grasp. They could have drawn it towards that game 3, but Maokai did a lot of work.
He did. Sky came in huge during that series. His game number 1 on the Trundle, game number 2 on his Maokai, getting really big flanks to set up for his team. And while we still saw some struggles with the target selection from NewBee over the course of these extended fights, once they were able to get it straight and execute, it was just as easy as point and click.
Yeah, really was. Point and click on Maokai. Felt pretty easy, honestly.
Yeah.
A lot of times it was just when he was able to do it. Earlier on in the game, he would go in for those flash clicks, you might say. Wasn't much follow-up, but once you get the items on the carries, Cho'Gath definitely has a struggling time. Doesn't matter if he's proccing Gargoyle Stoneplay. He's getting shredded by Corki and Varus. And you saw the product of that much later on.
You're not going to last too long when you've got those 2 trunking through your health bar. But speaking of point and click, we're actually going to drag and drop another analyst onto the desk with us. Rusty, welcome back.
I'm being dragged. Help. It's that's set. You could have said something as a drag. Anyway,
Sure.
That was interesting, to say the least. And that is usually the caster hot phrase for not good. It was more back and forth than a tennis game, to put it simply.
That's
but it wasn't quite like a Roger Federer Nadal classic. You know, it was more of a Maria Sharapova against Venus Williams getting smashed around everywhere. Wasn't ideal. But at the end of the day, the better team did win, and it was a 2-0. So ultimately, we are where we expected to be.
Yes.
LGD still put up a pretty solid fight. I think it's fair to say, right? The engages from... I have it written down in order of my thoughts as I went, right? It was like Bard engages in game number 1 were good.
Yep.
Rakan engages in game number 2 were great. I noted that during the game because PYL, honestly, was a fantastic force for the side of LGD. And then I said, but why? Because I don't know why he was engaging 90% of it. He was engaging because he saw an opportunity.
Yep.
He never had Amy. And then I wrote down that Banana was the answer, apparently. Because that Amy was still not there, but Banana was. He was teleporting, and so the engages had a lot more meaning. And a lot of this for me is like, it's a roller coaster of LGD, but you're seeing so much good from them, just immediately coupled with the bad, that then looks bad. But there is still that good. And the best LG that we ever saw was good followed by good because their engage meant something. There was communication from their Korean top laner that's now not going to be as skilled as Acorn or Flame. That goes without saying, right? So these small changes, as times progressed for LGD, they've started to lose some of the good, but they still kept some of it, and that was evident in this set.
To me, though, the question that we always have to ask with LGD, something that I wanted to ask earlier was, how many times will LGD get knocked down before they stop getting back up? Well, I think we've got an answer here because they got knocked down in game number 1, but they did stand back up in game number 2.
Yeah, I thought game number 2, even though it was a messy affair, it was much better at LGD because they actually went towards the same idea and composition, even though it was a different composition. Good early game focus, quite honestly, and even though bottom lane still had the same problems, ultimately they were still able to draw it back, and they had options to win out fights. They ended up winning proper fights because of Banana's TP plays, and honestly, they were still looking for great flanks too, because PYL's engages, they were fabulous.
They were.
It was half the time you were like, well, what's happening here? But immediately, of course, it's this man, Swift, that was the defining factor of NewBee winning out in this game, because even though the engages from PYL were great, the engages from Swift and the flanks are much better.
Yeah, and a lot of this
Swift.
ride is like tanks and carries,
Yes.
and the tanks are killing the carries, and the carries are trying to kill the tanks. It's about which one comes out on top in every single fight that happened. The most meaningful one was obviously towards the end where NewBee do come up victorious, and Swift is the one with the flank. He's the one with the engage. You know what? Maybe it feels weird that he's gone onto a Rakan as his first move, but that's also LGD's engage gone. That's a lot of time where the carries of NewBee are free hitting, and then even one step further, you look towards the end of the fight, and he's actually just killed Imp.
Yeah.
How did a Sejuani even? I don't understand that.
He
but
was,
he
he
did.
was side by side with Imp and Cool, and he managed to kill them while the two of them are trying to get through his health. So something health scaling.
I just love the fact that they locked down the Rakan, and then the team didn't follow up and try to go towards Rakan, because that would have been the freest Rakan engage I've ever seen, right? So then just recognizing throughout the comms that they had, it's like, just go toward, take down Cho'Gath. He's already incredibly low. And so they multiple times played these team fights slow, as they should have, and I think the team fights were really well played from NewBee in this game.
Yeah, we still saw some excellent moments from them when they saw that they had the opportunity to take the team fights fast. They did engage on them. I think the fight at Dragon comes to mind, where they took it nice and slow up to a point. They realized they could chase it down, and LWX flashes forward onto a Varus into 5 people to pick up a few kills.
And I think that point is something that we need to highlight for NewBee moving forwards, because this set win is super valuable for them, crucial for NewBee to get towards the playoffs, particularly in 3rd place.
Yeah.
But they constantly do this now, and it feels like the Jingdong set has really gotten to NewBee because they've become Jingdong. Like, NewBee are getting so like bloodlusted for kills, not for the win condition of the composition. Why is Coco committing to fighting Imp when there's 3 people protecting him using his package into the backline? Why is he not threatening the package protecting LWX, who's fed? Like, these things could be executed on so much better. It just feels like NewBee have caught the bug of whatever JD had, and now they are JD 2.0.
Yeah, bit by the werewolf that is Doinby and Co. We'll have to see if it's just a full moon. Maybe they'll be able to recover in time, but they are running out of time because I think I alluded to it a little bit earlier. Playoffs are coming up closer, and NewBee, they are now 1 set win away from locking in their playoff spot. Another win guarantees them 3rd. I personally don't think they can go into playoffs with this kind of bloodlust, because against the likes of RNG, EDG, and even WE, they'll just get pushed right back down.
Yeah, there are a lot of heavy hitters right now in the LPL, especially with RNG shaping up. I think that's fair to say. And that if they want to get like farther than they did in the spring split, then much does have to change. And it's at the very least to say they just have to go back to what the old NewBee was, right? These early game focus. Sure, Rumble's getting banned away from them quite consistently, but there are definitely much more picks than just Rumble that gives you early priority. And I guess they just have to change draft priority. They have really gone towards later phase picks, and that's interesting to see if that's just going to be the case for them and trying to look to scale up. Then they just need a lot more practice underneath.
What is cool at the very least that Swift is playing super well at the moment. And he has been playing consistently well, win or lose. And yes, they have lost a lot recently, but I've never really looked at him and said, wow, he is a bad player right now. And I have said that about a year ago. So it's really nice to see the consistency from him, and that he's playing with Coco again, and that those two as a duo are starting to crop up once again. LWX, the bottom lane of NewBee, I don't know what it is half the time. They've got 3 AD carries and 2 different supports, but the rock of the team, the consistency of the NewBee roster is there, and that is important coming into the playoffs.
That leadership is going to be really important as time goes on, because as the pressure mounts, we've seen what happens to a team without strict leadership. Their opponents, I think, come to mind. LGD in that set is a team that has struggled with a clear direction. Cool came in and provided some temporary direction during the early half of the split, but as we go later and later on, the LGD seem to be looking more and more fragmented.
Yeah, I think the direction as a team is something we should look towards, as you mentioned, because PYL has been a leader for the team.
Yes.
And you can see even in this game, he was looking to direct a lot of calls, make a lot of plays happen. It just means that Amy has to be in line with that. Or if Amy is not there, then it has to be PYL that kind of backs away in terms of his call and just wait a little bit if he has that room to do so. So, I mean, that's a lot of value for them to look back on in this game.
And he could just change the shot calling as well. Like maybe it is a little bit more fundamental for LGD as a team where you actually just tell your top laner what you're doing a minute in advance, maybe, not 10 seconds.
We're going is the name of the game. We've got our standings on the screen right now. No changes in Group A because we were playing all in Group B here. At the end of the day, Suning Gaming are now at 6 and 8. They are still behind LGD in standings, but they've only got 2 more best of 3s to play. LGD, they've got 3, and NewBee, they've also got 2 left as well. And again, 1 more win from NewBee, they lock in their playoff seed.
All but locked in already, right? For just playoffs, of course, beating LGD, which is the most likely threat to come up and contest them. But if you are NewBee, you're wanting that 3rd place spot, as we do get to look towards tomorrow's games.
Yeah, we've got IMA versus WE for our first game of the day. Afterwards, we've got Dan taking on EDG, revenge of the sleeping bear. But this bear isn't sleeping. EDG they are wide awake this time.
Yeah, I think the fact that we have 2 bits of revenge here, you already mentioned it. EDG wants to be able to take down what is already a sleeping, honestly, Dan Gaming. They're just having a tough time recently. And then IMA versus WE, every single time we talk about that series, it's like that one time. That one time we could have gotten to Worlds.
How many times have WE beat IMA since then, and we still refer back to the one
keep
time?
doing it.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your insight and analysis. Thank you so much for watching. This has been the first day of the LPL on behalf of myself, my co-casters, my analysts, and the whole production crew. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
And don't know what to tell you. I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. Up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare. Till I'm almost there. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of heart never seen before. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like firewood. My little secret. You're my little secret, and I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone.